Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the country's first Polytechnic U. PUP is a state-run university governed by the Republic Act 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. It is home to more than 70,000 students, making it the largest state university in the Philippines in terms of student population. It is the university's commitment to give qualified and talented students access to quality and responsive education to aid them in the achievement of their dreams and the improvement of their lives. True to its commitment of making education accessible to all, the university has strategically established campuses and branches all over Luzon. PUP boasts of its roster of 1,483 full-time and part-time faculty members and 707 administrative employees. The faculty members and employees perform the collective goal of training, servicing, and supporting the university's stakeholders. From its humble beginnings in 1904, PUP was originally established as the Manila Business School primarily for the training of personnel for government service and to provide skills needed for private employment. 4 years later, the Manila Business School was renamed Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with the Philippine Normal School from 1933 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. In April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into a chartered state university now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1341. PUP truly has come a long way from a business school to a premier polytechnic university, the very first in the country. Every year, around 50,000 graduating high school students, mostly from economically challenged families, take the Polytechnic University of the Philippines College Entrance Test or PUPSET and hope to become one of the 10,000 who will be given a chance to be new PUPians. At present, the university offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels with its strategic direction of making the colleges vertically articulated. Graduate School, College of Accountancy and Finance, College of Arts and Letters, College of Architecture and Fine Arts, College of Business Administration, College of Communication, College of Computer and Information Sciences, College of Education, College of Engineering, College of Law, College of Political Science and Public Administration, College of Social Sciences and Development, College of Science, College of Tourism, Hospitality and Transportation Management, College of Human Kinetics, Institute of Technology. PUP further strengthens its open university system through expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and the non-traditional system program. It caters to borderless educational system that aims to reach many learners as possible. For more than a century of existence, countless outstanding achievements have raised PUP to the level of a national comprehensive university. With a vision to transform the university into an epistemic community, PUP subscribes to the idea that a university should have an extensive research and extension development culture. Each year, PUP surpasses national passing rate in licensure examinations and ranks among the top in different academic disciplines. PUP has also institutionalized academic exchange and international cooperation with various countries all over the world through its Office of International Affairs. Today, PUP is relishing its successes and its students are enjoying unprecedented academic opportunities. An enhanced campus environment, upgraded colleges, state-of-the-art technology. And nationally and internationally recognized programs. It has gone far from what it was more than a century ago. This is mainly due to the support given by the government, the PUP community, and its benefactors. With the combined efforts, PUP will continue to be a partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation for the marginalized sector of the society, with quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the country's first Polytechnic U.
Emerson is a global technology and engineering leader. We operate in over 150 countries. We are 110,000 employees worldwide. And here in the Philippines, we have over 2,000 employees.
My name is Vicky Florento. I'm from Dell Philippines. I'm handling the university relations and services hiring.
Pag-asa Steel supplies concrete reinforcing bars to the Philippines' booming construction industry. We have been the leading supplier of quality steel bars for the past 52 years.
EGS is an Algorica company. It is one of the fastest growing BPO companies in the Philippines right now.
I'm Cecil Venancio, and I'm Branding and Communications Director of Sykes Asia.
We don't decide whether you're from a top-tier university or a state university. We decide based on our assessments that includes exams and interviews. Having said that, a lot of Dell's workforce in the Philippines are from PUP.
55 to 80 hires annually, those coming from PUP alone. And as a matter of fact, 14 of the homegrown employees who started from staff and supervisor have been promoted.
Currently, we have 13 employees from the PUP. They're working in a different field, so most of them are an engineer, some are in sales, most of them are in the higher position.
There's a huge pool of students that we can really harvest from, and we know the reputation that they bring. So we're glad that we have a university like PUP that we can rely on for our future employees.
I love the graduates of PUP. They're not only fun to work with, but you can rely on them. They are very, very dependable.
PUP graduates are an exact match and fit to Pag-asa Steel's mission and vision.
The reason why we prefer the PUP graduates is the fact that we noticed that they have a common denominator, very hardworking. See, whatever happens, they'd still work. Even if it's raining, they'd still come to work. You give them additional tasks, they'd accept. They are resilient.
Very passionate, aside from being resilient, because we can see that they're very dedicated with their job. And we've seen a lot of PUP graduates, not just in one department.
They turn out to adapt very well and adjust well to our company here in the Philippines. They're productive employees and they stay with us for a long time.
Stand out sa PUP graduate is their loyalty sa company. Integrity and ethics, drive for results, intellectual capacity, and adaptability. So when we hire PUPians, they have this kind of competencies.
Of course, they're very intelligent people, responsible in a sense, because whenever we meet these graduates and we ask them what are their future plans, they would always come up with answers like helping out their family, or because I'm done with school, I'll help out another sibling. So you would know already that
these kids, even before they actually embark on certain work, they already have goals in mind.
They're not maarte, no? Whatever you give them, they know that if it's for the purpose of the job, they will do it. And so they have, they're the ones that survive the challenges of work. They don't shirk away from responsibilities. They're the type who, whatever the job requires, they're up for the challenge.
PUPNs enable people everywhere to grow and thrive.
PUP is one of the pillars of the nation because it is an institution that provides good graduates and people who really contribute to the success of the community or to the success of the country.
To all the people associated with PUP, if you're a graduate, congratulations, and you should be proud of yourselves. For those of you that are students, please continue the tradition, the proud legacy that your school has. Some of you, PUP, you work for us now. We appreciate you. We know you're good employees. For those of you that might work for us in the future, please consider us. We'd love to have you. We know that you make a great employee for Emerson.
PUPNs, bring everything you are. If you have big ideas, let's talk. Come work where passion meets possibility. You can visit jobs.del.com for opportunities.
To pursue your dreams and work hard for whatever endeavor you will choose. And in the event that you will choose to apply in one of the fastest BPO companies in the Philippines, I would like to invite you to apply in EGS, an Alorica company, because our doors are open for all of you.
To all the PUPNs, let's create a sense of smile together.
Smart is very happy to have PUP graduates now enjoying their career and let them live more.
Hashtag Sites to PUP. We will support you in more ways than one.
Tara na, maging magkasama na tayo. Mabuhay ang PUP.
Noon pa man, malaki na ang naging bahagi ng mga kababaihan sa lipunang Pilipino. Kaisa sila sa marubdob na paghahangad ng kalayaan ng ating lahi. Kabilang sila sa paglinang ng ating makulay na sining at mayamang kultura. Kasapi sila sa pagtataguyod ng mga adhikain ng kapwa mamamayan at sa pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan. Katuwang sila sa pagtuklas sa mga larangan ng agham at medisina. Kapanalig sila sa pagpapairal ng batas, karapatan at katarungan para sa lahat. Kabahagi sila sa paglilingkod sa bayan at sa pagpapanatili ng demokrasyang Pilipino. Sa paglipas ng panahon, hindi nagmaliw ang kanilang pag-ibig sa ating inang bayan. Mga kababayan, ito ang alay ng mga kababaihang Pilipino para sa bayan. Tumayo po tayong lahat at sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Hi, I'm Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo, Director of the Alumni Relations and Career Development Office. The role of our office is to keep connections among students and alumni, provides complete range of services to students, alumni, and employers in the area of career development, graduates and professional schools preparations, employee relations, and campus recruitment. We also provide alumni and students with the tools and resources to help find success in all professional endeavors. To all freshmen, please come and visit us. Our office is located at N209 North Wing, 2nd floor.
Isang magandang umaga sa ating mga kaisko at kaiska. So pagpasensyahan na po natin yung boses ko ngayong araw na to, ha. So I'm Professor Jane S. Pulma of the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, and I will be your moderator for today's event. So welcome po sa ating 2024 Career Examination Review course na ginagawa namin ng pangatlong linggo na ngayong araw. Ay, tama ba? Pangatlo, tama. Pangatlong linggo na yata. Ay, pangalawang linggo ngayong buwan na to. So, sa ating lahat, andito po ang ating mga faculty member mula sa College of Political Science at mamayang hapon naman nandito ang kasama natin ang isang faculty or ating reviewer galing sa College of Arts and Letters. So, ngayong umaga, ang discussion natin ay tungkol sa Philippine Constitution, Code of Ethics, at Environmental Management and Concern. So, guys, stay tuned lang po tayo ngayon. So let me discuss first yung atin pong mga webinar etiquette. Let me share my screen. So may dalawa po tayong participants sa event na to. Unang ating song participants. So, good morning sa inyong lahat, sa ating mga kaisko at kaiska dyan. So, remember to keep your microphone always on mute while the webinar proper is ongoing. And please do remember that this webinar is currently on live stream. Mamaya po, or pwede naman po, na tayo makipag-interact sa ating speaker ngayon or reviewer ngayon, pwede nating erase yung hand natin o you may use the Zoom chat para sa mga questions nyo. Next naman po, para naman po sa ating stream participants. Sa ating stream participants, so sino ba yon? So sa ating mga participants na nasa PUP Career Center Facebook page, good morning sa inyong lahat. So please do remember na gamitin yung comment section ng live na to. Pero introduce nyo muna yung sarili nyo with your course year and section. By the way, lahat po ng question at interaction nyo ay sinasama naman po natin sa ating discussion. Okay? Para sa lahat, makaka-receive po kayo ng digital certificate nyo at ibibigay po namin ito sa inyo after nyo makompleto yung 40 hours na review. Dahil review course po ito. So, by the way, matatapos yung 40 hours natin at the end of July. So, meron kayong 2 to 3 weeks para mahintay ang aming certificate or after ng 2 to 3 weeks, marireceive nyo ang certificate galing sa amin. So maraming salamat po sa ating mga reviewer na nandito ngayon. Maraming salamat sa pagpapaunlak nyo. Ang ating pong mga estudyante ay galing sa College of Political Science at yung iba naman po, admin ng administrative staff. At yung iba naman, syempre, yung ating mga estudyante na nangangarap at gustong mag-attend ng civil service examination. So kagaya nga ng sinabi ko last time, ang civil service examination ay kinakanda ng 2 beses sa loob ng 1 taon. So may 2 uri din po ng examination. Ito ang sub-professional examination at professional examination. So meron tayong 2 uri din ng pagtitake na civil service examination. One is the online examination or the COMEX, and the other one is the paper and pencil. Yung paper and pencil po ay ikakandak ngayong September. So, guys, without any further ado, andito na po ang ating isa sa lecturer, ita sa reviewer ngayon, si Sir Allen Matote from the College of Political Science and Public Administration. Good morning, sir!
Hi ma'am, good morning po. Can you hear me
Pasensya na
po?
sir ha, wala akong masyadong boses.
Okay lang po ma'am.
Okay, guys, pabigyan naman si sir ng isang masigabong virtual clap. Pasensya na sir ha. Thank you po. You may take away the virtual floor na po.
Thank you ma'am, ma'am Pulma, no? So can you see my my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes sir, nakikita na po.
Alright, so good morning everyone sa mga students natin na magti-take ng exam on August po ba ma'am? Tama no? August this year?
Sure sir.
Alright. So I will tackle the environmental protection management. Actually, sa environmental protection management, medyo konti naman din yung mga questions patungkol dito. Pero syempre, malay nyo, di ba? If may mga questions na ganito, mas maganda rin na tama yung magiging sagot natin kasi makadagdag din ito sa scores natin. Sige, let me start my presentation na. So, environmental protection management. So, una, syempre, basic tayo, no? So, let's go back to the basic one about the environment. So, when we talk about environment, it's surrounding air, water, both ground and surface, land, flora, fauna. So, ibig sabihin ng flora is about the plants, okay? Pag fauna naman, it's all about animals, okay? So, yung pagkakaiba nun, no? So, flora means the plants, fauna is about the animals, humans, of course, and their interrelations. That's why we have the ecosystem, right? So, we have 3 compositions of the environment here. We have the land, air, and water. So all 4 spheres must work in harmony to allow for the balance of life to succeed of Earth. Any threat to one sphere will have drastic effects on the others. Of course, alam naman natin that kapag may masama tayo na contribute sa ating environment, meron din itong adversarial effect sa atin as a humans. So, this environment. In the Philippine context, it's very important, no? Na since we are in the Pacific Ring of Fire, yan, always remember that, okay? We are vulnerable with the disasters, okay? Sabi nga dito, Philippines is one of the most vulnerable country to climate change. It lies in the world's most disaster-prone region. Aside from the earthquake, di ba, lagi tinatamaan ng bagyo. Okay, alam naman natin yan. So, climate change, pag sinabi natin climate change, since we talk about climate change, it's a change in temperature and weather patterns. So, kapag nagkaroon ng pagbabago sa klima, sa Tagalog, no, ano ba yung epekto niyan? So, we have 4 here. We have increasing sea level rise, extreme weather events, di ba? So, bakit kaya ganun? Tag-ulan na pero mainit pa din, di ba? So there's something wrong, okay, sa ating weather, no? Sinasabi ng Pag-asa, tag-ulan na, pero kita natin na tagtag pa rin yung pawis natin. So rising temperatures and heavy rainfall, no? Minsan yung isang araw na ulan ay katumbas na ng isang buwan na ulan. Sa average, rainfall natin, no? So meron tayong mga measurements, no, to measure gaano ba yung ulan na bumabagsak sa atin, no? So, yan ay climate change. So, sa environmental protection management, pag sinabi natin environmental protection, it is the practice of protecting. So, pagka nakita nyo na yung for practice na word, it's a environmental protection of protecting the natural environment by individuals, groups, and governments. So, ano kaya yung mga intervention or sabihin natin mga best practices kayang ginagawa natin to protect the environment, okay? The other one is environmental management. It involves a process that minimize humanity's impact on its surroundings. Since we talked about the climate change a while ago, how can we manage, okay, the ecosystem? How can we manage the environment? No, we talk about hindi lang naman land, we talk about air, something like that, water. So how can we manage, okay, to lessen or to minimize the negative effect or negative impact of yung titawag nating climate change, okay? So sa Earth, okay, we have the biocapacity, the amount of natural resources that is useful for ecological or biological consumption and for removal for the emissions of carbon dioxide. So when we talk about carbon dioxide, di ba? Ito yung ini-emit, no, ng ating sakyan. And aside from that, because of the booming of industrialization, factories, guys, di ba? So, may mga interventions tayong ginagawa, no? Parang hanggat maaari ay ma-preserve natin o hanggat maaari ay mapanatili natin yung pagbaba ng emission ng carbon dioxide. It is the responsibility of every countries in the world, okay, to have that kind of policy, okay, to minimize the emissions of carbon dioxide. That's why yung mga appliances natin, hindi naman na nag-emit yan ng ganyan, no, na toxic na mga toxins, no, yung mga toxic chemicals as well as yung mga sasakyan natin, di ba? May mga hybrid cars na na hindi na nag-emit ng carbon dioxide. So that's one of the interventions na ginagawa ng government natin. Also, we talk about ecological footprint. It's a measure, okay? Pag sabihin ecological footprint, it's a measure of the area of biological productive land and water that is required for an individual or an activity to produce all the resources it consumes and to absorb the waste it generates using prevailing technology and resource management practices. So how can we actually preserve our environment? So since alam naman natin kanina nagkaroon tayo ng climate change, di ba? Dahil because of the carbon dioxide. So ano kaya yung mga technologies, okay, na pwede natin gamitin, no, to minimize the effect of that. Okay? So, syempre nakalagay din dito resource management practices because hindi lang naman dapat government ang may intervention. Actually, private sectors, di ba? Dapat gumagawa din ng mga ways, no, to protect our environment. Carbon footprint. It's a measurement of total greenhouse gas emission by people units of carbon or carbon dioxide equivalents. It can be measured by how much greenhouse gases have emitted in the units of carbon dioxide equivalents. So pag sabi natin carbon footprint, no, ito yung measurement kung gaano kataas na yung carbon emissions na ini-emit natin, no, sa mundo. It's very important because for us to measure, kasi baka naman, no, although we are knowledgeable naman na tumataas ang carbon dioxide natin o carbon emissions, it's actually a call for us to do something. So it's very important. Carbon footprint is evidence actually nowadays. Okay? So pag sinabi ng ecological footprint, no, the ecological footprint is the impact of a person or community on the environment expressed as the amount of land required to sustain their use of natural resources, measures renewable and non-renewable resources used, contains both carbon emission and environmental impact. So it directly impacts continuing life on Earth. Pag sinabi nating carbon footprint is the amount of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere as a result of the activities of a particular individual, organization, or community. So measures carbon dioxide generated by activities, okay, contains only carbon emission numbers, directly impacts, of course, the climate change. Okay? So, of course, when we talk about climate change, bakit nga ba nagkakaroon ng ganyan? And what is the effect of that climate change, no? Because of the emissions of carbon. It occurs, nagkakaroon tayo na tinatawag na ozone layer depletion. Okay? It occurs when chlorofluorocarbon, CFCs yan, katandaan po yan, no? Yung CFCs ay tinatawag na chlorofluorocarbon. Lumabas din po yan sa exam. Inhalers gases formerly found in aerosol spray spray can, and refrigerants are released into the atmosphere. Kaya nga, di ba, before, mataas ang chlorofluorocarbons ng mga ref natin, mga refrigerators natin, and of course, yung mga spray can. But nowadays, I think may mga technologies na tayo, no, na maging eco-friendly na yung ating mga appliances. It serves as natural sunscreen as it prevents dangerous ultraviolet rays that causes sunburns and skin cancer. Pag sinating depletion, luminitis siya. Okay? The ozone layers luminitis. So what is the, ano kaya yung mangyayari? The ozone layer is the blockage. Kumbaga siya yung sunscreen na tinatawag, no? Natural sunscreen. Kapag luminitis siya, no? Yung direct sunlight, mas tatagos talaga siya. Okay, kasi manipis na siya. So anong epekto nun sa plants, sa animals, of course atin, di ba? So maraming sakit na pwedeng maitulot niyan. Okay. So, meron tayong tinatawag na Dobson units. Pag sabing Dobson units, tandaan ito, it's actually the measurement kung gaano kapal, okay, yung ating ozone layer. It's actually measurement na ginagamit. Okay? Ilang millimeter thick. Actually, millimeter thick ang ginagamit niyan. Dobson units po ang ginagamit na scale to measure the ozone layer. So, the Arctic zone hole, dito siya minimeasure, no? Sa Arctic zone hole na ating mundo. Dobson units pang tawag dyan, or DU. Alright. Global warming versus greenhouse effect. Yan. Malabas din po ito sa exam. Pag sinabi natin global warming, okay, the average rise in temperature of the Earth's surface due to greenhouse effect. So, slow and consistent rise in temperature. So, kaya nga warming, di ba? The effects is that rising of sea level. Of course, pag sobrang init, tutunaw yung, for example, in the North Pole, South Pole glaciers, di ba? Dahil nga, abnormal na yung pagtaas ng temperature is madaling matunaw yung mga ice natin. No? So, rising of sea level, yung effect yung tataas yung tubig. Regional changes in precipitation, mas tumataas yung ulan, yung volume ng ulan ay tumataas. Okay? Frequent extreme weather conditions and expansions of deserts. Okay? What to do? Ano bang dapat natin gawin? Of course, the basic one is to reduce emissions from vehicles, reduce water waste. Of course, we have to conserve water. Use of renewable energy. So later on, we will talk about renewable energy. Okay? Pag sinabi natin greenhouse effect, happens when the Earth's atmosphere becomes thick with gases. Nakukulong yung radiation, yung init. Bakit kaya nakukulong? Kasi nga, because of the pollution. Okay? So, the atmosphere becomes thick with gases and substance which trap the sun's radiation, making the Earth warmer. Sa halip na palabas siya, sana yung radiation natin, nakukulong siya, hindi siya nakakalabas. Tinatawag siyang greenhouse effect. So, effects is that the thawing of glaciers, masses of flooding coastal cities, desertification of fertile land, di ba? Dati, yung lupa ay pwede siyang pagtamnan because of the greenhouse effect. Sobrang yung natatrap yung gases tapos umiinit, di ba, yung mundo. So, yun yung effect niya. So, what to do? Of course, use of renewable energy sources, use of biofuels, okay, commit to recycling, consumption of organic food, promoting ecological awareness, or siyempre meron tayong mga public awareness na ginagawa, no, to mitigate the effect of that. So both are materials used for building, manufacturing. We talk about renewable resources versus non-renewable resources. Both are raw materials used for building, manufacturing, production, fuels, and food. So ang pinagkaiba niya, di ba? Pag sinabi natin renewable resources, these resources are renewed or replenished by nature in a short span of time. Okay? Often these are available continuously like solar energy, water, wind, etc. That's why we have solar, biomass, hydropower, geothermal, and wind. We have technologies now to maximize the use of these renewable resources. Meron tayong mga solar panels, hydropower plants, di ba? Yung mga geothermal, meron tayong wind turbines, di ba? At ginagamit natin itong mga source natin nito no in something na it can produce something for us, di ba? Electricity, something like that. Okay? That's renewable resources. But in non-renewable resources, ito yung kinakabahala natin because these resources may not be replenished by nature or take very long time geological time to be formed again. To balance the use of these resources, di ba? Nauubos. Oil, coal, nuclear, natural gas. There will be a time na hindi forever yung mga resources na to. That's why we have to gear towards these renewable resources para hindi agad maubos itong oil, coal, nuclear, natural gas. These non-renewable resources, pinanggagalingan natin no, ng energy. Diba? Electricity for example. Diba? So, dahil nauubos siya, we have to gear towards the use of solar energy, hydropower, geothermal, and wind. Okay? So biomass energy, nandito tayo na biomass. Biomass is any organic matter, wood, crops, seaweeds, animal waste that can be used as an air resource. So aside from these resources, meron naman tayo tinatawag ng mga biomass. Okay? So yung mga solid waste, di ba? Pwede natin gawing energy. Okay? Yeah. So ang tawag natin dun ay biomass. So biocapacity deficit is evident in current environmental issues. Okay? Nowadays, yung tinatawag na Metro Manila water crisis, no? Alam naman natin na, alright, lagi tayong nawawalan tubig, diba? Because of nakikita natin na bumababa yung level of water sa mga dams natin. Okay? Of course, we are affected by that. Tumataas yung population natin. So, nagkakaroon ng kakulangan sa tubig. Aside from that, is that because of the climate change, di ba? Solid waste mis or management, di ba? Widening of urban spaces instead of green spaces and parks. New diseases unknown to human but known to wild animals are making its way to human species. COVID-19 pandemic is one of that, di ba? City air is having a hard time to regenerate. With a fast-growing population and land use change, we need two more Philippines cop up with the biocapacity deficit. So, we need to have more interventions dapat na ginagawa no, to resolve these problems in the environment. Okay. The growth of human population is faster than the production and recovery of the Earth's natural resources. So, always remember na we have the resources na available, but of course, we have to conserve it. Diba? May meditate on the conservation of energy. Diba? A successful action plan for environmental protection is not the sole responsibility of the regulators. So, pag sinabi natin environmental protection is synergistic, ibig sabihin nun, hindi lang dapat ng gobyerno, since the government is the regulator. Alam naman natin, di ba? Sa college natin, that the government is a regulator. It's a regulatory body, but it's not the sole responsibility of the government. Meron ding responsibility tayo, okay, as a citizen. Merong role ang NGOs, right? Or CSOs. Merong role ang private sectors or business sectors to help the environment. So, it's the collaboration effort of those people, okay? Kaya ang tinatawag ko lagi dyan, it's synergistic. Okay, it's a collaborative effort to help the environment. So we talk about here the laws. Yan, importante din yung mga batas na yan, nalabas, kami lumabas na question about this one. So we have the Presidential Decree 1151 or PD 1151. No? So it's also called the Philippine Environmental Policy. Okay, so PD 1151. So hindi ko na explain, but these are the some of the yung mga nakalagay na information sa batas, no? So we have to create development and improve conditions of the environment or the nature to fulfill the social, economic, and other requirements to ensure the attainment of the environment quality. Of course, we have the right to health environment. Okay, so PD 1151. Of course, ano man tawag natin sa environmental management? No? What do you mean by environmental management naman? The management of the interaction and impact of human activities on the natural environment. It is a purposeful activity with the goal to maintain, number one, to maintain and improve the state of an environmental resource affected by human activities. Pag minalag na po kayong word na maintain, it's a management to maintain and improve the state of environmental resources. Ang tawag po natin dyan ay environmental management. Okay? So what are the category of service from the natural environment? So we have to there are source inputs to production, life support services, amenity service, and things for waste. So how can we manage? Diba? So these are the four. So 4 major environmental issues in the Philippines. Okay, of course, climate change, decline of natural resources and biodiversity. Yung sabi ko sa inyo kanina, alarming waste problem in the Philippines, di ba? As you all know, the mismanagement sa pagtapon ng basura and people's behavior towards waste, di ba? So, it's very evident naman na although we have laws and policies about environmental protection and management, but it behoves upon us, no, how can we as a citizen help to protect our environment. So basic environmental management principles, okay? So polluters pays principle and user pays principle. So that's why we have environmental fees, payment for ecosystem service. No, napaka-importante nito, no? Hindi lang dahil it will be a source of the income for the government, but also the government should have programs, mga programa to protect our environment. Okay, kaya may mga fees tayo, no? Environmental fees, something like that. So precautionary principle, of course, the government should have, should inform the people, okay, or ng proper information dissemination, how we protect the environment. Principles of effectiveness and efficiency and intergenerational equity. So, always remember na walang mahirap at walang mayaman for us to protect the environment. We have the responsibilities, mayaman ka man, mahirap ka man, ano man ang katayuan mo sa buhay. Okay? So, we have to protect the environment. So, next. So, what are the government agencies? Ayan. Or instrumentalities for environmental protection and management. Of course, we have the DNR, or Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So, pakitandaan itong mga acronyms. Okay? Nalabas po ito sa exam. Alam naman natin DNR as mandated by Executive Order number 192. CENRO, Community Environment and Natural Resource Office of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Yan. EMB o Environmental Management Bureau of DNR. PENRO, Provincial Environment and Natural Resources Office. We have MPAS, Environmental Management and Protected Air Sector. PCSD, Palawan Council for Sustainable Development. Okay. So since we talk about environment, of course, the executive department responsible for the conservation and management, development, and proper use of the country's environmental and natural resources, specifically forests and grazing lands, mineral resources, including those in reservation and watershed areas and lands of the public domain, as well as licensing and regulation of all natural resources as may be provided for by law in order to ensure equitable sharing of the benefits derived therefrom for the welfare of the present and future generation of Filipinos. Yun po ay ang DENR. Okay? Of course, may mga agencies tayo, okay, attached agencies. Under the DNR, we have the Foreign Management Bureau, yan, yung mga bureau under the DNR. Lands Management Bureau, Mines and Geosciences Bureau, yan, nadoble lang pala ito. Environmental Management Bureau, Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau, Protected Areas and Wildlife Bureau, Pollution Adjudication Board, and field offices of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. And we have here National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, Natural Resources Development Corporation, and the National Electrification Administration, or NEA. Okay. So we have here another law, PD number 1152, okay, or the Philippine Environment Code. So, ano bang meron sa PD number 1152 or the Philippine Environment Code? So, here, nakastipulate dito yung air quality management, the water quality management, land use management, natural resources management and conservation, and waste management. Okay. So, we talk about the air quality management. It consists of ambient air quality standards, national emission standards, community noise standards, standards for noise producing equipment, and aircraft emission and sonic booms. Kaya nga, di ba, kapag sa mga licensing ng sasakyan, no, it's very important na di ba, meron anti-smoke belching, di ba? So, we are compliant with that. So to ensure that we have air quality, di ba? So we have also the water quality management, okay? Classification of Philippine waters, the classification of waters based on intended beneficial use, upgrading of water quality and water quality standards. So dapat sinusupervise at nare-regulate yung paano tinatapon yung waste sa katubigan. Okay? And land use management, okay? National Land Use Scheme, a science-based and technology-oriented land inventory and classification system. So meron tayong tinatawag na National Land Use Scheme na ginagamit. No? It's a determination of present land uses, the extent to which they are utilized, underutilized, rendered idle, or abandoned. Okay. So we have the Natural Resources Management and Conservation about fisheries and aquatic resources, wildlife, forestry and soil conservation, flood control and natural calamities, energy development, conservation and utilization of surface, groundwaters, and mineral resources. So we'll also talk about here sa PD 1152 waste management. So as you all know, we have the methods of solid waste disposal, diba? Solid waste disposal, sanitary landfills, incineration and composting plants, disposal sites, and dumping into the sea and other navigable waters. So we have here this RA 7611. It provides for the compliance to Strategic Environmental Plan or SEP to ensure any development to be undertaken within Palawan should have the following features. Okay, we have the RA 7611. So we have here the ecological viability and social acceptability. And of course, we have here the integrated approach or holistic approach. So, pag sinabi ecological viability, to maintain the productivity of the national ecosystem. Pag sinabi social acceptability, it's the people should be committed to support or help to sustain the development activities by fostering equity and access to resources and the benefits derived from them. So, pag sinabi integrated approach is holistic. So it's the combination of, or the collaboration of how we protect as a people, how we protect the ecology or the environment. Okay. So may tinatawag na Rio Declaration. Okay. And these are the the declaration approved by member states. Okay. So, ano bang meron sa Rio Declaration ng United Nations noong 1992? So, environmental issues are best handled with the participation of all concerned citizens at the relevant level. So, the only way to have long-term economic progress is to link into the environmental protection. Yung sinasabi sa Rio Declaration. When mandated the Johannesburg Declaration, okay, it broad-bases participation in policy formulation, decision-making naman to, and implementation at all levels. Commits the nations of the world to build a humane, equitable, and caring global society cognizant of the need for human dignity for all. It's actually an agreement to focus particularly on the worldwide conditions that pose severe threats to sustainable development of our people. Okay? So may tinatawag tayo na Network of Protected Areas for Agricultural and Agro-Industrial Development or NPAAD. It refers to agricultural areas identified by the department or the DNR through the Bureau of Soils and Water Management in coordination with the National Mapping and Resources Information Authority in order to ensure the efficient utilization of land for agriculture and agro-industrial development and promote sustainable growth. So we have the NPAAD. Okay, it's the kumbaga ina-identify ng DNR, okay, yung mga areas to conserve, okay, and in-identify nila yung mga areas for the efficient utilization of, or the efficient use or efficient utilization of these areas, okay. So agri-based enterprises, highlands, areas located at even an elevation of 500 meters or above and have the potential for growing cements, temperate, and high-value crops. All agricultural lands that are ecologically fragile, that the conservation of fish will result in serious environmental degradation in mangrove areas and fish sanctuary. So it's very important, no, yung trabaho ng DNR, no, to see to it that there are some areas na dapat i-utilize ng tama. Okay? So, dyan papasok ng DNR. So, hindi naman pa pwede na those areas ay gagamitin lang, no, na kung saan-saan or gagamitin lang for personal use or gagamitin lang na walang paalam, no, sa DNR. So, it's very important to know what are those areas. Baka kasi naman, tatayuan ng building, di ba? Tatayuan ng establishment. So, yun pala ay yung area na yun ay dapat pangalagaan. We had the issue about that, di ba? Ano ba yung mga actually yung mga yung mga surroundings or landscape natin na dapat na kino-conserve o pinoprotektahan. But unfortunately, di ba, ay pinapatuyan to ng mga establishment. Okay? So, we have the Strategic Agriculture and Fisheries Development Zones or SAFDZ. It refers to the areas within the NPAD identified for production, agro-processing, and marketing activities to help develop and modernize either to the support of government, the agriculture, and fisheries sectors in an environmentally socio-cultural sound manner. So, again, meron tayong mga identified areas by the DNR kung saan, okay, these areas can be a source of income, di ba? Pwede dito mangisda ang mga kababayan natin, di ba? Baga, these areas can be maximized, utilized to help our citizens. Okay? Kaya nga nakalagay dito, agriculture and fisheries sectors. Okay? Pwede siyang gamitin, no? So, since we talk about that, no, since we talk about the identification of the areas to utilize, okay, meron tinatawag na marine protected area. Okay, ano bang meron sa marine protected area? It means a defined area of the sea established, set aside by law administrative regulation, or any other effective means in order to conserve and protect a part of the entire enclosed environment through the establishment of a management guidelines. It is considered a generic term that includes all declared areas governed by specific rules or guidelines in order to protect and manage activities within the enclosed area. That is marine protected area. Okay. So we have the RA 7586, the National Integrated Protected Air System, or NIPAS Act of 1992. Yan. It aims to protect forest, wetland, and marine areas in the Philippines. So of course, there's it fine, or it penalizes the ecological destruction. So 234 protected areas under this act yung pinoprotektahan ng gobyerno. Okay. Categories of protected areas: strict nature reserve, natural park, pwede siyang gawing natural park, pwede siyang gawing natural monument, protected landscapes and seascapes, resource center and natural biotic areas, and of course, other categories established by law. Okay, NIPAS. So we have also RA 8749, the Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999. Okay, it aims to achieve and maintain healthy air for all Filipinos, to encourage citizens to reduce activities that causes air pollution. Of course, example for smoking. It's comprehensive air quality management policy and program which aims to achieve and maintain healthy air for all Filipinos. Okay, so as you all know, we have the sources of air pollution. We have vehicles, diba? Establishment, and so on and so forth. Okay. Of course, we have here the RA 9275, or the Philippine Clean Air Act of 2004. It aims to protect the country's water bodies from pollution from land-based sources such as industries and commercial establishments, agriculture, and community household activities. Yan. RA 9275, the Philippine Clean Air Act of 2004. Okay. We have also the RA 9729, the Climate Change Act of 2009, as an act integrating climate into government policy frameworks, or government policy framework establishing the climate change process plan and program, creating the Climate Change Commission for this purpose and for the other purpose. Meron tayong Climate Change Commission, diba? So RA 9729, Climate Change Act of 2009. We have also RA 6969, the Toxic Substance, Hazardous and Nuclear Waste Control Act of 1990. Aims to regulate restrictions or prohibit the importation, manufacturing, processing, distribution, and disposal of chemical substances that present risk to human health. As you all know, we have the toxic substance, diba? Hazardous and nuclear waste. Okay, so RA 6969, Toxic Substances, Hazardous and Nuclear Waste Control Act of 1990. We have also here the RA 9003, Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000. Okay, so it provides the necessary policy framework, institutional mechanisms, and mandate to the local government units or LGUs to achieve 25% waste reduction through establishing of what? Anong tawag natin sa solid waste management plans na yan? Based on the 3 R's. We have reduce, reuse, and recycling. Yan, tignan natin yung 3 R's. So, ito yung mga prohibited acts, of course. Yan. No throwing or dumping of waste in the park, sidewalks, di ba? So, we have to undertake other means, okay, or activities in collecting and transporting equipment in violation of sanitation operations, diba? Permits, yan. So, yung the open burning of solid waste, nagbabawal din po natin yan. Okay? Yan, RA 9003. Yan, ito po yung iba na nakastipulate sa batas. Okay? Ayan. So, hindi ko na po siya isa-isahin. And of course, sinama ko rin po ito, no? DRM Act of 2010 o RA 1012. RA 10121, no? It's an act strengthening the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management System providing for the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Framework, and institutionalizing the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Plan, appropriating funds thereof, and for the other purposes. Tandaan po natin yan, no? Yung RA 10121 or the RR Act, okay, of 2010. So we have also the Philippine Agenda 21. Okay, it's actually a document containing the National Agenda for Sustainable Development formulated by the Philippine Council for Sustainable Development. So, summary lang, no, ng ating mga major environmental laws na pwedeng lumabas sa CS exam. Okay, yan, RA 6969, RA 7586, RA 749, RA 9003, RA 9275. Okay, so how do we help Earth pop up with the fast population growth and development? No? That's why we are trying to tag na environmental impact assessment. Okay, tandaan din ito, baka lumabas din po ito sa exam. For us to know, di ba? Asa na ba tayo? Are we in the right track ba on preserving and protecting our environment? Meron tayong titag na assessment, EIA. Environmental Impact Assessment, a process that involves evaluating, predicting the likely impacts of the project on the environment during construction, commissioning, operation, and abandonment. A systematic process that examines the environmental consequences of development action in advance. Meron tayong ginagawa ng mga hakbang, di ba? Especially the government. We have the laws here, we have the policies, we have the interventions, and so on and so forth. We have the programs. But meron ba itong epekto? May impact ba ito, no, sa ating environment, no? So, there are two natures of EIA. Okay? As a technical tool for analysis of the consequences of the planned intervention policy, yan, sabi ko kanina, plan, program, project, providing information to stakeholders and decision makers as a legal and institutional procedure linked to the decision-making process of the plan intervention. That's why we have those policies and programs. No? Baka meron pa tayong dapat na i-revise or palitan o improve sa mga policies natin so that it can actually have a huge impact, no, on the negative effects of the environment, no. Gagaya ng mga sinabi ko kanina, no. Now we have to protect the environment, and we have to identify it. We have to monitor it, and we have to assess whether we are on the right track, whether those policies and programs may impact ba sa entire environment. So, what is the purpose of EIA? It's an aid to decision making, an aid to formulation of development actions, and an instrument for sustainable development. Kasi, alam naman natin, no, the government, na we have to monitor whether the trends are actually improving, or baka naman kasi yung trends ay wala talaga epekto sa environment. But as far as I'm concerned, no, we are in the right track, and we are improving naman, no, dun sa mga ginagawa na policy ng gobyerno. So, environmental valuation deals with the environmental gains and compensation for environmental losses. These environmental gains and losses can be investigated as environmental benefit. Okay, so use benefit, non-use benefits, and stewardship benefits. Okay, so environmental accounting, careful examination of the benefits and cost of the environmental damages through the environmental accounting. So, kailangan tignan natin, no, kung ano na ba, kung isa na percentage ng nasisira na ano natin, na areas natin, at yung percentage na nag-improve yung land areas natin, sa air natin, something like that. So, there's a proper accounting for that. Okay? So, how Philippines can adapt to climate change? Of course, to reduce vulnerability and future losses, we have to have a better flood management, avoid construction in floodplains and coastal areas, ensuring energy efficient buildings, efficient use of water or conservation of water, promotion of mass transit and non-motorized transport, improving water shortage, climate proofing, critical infrastructure, assets, and energy. That's why we have meron tayong mga policy or projects na ginagawang LGUs natin, no, na to maximize the space. Meron tayong mga urban gardening na sinasabi, something like that, diba? And more investment to renewable energy to reduce air pollution and enhance energy security. The government is encouraging us, to use eco-friendly vehicles, di ba? Or to conserve or to protect our environment, di ba? Meron tayong mga ordinances, di ba? Na instead na gumamit tayo ng mga vehicles, di ba? The government is encouraging us to use bicycles as the mode of transport. Okay. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope you learn something about environmental protection management. Those are the major points na sa tingin ko ay pwedeng lumabas sa exam. Especially yung mga batas, yung what is environment, what is non-renewable, what's renewable, and something like that. Tsaka yung mga government offices involved in the protection and management of the environment. Yan, we have the DNR, diba? And other attached agencies na malabas po yun, especially mga acronyms. So yun lang po, and thank you very much. Ma'am Pulma.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat. Yes,
Pwede ko po bang itong PowerPoint ko ay ma-share din sa kanila?
yes, sir. Opo, hihingin nga namin yun sa inyo.
Apo, para at least kasi may mga acronyms doon, ma'am eh.
Opo.
For sure lalabas po yung mga andon, yung mga questions about the acronyms, tsaka yung mga government offices, tapos yung mga batas. So, might as well focus sila doon sa mga yan. Thank you,
Opo.
ma'am. Thank you po.
Yes, sir. Hihingi namin po yun sa inyo siguro. Sabi ko, hihingi ako muna na permiso sa lahat para at least kahit papano, may forward ko sa ating mga reviewer ngayon yung materials na ibibigay niyo sa akin. Okay. So, sir, let me award you the certificate po. Pasensya na talaga, wala na akong boses. By the way, katatapos lang po rin kasi ng Career Fest 2024 Part 2 natin, simula nung Wednesday. Tapos may Academe Industry Conference pa, plus meron pa syempreng Recognition Award for Collaborative Engagement. So sabay-sabay siya since Wednesday. So ubus na yung boses natin. Pero syempre, life must go on at the show must go on. Regardless kung ano man yung kahit pagod ka, kailangan mong gawin para sa inyo, para sa ating mga kaisko at kaiska. Okay? So, okay? This certificate of appreciation is presented to Professor Chris Allen B. Matote, College of Political Science and Public Administration, in grateful acknowledgement of his engagement and insightful academic contribution as online career service examination course reviewer, importing unparalleled knowledge and expertise in the areas of specialization, environmental management and protection during the conduct of online career service examination or course held on July 13 via video Zoom conferencing platform and live at the Facebook live stream. So, signed Engineer Florinda H. Oquendo, Director, Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, Associate Professor Elmer M. Soriano, Dean College of Political Science and Public Administration, and Tomas Otestor, Vice President of Students Affairs and Services. So, sir, ipapareceive ko po sa inyo yung certificate nyo personal. Tapusin ko lang po lahat siguro on the end of the month. Yung po ano.
Thank you po, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you po.
maraming salamat po. So, wait lang po
Good luck
natin.
everyone, guys. Good luck sa inyong exam sa August. Thank
Okay.
you.
Maraming salamat, sir, at maraming salamat po sa ating reviewer ngayon. Hintayin lang natin, wait lang po ha. Papasok na rin po yung ating next reviewer, si Ma'am Villarosa for Philippine Constitution. Wait lang po ah. Natin guys. So maraming salamat. Hintayin natin ang ating reviewer. Pupapasok na raw po siya. From Ms. Tin Villarosa from the College of Political Science and Public Administration. So guys, alam ko lahat sa inyo kinakabahan na para sa civil service examination. Ang points ko lang na pwede kong sabihin sa inyo or pwede kong i-share sa inyo is huwag kayong kabahan. At the same time, kahit papaano, pumasok kayo or agahan nyo yung punta dun sa venue ng examination nyo para hindi rin po kayo maratel na maghahanap ng room. So, puntahan nyo siya, ina-advise kayo rin naman ng civil service na puntahan at bisitahin, hanapin ang room nyo at hanapin ang place ng pag-exam nyo day before your examination. So, bakit po ba, ano po bang pinagkaiba ng sub-professional and professional examination? So, normally, nagkakaiba lang po ang professional and sub-professional exam is dun sa number of item na sinasagutan. At meron bang difference once na nakapasa ka ng civil service examination, sub-professional and professional civil service exam? Yes. Kung papasok ako, ang target mo ay pumasok sa trabaho sa gobyerno. Kung SG11 pataas, ang kailangan mong i-take ay professional civil service examination. Pero kung ang ambisyon mo naman or ang kailangan mong trabaho is SG10 pababa, pwede na po doon ang sub-professional exam. Okay. So, kailangan ba graduate ka para makapag-take ka ng professional civil service exam? Hindi po. Ang requirement na lang po ay dapat 18 years of age. So, dapat na lang kahit papano, 18 years of age. Pero sabi nga nila, minsan it is advisable daw na at least college level. Kasi may mga subject po, halimbawa, constitution na tinitake, environmental law, na tinitake naman siya or mas in deep yung discussion niya once na college level na tayo. Okay, so check natin kung nandito na si ma'am. Pasok na raw siya. So, so, ano ba yung civil service exam? Kagaya nga ng sinabi ko kanina, ito yung process natin para makapagtrabaho sa gobyerno. Para malaman nyo yung ibang detalye, pwede kayong mag-log in or pwede nyo bisitahin ang Civil Service Examination ay Civil Service Commission website. So para at least mas marami kayong malaman tungkol sa civil service examination, paano kayo magte-take ng civil service examination, kailan yung date. Visit natin yung www.csc.gov.ph. Wait lang ha. So, pag professional exam, normally guys, 170 items yung kailangan yung sagutan at may limit kayong 3 hours and 10 minutes lang. So, time exam talaga siya. Pag sa professional naman, merong 175, 75, 165 item exam na kailangan nyo namang sagutan ng 2 hours and 40 minutes. So, ibig sabihin guys, ang difference lang niya ay almost 5 items. At ang difference naman niya ng pagsasagot ay almost 32 hours, isang 2 hours and 40 minutes. So, 30 minutes. So, yun yung nakaalat. Ma'am, bakit 5 items lang? Is 5 items lang, pero 30 minutes yung binigay na allotment. So, yun po yung rationalin or yun po yung number of items na kailangan sagutan sa civil service once na magte-take kayo ng civil service examination. Okay? Alam ko, yung iba sa inyo, naka-receive na ba kayo ng NOSA nyo, guys? Yung mga, yung mga magte-take po, kailangan po maka-receive kayo ng Notice of School Assignment. Kasi yun po yung importante nyo makita dahil doon po nakasulat kung saan kayo mag-e-exam. So, ngayong September, meron tayong Civil Service Examination. So, ano ba yung coverage ng Civil Service Examination? Pag professional level po, syempre, una kasama yung English, English and Filipino po ha. Una kasama yung numerical ability. So, yun yung diniscuss or ni-review natin last time kasama si Miss Mabel saka si Miss Joanne. So, dito syempre yung mga worded problems, yung mga basic operation, yun yung posibleng makasama sa exam. Next one, meron din naman tayong analytical. Analytical ability. So, sa analytical ability naman po natin, Sa analytical ability naman natin, actually, mamaya or next week, sila yung magdi-discuss naman ng word association, identifying assumption and conclusion, logic, and data interpretation. So, yun naman yung ibang i-discuss ng iba pa nating mga reviewer next week and the following week. Then, syempre, English, yung verbal ability natin, kasama yung grammar and correct usage, kasama din yung vocabulary, paragraph organization, and reading comprehension. So, yun yung kasama sa professional level. Pagdating naman sa sub-professional level, ang kasama naman po ay ang, syempre, numerical ability, kasama pa rin yung basic operation, worded problem or word problem, at may nadagdag yung clerical ability. Yung clerical ability ay di-discuss ni Ma'am Anlin parang second end ng week na to. So, clerical ability tayo. Then, verbal ability naman, yung grammar and correct usage, vocabulary, paragraph organization, and reading comprehension. Siyempre, ano ba yung difference nila? Ito po ang difference nila. Yung clerical ability. Saka at the same time, both sa pro and professional is magko-cover siya ng general information. Ano po ba yung general information? Siyempre, ang general information natin ay yung mga subject na dinidiscuss natin ngayon. Dito kasama natin ang, siyempre, unang-una na Philippine Constitution. Next one, mamaya i-discuss natin Code of Conduct and Ethical Standard for Public Official and Employees. Itadagdag din natin ang peace and human rights issues and concept. At kanina, yung diniscuss ni Sir Matute, ni Sir Chris, na environmental management and protection. Yun po yung kasama sa general information na dinid na exam or partner examination na dinidiscuss natin every week. Okay. Saglit lang daw guys. So, pagpasensyahan nyo na muna ako ngayon dahil ang pangit ng boses ko. Okay. So, mamaya magdi-discuss naman ng Code of Ethics or Code of Conduct and Ethical Standard for Public Employee, Official and Public Employee under Republic Act 6713. So, after ni Ma'am Tin, meron pa po tayong reviewer. So, full pack tayo ngayong week na to or ngayong araw na to. Mamaya pong hapon, meron tayong verbal ability naman na i-discuss naman po ng ating speaker from College of Arts and Letters ni na Ma'am Lai. So, mamaya hintay-hintayin lang natin si Ma'am Tin. So, andito na yung isang speaker natin. Kausapin natin. Sir Colot.
Yes, ma'am. Opo. Pasensya na't medyo masama din ang dahil 3 araw din kami sa PICC. Wednesday,
Yes.
Thursday, Friday.
Opo.
Ano bang ni Ma'am Tin? Anong kanyang i-discuss?
Ang discussion, sir, ni Ma'am Tin ngayon ay Philippine Constitution. So, sir, ikaw ang
6713.
Yes, 67.
Oo, ma'am. Oo, prepared naman. Kasi tinuturo ko na yan dati sa mga review. Meron naman tayong material.
Okay po. So, andito ang mga reviewer natin. Nag-update lang daw yung Zoom ni Ma'am Tin ngayon. So, nahihirapan siya yata pumasok. Syempre, alam naman natin si Zoom. Kailangan nyo munang i-update. So, sir, may dalawa tayong attendees ngayon. Meron po tayong nasa Zoom Live at meron tayong nasa Facebook page at yung isa naman po dito po sa ating Zoom Live.
Opo.
Okay.
So sana po tayo ay ano no, August 11 po ba ang exam?
August 11 pala, sorry naman.
August, no? So, ang target natin ay at least, 100%. Siyempre, mag-isip na tayo nung, ang tawag nito, yung pinakamataas, no? So, sana lahat po ng ating mga nagpa-participate, no? Yung dito sa Zoom at yung nasa ating Facebook ay makapasa po tayo, no? So yan po. Kasi diyan natin i-gauge kung successful ba yung ating mga ginagawang mga training, definitely. Siyempre, nagpapasalamat tayo sa ARCDO, no? Headed by Ma'am Jane. Kasi sila po yung nag-initiate nito, no? In partnership with our college, the College of Political Science and Public Administration. So yun lang, ma'am. Thank you po.
Sir, ang head po ng ARCDO ay si Engineer Florinda Oquinto. Hepe
Ay,
lang
si
po
Engineer,
ako.
si AVP Student Services pala, sorry. Opo, kay Ma'am Flor. Opo. So, yun, no, sana ay magtuloy-tuloy no itong program natin na ganito, no, twice a year. Yun lang, ma'am. Thank you po.
Apo, maraming salamat, Sir JC. So, wait lang. Anong nangyari kay Ma'am T? Hinihintay. Wait lang. Sir JC, gusto mo ikaw na lang kaya muna po?
Okay lang naman, ma'am. Sige po.
Sige, sir. Okay? So, to discuss about RA 6713 or the Code of Conduct for Public Official and Employee, let's welcome or give a hand to Professor Juan Carlo Colot from the College of Political Science and Public Administration.
Yes, opo. Good morning po, no, sa ating lahat. Pero magse-share ako ng screen, no? So, yan. Wait lang. Nasaan na ba yung aking isi-share? So, yan. Kita na po ba natin ito?
Sir, visible na po.
Okay. So, bago ako magsimula about the discussion, no, napaka-importante, which is, this is the very, the foundation, no, of entering public service. Kasi, the reason why we took, no, the examination for the Philippine Civil Service or the Civil Service exam ay para magkaroon tayo ng tinatawag nating eligibility, no? So mamaya papahapiwan ko ng konti because there is a different slide for that, no? Gusto ko lang i-elaborate no the importance, no? Pero itong batas na ito, the Republic Act 6713, sa totoo lang maraming nagba-violate nito eh. Yes, oo. Pero kung titignan natin sa kasi when I took the civil service exam way back, no? There are the 20 items, no, ng ating civil service exam ay nanggaling do sa general info. And as to the Code of Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees, so merong inaalat dito na at least ay anong pangalan nito, meron ditong mga 5 hanggang 7 no na mga katanungan. Okay. Ito naman ay hindi para kabisahin ninyo, para at least alam lang ninyo kasi may mga instances doon na kung saan na maglalagay lang sila ng senaryo and then titignan ninyo kung saan pumasok or di kaya naman ay i-identify lang ninyo no yung mga konsepto or basic concepts of that. So what are the declaration of principles of the law, no? Ang sinasabi dyan is public officials and employees shall at all times be accountable to the people and shall discharge their duties with utmost. So yan, no? Baka mamaya sa exam, lumalabas doon ay which among or alin doon ang hindi kasama. Kasi minsan nakakalito eh, no? Tignan natin mabuti, no? Basahin natin mabuti yung tanong, no? Wag tayo na kung hindi tayo masyadong sigurado sa unang basa natin maintindihan, no, ulitin natin, no? Remember that the passing score is 80%. So napakahalaga per punto. So kung yan ay 100 or 130 or 140 points na for you to meet. Okay? So responsibility, integrity, competence, act with patriotism and justice, lead modest lives, and uphold public interest over personal interest. So kung titignan natin, lahat ng ito ay self-explanatory naman, no? Kaya lang kung i-apply natin doon sa kukunin ninyong examination, baka mamaya, no? Pipiliin nyo kung alin doon. So, syempre, alam natin, no? So, ito yung mga basic concepts na dapat nating tandaan. Yan. So, what does public office mean? Okay? So, itong dinidiscuss ko na to, let's assume that you already passed the civil service exam. And then you are now an employee of the government. Kasi may mga ganitong mga training din. So, at least parang tayo empleyado na, no? Kiniklaim na natin 'yon, no? So public office is frequently used to refer to the right, authority, and duty created and conferred by law by which for a given period either fixed by law or enduring at the pleasure of creating power. Okay? Kasi meron nga tayo tinatawag dyan na career and non-career. No? Yung ewan ko, discuss tayo ng mga na pa last week. Okay? Pag sinabi nating career, di ba? So, meron kayong tinatawag na security of tenure. Okay? Pag sinasabi naman natin ng career, no, maaring appointee ka, maaring coterminus ka, no? Because definitely the appointment is what? Because of trust evidence of the what do you call this, of the appointing authority. So an individual is invested with some portion of the sovereign functions of the government to be exercised by that individual for the benefit of the public. So in the case of Fernandez versus Santo Tomas in 1995. So if you are holding a public office, that is why you are obliged, or sabihin natin na tayo ay inaasal na merong yung mga binanggit natin kaninang mga adjective, di ba? Na dapat meron tayo nun. Because we hold a portion of sovereign functions of the government, no? Kaya wag nating isabuhay yung sinasabing, no? If you pag binigyan ka ng kapangyarihan ay isang public officer, no? If dito tayo, no? So tayo ay binibigyan ng koonte, no? Kapangyarihan galing sa pamahalaan. All right? So yeah. So norms of conduct of public officials and employees. So ito madalas lumalabas din sa exam, no? Kasi pag makita mo yung mga examinations, no? So ito ay napaka-importante, okay? So commitment to public interest, no? Public officials and employees shall always uphold the public interest over the personal interest. So ganun lang naman ang ibig sabihin niya, no? Wag nating pag tayo ay nandun na, no, or sabihin natin na if you are a public officer, an employee of the government, so this is no longer about ourselves, no, but rather, no, the interest of the general public or for those whom we serve. Yan. So all government resources and powers of the respective offices must be employed and used efficiently, effectively, honestly, and economically, particularly to avoid wastage in the public funds and revenues. So parang ganito yan. No. Sa sarili nating bahay, no, lahat ng meron tayo iniingatan natin, tinitipid natin. So ganun din sa pamahalaan, no? So pag tayo ay nandoon na, no, hindi tayo nag-aaksaya ng oras, no, lahat 'yan kasi hindi natin pera, no, hindi pera ng mga empleyado yung ginagamit diyan, but rather coming from the taxes of the people. And professionalism. So sinabi natin professionalism, no? Kasi nga if you are a career employee, no? Let's say you are holding administrative officer level, administrative aide level, no? So dapat we act. No, wag tayo masyadong masungit, no, sa ating mga kliyente. Sinabi wag masungit kasi pag sinabing wag masyado, so pwede konti, sir. So hindi, no? So yeah. So public officials and employees shall perform and discharge their duties with the highest degree of excellence, professionalism, intelligence, and skill. That is why training is very important, no? So, tayo sa pamahalaan, no, pag meron tayong mga kinokonduct ng mga trainings, we have to attend. Okay? Kasi pag hindi natin alam kung anong pinag-aralan, how can we apply all those things? The same thing with you. Okay? So, kung hindi ka nag-aral mabuti, paano mo i-apply? Okay? Paano mo malalaman? So, yan. And they shall enter public service with utmost devotion and dedication to duty. Hindi yung pumasok tayo sa gobyerno kasi maganda or very competitive, no? Ang salary. But rather, we are expected to have what? With this devotion, no? So we have this passion in serving our constituents, passion in serving our community. Okay? They shall endeavor wrong perceptions of their roles as dispensers or peddlers of undue patronage. That is why, no, you are an employee of the government, so dapat ikaw ay so wala kang kinikilingan. No, balanse ka pagdating sa politika or non-partisan ka. Okay? Justness and sincerity, no? And public officials and employees shall remain true to the people at all times. So, let's say, for example, you are in the, anong tawag dito? Kunyari, nasa treasury office ka na site, no? And unfortunately, nakalimutan nung kliyente mong kuhanin yung sukuli. So, dapat maging totoo tayo, no? So, yan. Shall not discriminate against anyone, especially the poor and underprivileged. So, wala tayo pinipiling siniserbisyuhan. No, mayaman, mahirap, matanda o bata, may ngipin man o wala, LGBT man yan. So, we have to serve them. Okay? Kasi kung minsan ngayon, ang nangyayari ay, kung anong itsura ng tao, doon di ba doon natin siya So, under the Republic Act 6713, so hindi dapat tayo ganoon, no? Dapat tayo ay fair, dapat tayo ay equal to everyone. So, yan, yung sinasabi ng political neutrality, nangyayari ba yan sa totoo, sir? Siguro some of you will. Asan nangyayari ba yan sa totoo? Hindi ba kung minsan nga, inutusan pa nga kami, no? Na don't mag-print, no? Sa munisipyo ng mga paraphernalia, election paraphernalia. But, ay nakatotohanan, but the reality is that under the law, no? Kahit pag tayo ay taong gobyerno, dapat neutral tayo. So, kasi nga, hindi ka na rin naman matatakot kaya nga di ba magte-take ka ng civil service exam, no? So, ibig sabihin, if you have that, so permanent. Ang problema kasi, kaya medyo may something pagdating dyan, mas marami kasing job order no? And we know for a fact that these job order employees, no, napupolitika din yan. Okay? So public officials and employees shall provide service to everyone without unfair discrimination and regardless of party affiliation or party preference, no? Kunyari, no, ang sinusuportahan niya ay pula, pero ikaw ay dilaw. So hindi ibig sabihin na i-exclude mo siya. But rather you have to to serve them pa rin. Responsiveness to the public. No? Public officials and employees shall extend prompt, courteous, and adequate service to the public. So maging magalang tayo, wag tayo nakabulyaw, no, sa ating mga. Pero kung minsan kasi di ba hindi natin maiwasan. That is why dapat meron tayong proper training. Pero tandaan natin, no, na sila yung ating mga boss. Sa totoo lang, sila naman talaga yung mga boss Hindi ba? So, hindi yung mga mayor, no, hindi yung mga government officers, but rather the people because they are the one who pay, no, our salaries. Okay? Public officials and employees shall provide information on their policies and procedures in clear and understandable language. No, so yan. So, alam mo na sabihin natin na hindi naman marunong mag-Ingles, no? So, kaya dapat gagamit natin yung Tagalog. Kung minsan nga, pag nakakakita tayo ng Citizens Charter, naka-English, di ba? So, dapat pala yun may Tagalog. Oo, dapat. No? Kasi hindi naman talaga nila binabasa dahil hindi nila maintindihan. No? So, yan. Responsiveness to the public, ensure openness of information, public consultation, and hearings whenever appropriate. So, parang transparency, no? Encourage suggestion, systematize and simplified policy, rules and procedures. Mas masyadong complicated, no, yung ating mga polisiya, no? In as much as possible, dapat naka-streamline, no? Dapat walang paulit-ulit, okay? Avoid red tape and develop an understanding and appreciation of the socio-economic conditions prevailing in the country, especially in the depressed, rural, and urban areas. So, ayan. So, what about the norms? So, ito lumalabas din, no, sa exam. Okay? Lahat ba yan, sir? Hindi. Kaya nga importante dapat maano natin, no, ma-rundown lang natin ng konti. So, nationalism and patriotism. Okay? So, public officials and employees should at all times be loyal to the Republic and to the Filipino people. Wala naman tayong nakita dito, di ba, na be loyal to the mayor, be loyal to the vice mayor, to the councilor, but for whom are we expected to be loyal is to the Republic and to the Filipino people. Paano pag Chinese? Sir, paano yon? Malalaman mo pa ba naman na Chinese yon unless hingan mo siya ng birth certificate? Diba? So, basta ang importante dyan, no, pag nandiyan na yan sa harap natin and kailangan ng serbisyo natin, so gawin natin yung tama. No? Encourage appreciation and pride of country and people. Okay. So, commitment to democracy, so well, self-explanatory na lahat ng ito. Excuse me. Public officials and employees shall commit themselves to the democratic way and life and values. No? Maintain the principle of public accountability and manifest by deeds the supremacy of civilian authority over the military. That is why, pag nagtuturo ako ng consti, ang tatanungin ko sa mga estudyante ko, in times of war, sinong mas makapangyarihan? Barangay captain o ang general ng PNP? Lagi nilang sinasabi yung general ng PNP, sir. The answer is no. No? Kasi tayo ay, no, kaya nga ang ating presidente civilian eh. No? At all times, sabi at all times. So even in times of war, no, civilian supremacy, no, is much more over the military. Okay? They shall at all times uphold the Constitution and put loyalty to the country above loyalty to persons at any form. So mabibigyan ng mas malalim pang mga paliwanag yan mamaya when you discuss your Philippine Consti. Okay? Simple living. Actually, marami nakakasuhan dito sa simple living na ito. Magkano lang ba ang salary grade niya? Pero grabe, ilan ang sasakyan niya, no? No? Tapos naghihirap na ang bayan, siya paparty ng paparty worth 20 million, 30 million, ano? So, yan, no? So, hindi dapat daw ganun. So, public official and employees and their families shall lead modest lives appropriate to their positions and incomes. So, kung ikaw ay salary grade 12 lang, dapat at least you have to show equal, no? Hindi yung salary grade 12, no? Meron kang BMW, meron kang Lexus, no? Meron ka pang Porsche, or even you have the Ferrari, hindi yung malaking question. Saan mo kinukuha? Ito lang ang sweldo mo. No, kaya may SALN no? Hindi ko alam kung yung pagpa-file ng SALN ay kasama, but it will be included here. Okay? They shall not indulge in extravagant or ostentatious display of wealth in any form. So, ibig sabihin niya, huwag kang mayabang. kahit na mayaman ka, huwag kang mayabang. Okay? What about the duties of public officials and employees? So, they act promptly on letter or request. No, ito importante lumalabas sa exam, no. Kailan ka ba dapat sumagot? Let's say there is an inquiry or there is a question, no? All public officials and employees shall within 15 working days. Okay, take note of the word working days kasi nakakalito yan sa exam, no. Basta nilagay doon 15 days or baka nalagay 15 working days. So, 15 working days kasi hindi kasama dyan yung Sabado at Linggo. Okay? Kasi pag sinabi mong 15 days, kasama yung Sabado at Linggo. Okay? From receipt hereof, respond to the letters, telegrams, or other means of communication sent by the public. No, unless otherwise, you will violate RA 6713 if you fail to do so. The reply must contain the action taken on the request. No? Submit annual performance reports. Yan. And within 45 working days from the end of the year, render the performance report of the agency or office or corporation concerned. And such report shall be open and available to the public within regular office hours. So yung ating bulletin board. 'Di ba? Transparency board kung tawagin ng iba. Mali ba ng tao kung totoo 'yun? Ang sinasabi lang naman mag-post ka. Kung totoo man 'yan o hindi, maglagay ka. So yan. Process documents and papers expeditiously. To expedite everything, so wag kang babagal-bagal. So yan, kasi kung minsan natutulog kung kaya, ang prinsipyo lang dyan, kaya mong gawin ngayon, gawin mo na. Wag mo nang ipagpabukas pa. Okay? All official papers and documents must be processed and completed within a reasonable time from the preparation thereof, and must contain, as far as practicable, not more than 3 signatories therein. Kasi yung bureaucracia na tinatawag. Actually, tumatagal yan, no? That is why RA 6713 provided at least 3 signatories, not more than. No? Kasi syempre, i-route mo yan sa mga offices, no? And, they are avoiding the corruption. Because mas maraming pumipirma, mas mataas ng possibility na merong corruption na nagaganap. Okay? So what if the signatory is absent? So in the absence of the duly authorized signatories, the official next in rank or the officer in charge shall sign for and in their behalf. So para hindi natutulog yung dokumento. Imagine kung nakalib ng 1 taon yan, or 1 taon, kung nakalib na 1 linggo yan, edi ang tagal ng dokumento mo. Diba? So kailangan yun. Act immediately on public's personal transactions. So all public official and all public official and employees must attend to anyone who wants to avail himself of the services of their office and must at all times act promptly and expeditiously. So yan, nabanggit natin kanina. Make documents accessible to the public, and all public documents must be made accessible to and readily available for inspection by the public within reasonable hours. Kasi nga, sila nga yung boss natin. Okay? What about the prohibited acts and transactions? So ito lumalabas din sa examination. Financial and material interest. Okay? Especially the under-the-table transactions. Public official and employees shall not directly or indirectly have any financial or material interest in any transaction requiring the approval of their office. Napakahirap naman yan, sir. Yun ang sinasabi ng batas, wala tayong magagawa, no? Kung minsan maisip natin, totoo ba yung mga pinagsasasabi mo? Nasa sa inyo na. No? But it is what the law said. Okay? Prohibited outside employment or activities. So yan, kapag kayo ay nandyan na, no? So, tapos nagmo-moonlight ka, di ba? So, bawal po yan. Okay? Own, control, manage, or accept employment as officer, employee, consultant, counsel, broker, agent, trustee, or nominee in any private enterprise regulated, supervised, or licensed by their office unless expressly allowed by law. So, bawal pala yun, no, sir, no? So, the general rule is bawal, but there is an exception. There is always an exception to the rule unless it is expressly allowed by law. Kung pinapayagan. Okay? Engage in the private practice of their profession unless authorized by the Constitution or law, provided by that such practice will not conflict or tend to conflict with their official functions. So, yeah. Kunyari, lawyer ka, tapos nandyan ka, okay? So, may mga bagay na kung saan hindi ka pwedeng mag-represent. No? Unless mag-resign ka, no, to you to have the practice. Pero ang rationale dyan is, syempre, if you are the legal officer, and then what? No? Or you are the department head. No, syempre, yung position mo, kahit ba sabihin mong hindi, sir, hindi naman po No? Yun yung pa rin yung tinitingnan. Eh, ang ina-avoid dyan is the conflict of interest. Okay? Or recommend any person to any position in a private enterprise which has a regular or pending official transaction with their office. Oo nga naman, ano? Siyempre, mabibigyan ng pabor, no? Yung private enterprise na yun. And this prohibition shall continue to apply for a period of 1 year after resignation, retirement, or separation from public office. So, ito nakakatawa, no? Ibig sabihin, pag nag-retire ka pala, meron ka pa, kahit wala ka na doon, 1 taon pa, no? Yung prohibitions dapat mo i-practice. Hindi na ako connected dyan, sasabihin mo. No, because according to the law, after 1 year, no, pagkatapos pa ng 1 taon, at saka ka na hindi covered netong mga ito. Okay. Disclosure and or misuse of confidential information. So yan, we have the Data Privacy Act. Okay? So I don't know if nagbago na ba ang trend ng exam kung naglalagay na yan pagdating dyan or kung naglalagay na rin pagdating sa Cybercrime Act. Okay? Pero, well, halimbawa, nasa Social Welfare Development ka na-assign. No, tapos nag-a-apply ng, sabihin natin, ng financial assistance, no, yung isang kabarangay mo nakakilala mo. Alam mo namang mayaman yun. Tapos pinost mo sa social media or pinost mo kani-kanino mo chinismis. So, bawal yan. Okay? So, you violate 6713 and also you violate 10173. No, kung hindi ako nagkakamali na Data Privacy Act. Public official and employees shall not use or divulge confidential or classified information officially known to them by reason of their office and not made available to the public the said information before they are officially released. No? So maging maingat tayo pagdating dyan. Kasi baka sa exam scenario, ngayon kasi mahilig na sila sa mga ganyan, yung mga scenario. So it takes time, but you have to what? You have to understand the question. No? But the problem with, lagi ko sinasabi sa mga estudyante ko is, my students have always the right answer to the wrong question. That is why, mali-mali. No? Tama ang sagot nila sa maling tanong. No? Dapat wag ninyong gawin yun, ha? Okay. Solicitations or acceptance of gifts. So, di ba dati na natatandaan niyo isang senador na kalbo? Sabi, okay lang naman yan eh. No? Pero under 6713, no, meron kasing certain amount hanggang saan lang. Hindi pera ha, but at least yung value yung value nung gift. Okay? Pero generally speaking, so dapat hindi tayo nabibigay niyan. O hindi kayo tumatanggap niyan as future public servant. Okay? Public official and employee shall not solicit or accept directly or indirectly any gift, gratuity, favor, entertainment, loan, or anything monetary value from any person. Sabi dyan, anything monetary value from any person. So dito ako nalilito. Kasi di ba yung isang bagay may monetary value? Lahat naman may monetary value, no? Let's say nagbigay ka, sabi natin hindi yan pera. No, ngayon nga pag nagpa-LVC ka, di ba? Pag nagpa-JNT ka, dinedeklara mo yung monetary value pinadala mo. So meaning to say, there is a monetary value for that goods, no? For that thing, okay? So in any course of their official duties or in connection with any operation being regulated by or any transaction which may be affected by the function of their office. So sinasabi lang naman diyan, naka-duty ka, no? Pumunta ang kliyente mo, no? Kunyari may transaction sa'yo, tapos binigyan ka. So yan, bawal. Ha? Yan. Kasi pagdating sa exam, baka scenario based. So baka mamaya magkamali kayo ng sagot. So napaka-importante nung kada isang puntos, no? So kapag pinerfect mo ang general info, do kahit pinerfect mo siya hindi pa ganoon kataas no? Pero malaking bagay na. No? Statements and disclosure. No, public official and employees have an obligation to accomplish and submit declaration under oath there. What are those? SALN yan. assets, liabilities, net worth, and financial and business interest. Kung meron, no? Including of their spouses and unmarried children under 18 years of age living in their household. So, ito baka lumalabas na kasi yung SALN minsan oo, yung SALN, yan nga. No? Kailangan nating totoo daw yan. So all public official and employees except those who serve in honorary capacity, laborers or casual temporary workers shall file under oath their SALN and a disclosure of their business interests and financial connections. And those of their spouse and married children under 18 years of age living in their household. Ibig sabihin pala niyan, sir. Paano pag ako'y temporary? Paano pag ako'y casual? Am I required to file my SALN? No, you're not required under RA 6713. No, kasi ang nire-require dito yung mga permanent. No, yan nakalagay sa batas, di ba? So, yan. Baka mamaya itanong doon, pag ikaw ba'y tempoy, are you required to file your SALN? No, under the law, kasi may exceptions. Okay? Divestment. So a public official or employee shall avoid conflicts of interest at all times. Everything is about conflicts of interest. Simulang-simula pa lang nung nag-discuss tayo. So ayan yung pinakapuso nito, 6713. So anyway, na conflict of interest arises, let's say hindi maiwasan talaga, he shall resign from his position in any private business enterprise within 30 days from his assumption of office and or divest himself of his shareholdings or interest within 60 days from such assumption. Kaya napaka-importante ng SALN. Paano ba nilulusutan yan, sir? Kunyari, ikaw ay isang taong gobyerno na. Di pangalan mo sa asawa mo o pangalan mo sa iba. Okay? So, ganun lang naman yun eh. But the general rule is that what? No? Dapat nagda-divest tayo. Penalties, no? A fine not exceeding the equivalent of 6 months salary, OMG. No? So kaya maging maingat. So yung penalties baka lumabas din sa exam, no? Take note. Or suspension not exceeding 1 year, okay? Or removal depending on the gravity of the offense after due notice or hearing by the appropriate body or agency. That is why we have the Civil Service Commission, no? So, sabi sa batas, sabi sa Constitution, we are all bound by the Civil Service Commission. No? If the violation is punishable by heavier penalty under the law, he shall be prosecuted under the latter statute. So, mabigat, no? Let's say may mababa, tapos lumabas meron kang nagdarambong ka, plunder, edi sa plunder ka pwede. No? So, yan. So remember that public office is a public trust. And according to Dorman Eaton, public office is a public trust. The authority and opportunities of which must be used as absolutely as public money for the public benefit and not for the purposes of any individual or any party by Dorman Eaton. And that's it for the RA 6713. If you're going to read the law, medyo mahaba-haba yan. Pero no, mabilis lang nating na-discuss. Meron lang ako pahabol, ano? I have to remind everyone about this. Bago mag-start si ma'am. So, i-rundown ko lang, no? Kasi para at least makita ninyo so yung Philippine Civil Service natin. So, what is civil service? It is a branch of government service in which an individual are employed on the basis of professional merit as proven by competitive examinations. That is why you are taking the exams. And remember that, mahirap siya, no? In fact, parang lumalabas ngayon na mas mahirap pa ang civil service kaysa sa accountancy exam. Okay? Kaya nga merong ngayong niluluto, no, sa House of Representatives, no? Gusto nilang imbestigahin bakit ang daming mga bumabagsak sa civil service exam, basic lang daw yung exam. No? At gusto nilang tignan yung mga schools kung saan gumraduate or kung saan connected yung mga nagtitake. At bakit sila failed sa civil service exam. No? Kaya lahat, ano, nang ginagawa ngayon, nagpapakabatay pag maging cum laude lang. Kasi meron daw exemption once you applied for it. No? So, remember na meron na ring usapin ngayon na kapag ikaw ay Latin honor, gusto na nilang alisin yan. Kasi nga, ang Latin honor nowadays, ano na, no? Parang it's normal. No, mahihiya na lang yung hindi tatayo na cum laude, magna cum laude. Okay? So, ganon. Huwag na natin i-discuss yung evolution. Okay na yan. Gusto ko lang maiano yung mga, yan, itong merit-based civil servant. Baka kasi lumalabas din, no? So, paano yan? Entrance to the service based on competitive exams. Kaya kayo mag-exam, no? Protection of civil servants from arbitrary removal, no? Protection of their political neutrality and policing of these rules by an independent body. Kasi nga, kapag ikaw ay career, no? You enjoy security of tenure. And you also enjoy all these things. Kasi pag JO ka, pag ayaw ka na, let's say nakulayan ka, hindi ka sumusuporta, pwede ka tanggalin. Kaya nga yung mga JO tinatawag na sui generis eh. Sui generis, bakit? Pag merong something na violate ang karapatan, hindi sila pwedeng pumunta sa civil service. Kasi job order eh. They're not covered by that. Hindi rin sila pwedeng pumunta sa NLRC. Kasi hindi naman private. No? Kaya yung JO, yung mga JO na yan, ay sabihin natin sila yung nandun, no? Na ang mga karapatan maaring ma-violate, no? Walang protection. Kaya they are encouraged to what? To take the civil service exam to avail, no, the benefits of being, no, a career employee in the government. Wag na yan. So, basic qualifications. So, nabanggit na to before, pero ulitin lang natin, baka mamaya, nakalimutan nyo na. No, citizen of the Philippines. Paano yun, Sir? Paano pag halimbawang nagpa-late registration ako, Chinese ako? So, malaking question yan, no? At least 18 years of age at the time of application, no? Has not been found guilty of crime involving moral turpitude or of infamous, disgraceful, or immoral conduct, dishonesty, drunkenness, or addiction to drugs. Kaya you revisit yourself. Kasi kung meron ka na nitong mga ganito, dapat hindi ka na qualified to take. No? So yan. Wala namang binabanggit, no, kung ano ang natapos. Kasi isa yan sa mga question dati. Sir, paano pag ako'y undergrad or let's say I am a high school graduate, can I take the civil service exam? Yes, you can, provided that, no, na nakuha mo itong lahat ng mga qualifications na naandito. Especially the age requirement. So yan. Has not been previously found guilty of offenses relative to or in connection with the conduct of civil service examination. Nandaya ka, pinicturan mo yung exam, so yan, bawal. No? And has not been dismissed from the service for a cause. No? For those who are JO. Or sabihin natin na nakaano ka, probationary ka. What about the eligibilities granted under the special laws? No? Kasi baka meron sa inyo dito, okay, na pumapasok sa mga ito, hindi na kayo mag-e-exam. No? So, bar or board eligibility, no, if you are holding a PRC license or an IBP ID, so yan. No, exempted. Barangay health worker under RA 7883, no, barangay nutrition scholar under PD 1569, barangay official under RA 7160, but this is just only a sub-professional level. No? So, ibig sabihin, first level position lang yan. So, paano yun, sir? Doon sa SG1 hanggang SG10. Kasi yung second level is SG11 pataas. Okay? Ano pa? Electronic data processing eligibility. Okay, foreign school honor graduate eligibility. So, meron ba dito? Ito yung malaking usapin ngayon, honor graduate eligibility. Well, in fact, this is not automatic. If you graduate with an honor, cum laude or any Latin honor, you have to apply for it under the PD 907. Pero yan ay malaking usapin ngayon na gusto na nilang tanggalin. Dapat naman, no nababalahura. Okay? Sangguniang member eligibility under 10156. Scientific and technological specialist eligibility, no? Skills eligibility category, no? And the veteran preference rating or the EO 132 or 790. Meron pa ba? Meron pa dito idadagdag ako, no? If you are in the government for 10 years, no? Tapos hindi ka pa permanent, no? Let's say nag-take ka ng exam, dapat makuha mo 70, no? 70%. Para yung 10 years na service mo, i-apply doon. Papasa ka na. Okay, so yun yung bago. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you. Nandyan ba kayo? Hello? Oo nga, nakalimutan ko. Hello? Are you there? Yes po So, ayan. Sige. So, may tanong. Nandito na ba si Ma'am Tin? Nandito na si Ma'am Tin. Ayan si Ma'am Tin. Okay. Sige. Kung wala na tayong tanong, Ma'am Jane. Ma'am Jane. Sige.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oo, sige. Okay na. Thank you po.
Okay. So, maraming salamat, sir. So, in behalf of the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, maraming salamat, Sir Juan Carlo Colot. Sir, sa ating mga reviewer, wait lang. Sandali lang, sir, ha? Ayusin ko lang yung screen.
Sige, ma'am. Okay lang po.
So let me read this. Let me read the certificate, sir. This certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to or presented to Juan Carlo Colot, College of Political Science and Public Administration, and grateful acknowledgement and his engagement in insightful academic contribution as online career service examination course reviewer, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise in the area of specialization, code of ethical standard for government employees, officials and employees during the conduct of online civil service examination course or class held on July 13, 2024 via video Zoom conferencing platform and Facebook live stream. Signed, Engineer Florinda H. Quinto, Director, Alumni Relation and Career Development Office. Associate Professor Elmer M. Soriano, Dean College of Political Science and Administration. Tomas O. Testor, Vice President for Students Affairs and Services. So in behalf, sir, of the College of Political, in behalf of the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, maraming salamat po as a reviewer po dito sa online civil service examination. So maraming salamat, sir. So your certificate will be delivered to you personally po. Maraming
Thank you,
salamat.
ma'am. Ma'am, palitan lang ng Jan, ha? Hindi Juan.
Ay, oo nga
Jan.
pala. Sorry naman.
Thank you po. Salamat po and good luck to our participants, for those who will take the exam na nandito sa Zoom and also dun sa ating nasa Facebook Live. Good luck po. Good luck po. Salamat, Ma'am Jane. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat, sir. So next reviewer po natin to discuss about Philippine Constitution. Let me welcome Professor Christine Villarosa from College of Political Science and Administration. Good morning, ma'am.
Hey, good morning po, ma'am. I sincerely apologize po for not making it last week.
Okay lang, ma'am. So, nandito ka na ngayon. Yun ang importante. So, guys, pabigyan naman si ma'am ng isang masigabong virtual exam.
Okay, so ma'am, start na po ba ako?
Yes, ma'am.
So, let me share my screen first. Okay, so I would like to tell you that this is going to be long because I've checked all of the exams, all of the questions that might come out in the civil service examination. Sobrang lawak kasi niya that to the point that I do not know which will be asked. Sobrang random from I've tracked all of the exams, tapos yung mga questions niya, it's very random. So I will try my very best. Hopefully, one of my topic or some of this that I'll be discussing will come out in the exam. So let's start. So when we talk about Philippine Constitution, definitely we are referring to the 1987 Philippine Constitution. So what is the nature of the Constitution? As it's stated there in front of you, it is a written instrument enacted by direct action of the people by which the fundamental powers of the government are established, limited, and defined, and by which those powers are distributed among the several departments for their safe and useful exercise for the benefit of the body politic. So to sum it up, the nature of the Constitution is obviously you are very, I think, familiar with this, it's by the people, for the people, and of the people. Okay? Now, so what are the purpose of the Constitution, or the purposes of the Constitution? So first, it's to prescribe the permanent framework of the system of the government. So dito will fall under the doctrine of separation of power, the powers of the doctrine of check and balance, the fundamental powers of the state, and that is related to Articles 6, 7, and 8. So Article 6, 7, and 8, this is your legislative, your executive, and your judiciary. Okay. So the next thing is it assigns several departments to their respective powers and duties. So such as the exercise of suffrage, national election, local election, and lastly, it establishes certain fixed principles on which the government is founded. So this is related likewise on Articles 6, 7, and 8, and of course the Local Government Code, or Article 10 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. So the classifications of the Constitution are the following. Written Constitution, so this is a Constitution whose precepts are embodied in one document or set of documents. Unwritten constitution, this is a constitution that consists of rules which have not been integrated into either single or concrete form, but it is scattered in various sources, such as the common law principles or the decision of the Supreme Court, which we call the jurisprudence, the customs and traditions, and statutes. The next is that it is an evolved constitution, which it means that it is a constitution that is brief, broad, and definite. It is likewise, one of the classification is that it is also rigid constitution, where it can be amended only by formal and usually a difficult process, whereas flexible and can be changed in ordinary legislation. So if we will be classifying our own constitution, definitely it will fall under it will fall under written constitution and rigid constitution. Why did I say that's a rigid constitution? Because of the term of amendment and revision, which I will be discussing later on. Now, the parts of the Constitution: the Constitution of Liberty, the Constitution of Government, and the Constitution of Sovereignty. When you talk about Constitution of Liberty, this consists of serious prescriptions setting forth the fundamental civil and political rights of the citizens. So this will obviously fall under Article 3 or the Bill of Rights. Article 5, your right of suffrage, specifically in imposing limitations on the powers of the government. Why did I say Article 5 suffrage? Because one of the ways for you to exercise your suffrage is your right for recall. Remember that when you talk about the recall, this is the process where the local government officials could be petitioned to be removed from their office. However, you have to remember that before removing them, there will always be a due process. And what do I mean by due process before removing these local government officials is that not necessarily there is a petition filed for them to be removed from office. There will still be an investigation and the right to be heard on their part. Okay. Now, the Constitution of Government, this consists of series of provisions outlining the organization of the government, enumerating its powers, laying down certain rules relative. Ito na yung the doctrine of separation of powers, the check and balance, which I will be discussing later on. So at the moment, I just want you to listen and take down some notes kasi I've noticed that in the civil service exam, this will be asked differently. Pero the concept itself, it's just the same. Okay? Now, the Constitution of Sovereignty, this consists of the provision pointing out the mode or procedure in accordance with which formal changes in the fundamental law may be brought. Ito yung mga example is yung the right of people na yung people's initiative, referendum, plebiscite. Okay, I will be discussing that later on. Now, this is the process of change, amendment and revision. What do you have to remember here? The difference between the two is that when you talk about amendment, this is just a simple part or a simple line lang that you have to change in a constitution without altering the basic principles involved. Okay? While in revision, this changes the entire principle in the Constitution. The best example that I could give you when we talk about revision is that the proposal for charter change or the proposal for federalism. That if we will be going through it, the following articles such as Article 6, 7, and 8 will be changed. So that is called revision. Now, also in amendment, it only generally affects the specific provisions being amended. So meaning, just it will not totally affect the entire Constitution. Okay? And when revision, as I've mentioned earlier, because it will be affecting several provisions, the main principle of the Constitution will be changed. So do you have any question with regard amendment and revision? So far, are you okay? Are you following? Are you still there? Anyone? Okay, thank you for that. Now, let's see. So the first thing that we have to do is the preamble. I understand that if you will be reviewing some of the I know that there are existing civil service reviewers. It will tell you that the preamble, it does not have anything to do with the Constitution. But mind you, you have to remember that it always has a purpose why it was placed there. Now, it sets down the origin, the scope, and purpose of the Constitution. It is useful and it is it is an aid in ascertaining the meaning of an ambiguous provision in the body of the Constitution. It is thus simply the source of light, meaning that in the preamble, everything already, kumbaga ba, it is already the summary of the Constitution, of the entire Constitution. Remember that the entire Philippine Constitution, it consists of 18 articles. So, sa preamble, nakalagay na siya lahat dyan. It is the summary of everything. Okay? So, again, the purpose and origin of the Constitution, it is, its authorship and origin is the will of the sovereign Filipino people. So, everything that the government does must always be within the will of the general welfare. Okay? Its scope and purpose is to build a just and humane society. And when you talk about building a just and humane society, this is your will to exercise your right to suffrage. Because remember that it is us who build our government through electing these candidates, or right now the incumbent public officials. And their main goal is to establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations. So whatever you think or whatever comes into your mind as regards your ideals and aspiration, dapat yun yung focus ng ating government officials or the public officials. Okay? First, but generally speaking, first is to promote common good, conserve and develop our patrimony. Conserve and develop our patrimony. When we talk about patrimony, this talks about Article 12, the patriotism and national patrimony, and that talks about national patrimony. So also the preamble will tell you already that we have to secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law and the regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace. I have seen also some of the questions that focuses on the preamble, specifically on the blessings of independence and democracy, and the following rules of law, such as the regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace. Okay? Now, remember that the Philippines is considered as a state. And when we talk about state, the following are the elements, such as the people, territory, government, and sovereignty. I'm very much sure that since you are going to be taking the civil service exam, you are aware of the definition of the following, and I don't have to go through each. Okay? Now, let's talk about Article 1. When you talk about Article 1, definitely the thing that will come up to your mind is the dispute between the Philippines and China. Now, I would like to give emphasis on why does the Philippines keeps on insisting that the West Philippine Sea belongs to us. You have to remember that under Article 1, it states that the national territory comprises the Philippine archipelago with all islands and waters embraced therein, and all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. So that is the basis of the Philippines why we are still fighting for our sovereign rights. Okay? You have to remember also that under Article 1, dalawa lang yung dapat natin dyan tatandaan. How will we identify that a specific territory belongs to a specific state? In the Philippines, these are the thing that you have to remember para masabi natin, wait, that belongs to the Philippines. That belongs to the national territory of the Philippines. First, all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. That is the first line. The best example, as I mentioned earlier, is the West Philippine Sea. Remember that the Philippines is still has the right to exercise its sovereignty or jurisdiction. Okay? The next thing is that you have to remember all of the waters around, between, and connecting the ABC. Because if you can recall, rather, yung map of the Philippines, di ba? All of the islands are somehow surrounded by the waters. Di ba? So the waters around, between, and connecting, along within our bayan, yung the exclusive economic zone, yung mga counting, okay, that belongs to the Philippines. So again, when we talk about national territory, there are only two lines that you have to remember for us to consider that a specific territory belongs to the Philippines. First is that all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction, and all the waters around, between, and connecting the islands of the archipelago. Okay? Pag naintindihan na ninyo yan, definitely a specific territory that is in dispute or that is being conquered or that is being owned by another state, we can finally defend or say that hold it because it belongs to the Philippines, as stated in the 1987 Philippine Constitution. Okay? Do you have any questions so far? Are you still there? None. Okay. So far, nagkakaintindihan pa tayo, okay? Now, let's go to the declarations of the state principles and state policies. This is Article 2, okay? We will just run through it. I will just discuss yung I believe that will be asked. Hopefully, I'm right. Okay? Kasi as discussed earlier by Professor Colot, one of the exemptions to take the civil service exam, for us not to take the civil service exam, is that you are a board or a bar eligible. So I qualified under that. Kaya I'm not really sure of what are the questions, but based again on my research of all of the years that I checked, sometimes kumukuha sila sa national territory. That's why I just summed it up. The Declaration of State Principles, a little under Bill of Rights, and then most, I think this time sa Article 4 na the citizenship because of the ongoing, the issue of Alice, okay? Then suffrage, and then the rest more on Article 6, 7, 8, and Article 11, which is the accountability of public officials, which I will be discussing later on, okay? So let's go first under the Declaration of State Principles and State Policies. So, Section 1, okay, that the Philippines is a democratic and a republican state. Ito, always being asked ito. Remember that the Philippines is a democratic and a republican state. Sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them. Remember, okay, when you talk about republic, this is a representative government run by and for the people. The essence of republicanism is the representation and renovation, the selection of the citizenry of the corps of the public functionaries who drive their mandate from the people and act on their behalf. So, diba, sabi natin that the Philippines is a democratic country and a republic also. So, we choose those public officials. Diba, they will present some, there will be a petition for their candidacy, and then there will be some campaigns. And definitely from the campaigns, they will show you or they will lay down all of the platforms. Tapos that will be the basis for us to determine whether they deserve to be placed in public office. Okay? So that is an example, or that is the best way to describe republic. It is run by and for the people. Run by choosing those public officials, and for the people. Why did you choose those people to be there in the public office? It's because you believe that they are embodying our ideals and aspirations. Okay? Remember also that their public functionaries are limited. They are serving for a limited period only. What does it mean? Remember that the president, the term of office of the president is only 6 years, president and the vice president. For the senators, it's likewise 6 years. For the local government officials, specifically the mayors or in the local government unit, they only have 3 years. Okay. Now, again, as we define state, it's a community of persons more or less numerous and permanently occupying a portion of a territory independent of external control and possessing organized government to a great body of inhabitants, which renders obedience. What do we mean by render obedience? Syempre, even if we put them in the public office, even if we voted for them, we definitely still have to obey some or follow some rules or laws specifically that they will be implementing. Okay? Now, you have to take note that a republic only exists in a democratic state. This was asked, I forgot the year, but this was asked in one of the civil service exam. So you have to remember that republic only exists in a democratic state. You also have to remember that a Republican government, it is a responsible government whose officials hold and discharge their position as a public trust. As discussed earlier by Professor Colot, syempre, you have to remember that we place these people in the public office, the public officials, because we are entrusting them everything that they will be implementing laws that will embody our ideals and aspirations. They will be our voices. That is why likewise, once they are placed in public office, public trust arises. Okay? Again, the purpose is for the promotion of common good according to the will of the people themselves. Some of the terms will just be repetitive here because it is important for you to be able to remember the following topic. So far, do you have any question as regards section 1? Because this is very important. Again, you have to remember that the Philippines is a democratic and a republic state. Do you have any questions so far? Is it okay if you at least give me some reaction so I know that I am not talking to a wind or no one? I have been receiving responses a response from the same person. So how about the others? Do you have any questions so far? Kasi believe me, part of the general information in the civil service will cover the Philippine Constitution. So if you think that you did not understand something or you want me to clarify a specific topic, kindly please call my attention because I am so much willing to repeat it all over again. I will not be mad or upset kasi at least I know that you are listening and you're still with me. So again, I'm gonna ask you, do you still have any questions or so far we are good? Hello? Okay, I want all of your attention, please, kasi nga, again, malaking part po ito ng general information knowledge, especially that there are ongoing issues right now that is very relevant to your everyday life, okay? Now, let's continue. Section 2. That the Philippines renounces war as an instrument of national policy, adopts generally accepted principles of international law as part of the law of the land, and adheres to the policy of peace, equality, justice, freedom, cooperation, and amity with all nations. So simply, your section 2 talks about the defense of a state. This provision is based upon the inherent right of the state to existence and self-preservation. Remember that the state may take up all the necessary actions, including the use of armed forces, to repel any threats to its security. The best example of this is, again, how we are trying to defend our property or the West Philippine Sea. Okay, next. Section 2 likewise talks about peace and order. the renunciation of war as an instrument of national policy as itself generally accepted principle now categorically expressed in the UN Charter. So hindi tayo pwedeng maging we cannot be yung parang maging aggressive to start a war. Remember that it will always, or we are always in the defensive, defensive form of war. The best example here again is the issue of the West Philippine Sea, wherein, di ba, most of us are already parang nanggigigil na tayo na we wanted na, hey, President or anyone in the government, do something about it, because honestly, the fishermen in the West Philippine Sea, they are already affected by the ongoing claim of China, di ba? So dahil nangyayari na yon, we refuse na mag-start ng war. However, we are preparing always for the defensive form of war. Okay? I just suddenly remember that maybe it will be asked because we yesterday, July 12, we celebrated the 6 years of the 6th-year anniversary of the winning of the Philippines in the arbitral ruling that which states that the West Philippine Sea belongs to the Philippines. Baka lang itanong, okay? So, July 12 yung date na yon. Okay? Now, here, this is one of the very basic information that you have to remember. That the civilian authority is at all times supreme over the military. The Armed Forces of the Philippines is the protector of the people and the state, and its goal is to secure the sovereignty of the state and the integrity of national territory. Based on the picture that is presented right in front of you, when you talk about civilian authority, this simply refers to the president himself. What does it mean? Not being the chief executive of the state, and being, definitely we know that he is not part of any of the yung PMA or whatsoever we call it, the armed forces. Okay? He is still the commander-in-chief. Kaya Section 3 simply states that the civilian authority is at all times supreme over the military. This does not, somehow this refers to us, but however, the specific provision is referring to the president himself, being a civilian authority, being the chief executive, and at the same time, the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Okay? Remember that the following are the manifestation of the civilian supremacy over the military. Just take a picture of this one. I will no longer discuss each because these are all self-explanatory. Okay? So far, no questions. Do you have any questions? Okay, let's proceed. Section 4, that the prime duty of the government is to serve and protect the people, that the government may call upon the people to defend the state. Remember, this section was the basis wherein the current or the incumbent vice president, formerly the Secretary of Education, wanted na i-mandatory ang ROTC. This was the basis. So marami kasi, I know you've heard about some of the issues or some of the comments na bakit ganon, gusto lang naman nila siguro ibalik yung martial law or whatsoever. No, the basis of that is this, that it is the duty of the government, or the government rather, may call upon the people to defend the state. Okay? And when the government calls the people, they may, remember this, they may be required. Why did it use the term may? Kasi you have an option, either to render personal military or civil service. Personal military meaning that you will be in combat. You're gonna be, definitely, you will be called the frontliners. And then civil service, meaning if you are practicing a specific profession, such as you are practicing in the field of medicine, pwede kang maging doctor for the victims or the injured during war. If you are a teacher, sorry. So if you are a teacher, so while there is an ongoing war, para yung mga bata, instead that they will be covered with fear, at least somehow you can talk to them, you can do something about it. So that's an example of rendering civil service. Again, Section 4, that the government may call upon the people to defend the state. When you talk about defending the state, it does not necessarily mean that you have to be in combat, that you have to hold a rifle, because definitely some religion are not requiring, or they are strictly prohibited rather, to hold rifle, diba? So instead of forcing them, violating their rights, they can render civil service. Okay? So again, I will no longer discuss this. Just take a picture of or a screenshot of this one, because this is again self-explanatory. But these are the functions of the government. Maybe some of this will be asked, so familiarize yourselves with this. Now, there are two classifications of the government legitimacy, the de jure and de facto. When you talk about de jure, this one holds or established an authority with a legitimate sovereign. While when you talk about de facto, it is an established authority and defiance of a legitimate government. How will you be able to remember the following? When you talk about de facto government, these are the administration that will fall under de facto government was during the regime of those president or administration while we are still under the colonization of another state. So kay President Manuel Quezon, Rojas, Laurel, not Rojas, sorry, President Laurel, former President Laurel. Okay? While in de jure, definitely with a legitimate sovereign, ito yung mga elected officials. Okay, I have a question. Let me see if you are still with me. Will the administration of the late former President Aquino form under de jure or de facto? Anyone from the participants? Anyone? Anyone? Let's just try. What do you think? Yes. Emmy? Did I pronounce your name?
Yes.
Okay.
De jure.
De jure. Why?
Kasi inelect siya ng tao.
Okay. Is a snap election one of the kinds of election under the Constitution? Is there such thing called snap election? How was she placed in the office? How did she become the president? Through a snap election. What else? Let's try. Miss Emmy. There is no right or wrong answer at the moment, okay?
Okay. Kasi hindi na tayo under ng ibang state.
Oh, but the definition right in front of you states that a de jure government is one established by authority of a legitimate sovereign. Will your answer still be the same? Anyone? How about Nicole? You said it's a de facto. Why did you consider it as a de facto form of government? Miss Nicole? Nicole Ann. Are you still around? Where is she? Oh, okay. Sige, let's see. Who else nagsabi ng de facto? Angeline. Why is it de facto? Angeline? Alam, walang sumasagot sa akin, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Hala.
baka ano, Angeli. Okay, sige lang ma'am, tuloy na lang tayo.
Sige, let's just proceed. So the example, I appreciate Miss Emmy for answering my questions. The administration of the late former president Aquino will fall under de facto, okay? Because it was through people's initiative and through a snap election, and somehow that is parang it is not under the constitution, and it was because there is an ongoing ano ba yun? Revolution ba? Basta yun. Okay? So de jure kasi the administrations or the best example for this is the current administration. Legitimate sovereign that the people exercise their right to vote. Okay? They are not forced, and it went through the proper process. Okay? Now, Section 5, the maintenance of peace, order, protection of life, liberty, and property, and the promotion of general welfare, again, are essential for the enjoyment of the people of the blessings of democracy. This was asked in the 2023 or 2022 civil exam. Okay? So the important aspects of democracy, the maintenance of peace and order, the protection of life, liberty, and property, and for the promotion of common good. Now, ito, Section 6, you have to remember this and put this at, in your everyday practice, specifically or especially if there is an ongoing hearing in the Congress that separate as regards the passage of law, that the separation of church and the state shall be inviolable. Hindi po pwede na magbigay ng opinion or manaig yung opinion ng church as regards a specific bill that is being proposed in the Congress. The best example of this, naging mainit itong Section 6, was during the passage of the RH law. Okay? Reproduction health. Okay? Now, let's go to the state policy. Under Section 7, simply, you have to remember that it talks about foreign policy, that each state are equal. Definitely, hindi tayo pwede nang kontrolin ng isang state because each state are equal. Okay? This is in relation to Section 2 as I have discussed earlier. Next, Section 8, definitely, this also likewise is in line with Section 2, wherein the Philippines is always in the defensive form of war. Hindi po tayo pwedeng maging aggressive. Next, the use of nuclear weapon in its territory is strictly somehow not practiced here in the Philippines. Now, we can fight for our defense again, but we cannot create war, or simply the Philippines is always in the defensive form of war. Now, Section 9, this talks about the social dynamic order, wherein the administration shall always look into the general welfare of the people. Okay? The main purpose of this is to free the people from poverty through the policies that provides adequate social services, promote full employment, and the rising standard of living. Meaning yung bang, if you are very much familiar with the census na yung sa balita, yung the rate of poverty, the basis of that, bakit yun nire-report is Section 9. Okay? It is the duty of the government to have this free job fairs to promote employment. Okay? Section 10 simply talks about oh, sorry about that. Simply talks about social justice. Okay? That it balances or it tilts the social forces, favoring those who are disadvantaged in life. How will you remember section 10? Simply the Song of Bamboo, yung Tatsulok. If you hear that, listen to the lyrics of it. It describes section 10. Okay? Now, section 11, this is related to human rights, that it values the dignity of every human person and guarantees full respect. This the best example for this yung mga existing laws such as yung anti-discrimination. Okay? Section 12, the importance of family. Okay? That you have also to remember that the life of the mother and the life of the unborn from conception is always the priority of the state. Why did I mention that? The basis why we are not legalizing abortion here in the Philippines is section 12. Okay? The only time wherein abortion will be allowed and will be considered legal in the eyes of the law is when there is already there existing danger. Let's say, for example, the mother is obviously pregnant, and then there are already complications that endangers the life of the mother. Abortion will only be legal in the eyes of the law kapag ganun na yung instances, and it is the duty of the state to protect the life of the mother, not of the unborn. It is not unfair because you also have to consider, since we are focusing and we are giving priority to families, what if the mother will be leaving, may mga anak pa siya, di ba? So, that is why it will only be legal to save the life of the mother, not of the unborn. Did you get it? Okay, the natural and primary right and primary duty of the parents in rearing of the youth for civic efficiency and development of moral character shall receive the support of the government. Ano yung example nito? How will you understand that? Okay, so you have to remember that I am again sure that you're familiar yung kapag halimbawa you're traveling, you will see that there are children in the streets. They are begging for food, for money on the streets. Okay, remember that it is the duty of the government to step into the shoes of the parents. If these parents are irresponsible, if they are yung mga drug addicts, they are using their children, specifically this part wherein the parents, yung inutusan yung mga bata na mamalimos. Okay? So, the government's duty is to step into the shoes of these parents to get the children and then give them to under the care of DSWD. Kaya meron tayong DSWD. It's because of Section 12. It is for the protection of the children, likewise, na instead na sila dapat they are enjoying their right to school, right to education, their right to have a house, yung sa food, to feel secure, tas hindi kaya ng magulang, the government shall step into the shoes of the parents and take away the child or the children from these parents, tapos dadalhin sila sa DSWD. Okay? So simply, Section 12 talks about the importance of the family and the best interest of the child. Now, Section 13, this is you, most of you, ito yung the role of the youth. The best example for Section 16 is the SK. Okay, yan yun, the promotion and protection of the physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. Okay, it shall likewise inculcate in the youth patriotism and nationalism. Yun na nga, yung best example ko is yung pagsali sa, SK, tapos yung KK, diba? Bago ka maging part ng SK, may KK ka muna, that you have to be part of that. Now, Let's proceed. This was also asked. I just forgot the year. But the role of the women in nation building and ensure the fundamental equality before the law of women and men. There are existing laws likewise anti-discrimination, and there are some under the labor code, there are some laws where they allow yung bang maternity leave, and to be fair with the men, there is also paternity leave. Okay? So, yun, Section 14. You have to remember that everyone's equal. Kung ano ang magagawa ng lalaki, magagawa ng babae. Kung ano ang magagawa ng babae, magagawa din ng lalaki. No more discrimination. Okay? That is Section 14. Section 15, ito yung mga very important ito. The state shall protect and promote the right to health of the people and instill health consciousness among them. Ito yung mga makikita ninyo yung pasumba. That is part of this. Libreng tule. What else? The libreng bakuna for whatever it is. And it is the role of the local government. Now, you also have to remember that kapag kang inyong barangay ay wala pong health center, that is already a violation of your constitutional rights. Okay? Section 16, the best example, para hindi po ninyo makalimutan ito, is the rehabilitation of Boracay. Yun po, ang basis po nun is Section 16, wherein the state shall protect and advance the right of the people to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the rhythm and harmony of nature. As shown in the picture, obviously, the dolomite placing in Manila Bay is not a good example of protection or protecting the people's right or advance the right of people to a balanced and healthful ecology. It looks nice, yes, it attracts people, it attracts tourists. Kasi 'di ba syempre, ang ganda ng pagkakagawa nila. However, the government failed to consider the health effects ng mga taong nakatira within the area. Okay? Section 17, simply ito yung ating priority to education, science and technology, arts, culture, sports, to foster patriotism and nationalism. The example of this is yung the Commission on Sports, 'di ba? Yung nagpapadala tayo ng ating mga representatives sa ibang bansa, yung mga athletes natin, and then yung last na yung kay Miss Heidelin, 'di ba? Where she won the medal na ang dami niya nakuha benefits. It's hindi siya talaga totally bribery. It is an encouragement to those people na into sports or into science or in technology that if you think you have a potential which the government believes, you can join a specific agency and the government will support you. Section 18, simply, the state affirms labor as a primary social economic force. It shall protect the rights of the workers and promote their welfare. You have to remember that I've mentioned as one of the aspects of democracy is for the protection of life, liberty, and property. When we talk about protection of property, under the law, property somehow does not only refer to your to the properties, the personal property, the real property. It also specifically refers to your work. Kasi 'di ba, if in a scenario wherein there's one family at walang nagtatrabaho diyan, definitely the government failed to protect the property of that family, specifically yung work. Kaya endo yung nakalagay diyan, it is because the role of the government is to stop yung bang pahirap sa paghahanap ng trabaho. In relation to Section 9 earlier, remember that the role of the government is to promote jobs, di ba? To rise the good life of its members of the state. Kaya Section 18 again protects the property, and the property here refers to your work. Kaya nga merong civil service na parang kapag you are unduly dismissed or illegally dismissed, you can file for at least to claim or to protest or appeal the said dismissal. If you work in a private institution, there is NLRC, National Labor Relation Commission. For government employees, the civil service. Okay? Section 19, ito yung pag-invite natin ng foreign investors. Okay? Ayan yung mga, independent economy controlled by people. I'm so sorry, controlled by people. Diba? Yung mga, the Filipino First Policy, that is Section 19. Okay? Section 20 is the indispensable role of public sectors encouraging private enterprise for investments. Kaya meron tayong office dito ng PSE and yun yung New York Stock Exchange. And we are highly encouraging foreign investors because it will result naman sa ating economy. Okay, a good result to our economy. Section 21, this is the Comprehensive Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. I'm sure na you're familiar with the hacienda. Ito yung pagbibigay ng property na that is being cultivated for almost 10 years by the same farmers over and over na parang they can already have the right over the said property that they are cultivating. Okay? And then Section 22, the indigenous people that we are promoting them, we recognize them. Okay? Ito yung mga award, di ba kay Wang Od na bigyan siya ng award. Yung parang national artist ng indigenous people. Okay? Likewise, Section 22, this focuses on the protection of the properties of the indigenous people. The best example was yung sa SM Baguio, when they tried to cut down trees and then the IPPs protested kasi definitely that is their that property belongs to them. And we have to respect that. That's why the Supreme Court stated that they cannot just simply cut off trees just for the satisfaction na magkaroon ng parking ang SM Baguio. Kaya if you will notice or if you've been there, the parking of SM Baguio is yung nasa baba na siya ng building kasi hindi pinayagan yung pag-cut ng trees because the indigenous people or the IPPs, they protested. Okay? The basis of their protest is Section 22. We promote the rights of indigenous cultural communities within the framework of the national unity and development. Section 23, ito yung mga GOCCs and NGOs. Yun lang yung tatandaan nyo, okay? Section 24, this is yung the vital role of communication and information in nation building. Ito yung mga balita, the sound waves, okay, that belongs to the state. Na it is very important na kahit wala kang cable, automatic dapat nakakasagap ka ng balita. Kahit hindi pa smart TV yan, nasa ibang lugar ka, nasa probinsya ka, dapat palaging may news. Dapat palaging may way of communication. Those are with the use of satellites. Okay. Section 25, this is your Article 10, the local government. Section 26, okay. Ito, you have to remember here. Please take note that there is no definition of political dynasty. Because I've been hearing students during defense that political dynasty is defined as blah, 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 blah. Okay, remember, political dynasty up to this very moment is still not defined. There is still no law that defines political dynasty. And the reason behind that, I will no longer explain, just i-ano nyo na lang siya, decipher nyo siya. Bakit ba hindi nagpapasa ng definition ang Congress natin when it comes to the term political dynasty? Bakit nga kaya? Maybe they are practicing it. Again, I am not saying that they are. It's a question. Maybe they are practicing it. That's why it is very difficult for them to define it. Or maybe it will, ano ba yun yung, it will, ano yun yung magbabounce back sa kanila. Ay, sandali. Papasa ko to, magbibigay ako ng definition. Tapos, yung pamilya ko, baka, okay? You get it? That is why, again, political dynasty is not yet defined. Okay? So, political families, maybe the alternate term for that. Yung mga, the best examples, yung maiisip ninyo, yun na yun. Okay? Section 27, the state maintain honesty and integrity in public service and take positive and effective measure against graft and corruption. Remember that under Section 2 earlier, if the public official is already, if the public official already assumed public office, public trust arises. And when public trust arises, the welfare and the will of the people is the number one priority. Now, Section 27 talks about honesty and integrity in public service. So that's one of it. Next, it takes positive and effective measures against graft and corruption. Definitely, the role of the government is to protect your money. Ano ba yun money mo na nasa government? The taxes that you are paying. Okay? So, in cases wherein public officials are charged with graft and corruption, definitely they will be removed from office to be heard in courts. Okay? Magkakaroon ng trial, titignan natin. And remember, the cases of graft and corruption are heard in Sandigan Bayan. Hindi po siya sa court ng yung regional trial court, hindi po siya sa Court of Appeals, hindi po siya sa Court of Tax Appeals, hindi rin po siya sa kahit anong court sa municipality, sa MTC, Metropolitan Trial Court, hindi po. It is tried in Sandigan Bayan. Why? Because graft and corruption are committed or normally committed by public officials. And Sandigan Bayan is a court created under the Constitution to hear cases of graft and corruption that focuses on public officials. You have to remember this kasi one question in the civil service way back was about this, especially in the case during PDAF. Yung hinihear yung case nila in the picture, okay? Section 28, this was discussed earlier by Professor Colot, wherein the government officials are required to file their SALN. Full disclosure of everything. Remember that when you file your SALN, this is not merely against you. Actually, it's a protection. Protection of the government officials yan. Para in case na during your tenure in the office, may makita sila na, ay sandali, property to ni ni A. Hala, taxes natin to. Pera ng gobyerno to. If you failed to disclose that in your SALN, kawawa ka. However, if you fail this under your SALN, then it's your protection. Sabi mo, sorry, but hindi ako corrupt or whatsoever, and this is my money, and I've earned this specific property, or I've earned this amount of money prior to my assumption in the office. Hindi siya against sa ating government officials, government employees. Hindi siya against. Actually, this is our protection. Nagkakaroon kasi ng maling thinking pag sinabing, hala, magpa-file na ng SALN. Okay? So, wrong thinking yon. Again, SALN, the full disclosure of everything is your protection. Okay? Now, Article 2 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution is intended to lay down the rules underlying our system of government and must therefore be adhered to the conduct of public affairs and resolution of public issues. Now, let's go to Article 3. Article 3, simply the Bill of Rights. I'll just pass through this kasi hindi siya masyadong lumabas sa mga na research ko. But however, at least you will have an idea. Okay? Section 1 is the common and the basic knowledge that you have to know when we talk about Bill of Rights. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied the equal protection of laws. Okay? I'll just take a picture of this. Right to life, right to liberty, right to property. Okay? Now, due process, dalawa kasi yan. Due process is defined under the Constitution as the law which hears before it condemns. Remember, a law which hears before it condemns. Kumbaga ba, if something has been accused against you, no person shall automatically presume that you're guilty of it. You will always have the right to be heard. Okay? Unless you will tell them na, okay, I'm guilty of it. Then, again, hindi mo pa rin sabihin na violate ang due process mo. Why? Because you already have admitted to it. You heard that you were accused of something or you were charged of something. However, instead of you defending yourself, you admitted it. There is already a due process. Okay? So the two kinds of due process is substantive due process and procedural due process. Substantive, normally in the civil service or in the work field, it will always be the procedural due process, wherein one is heard before being condemned. Okay? There will proceed an inquiry and there will be an inquiry before rendering judgment. So, hindi pwede na pag na-accuse ka, ay, okay, guilty na yan. Wala na, tapos na. No. Procedural due process always in the work field. Civil service follows procedural due process. Government employees are protected by this, especially if you are a regular employee. Okay? Temporary employees and casual employees, medyo hindi tayo safe kasi you are still under observation. Pero you have to remember that procedural due process is still followed. Okay? Hindi po pwedeng mawawala palagi ang due process. It's your protection. Now, equal protection of laws. Kaya na, just take a picture of this one. I will no longer discuss this just for your reference kasi this wasn't asked. But remember that in equal protection of laws, na kapag may isang bill na pinopropose in the Congress, it should always be for the benefit of everyone. It should always be for the benefit of likewise the future generation, yung mga hindi pa pinapanganak. Dapat kapag may batas na may bill na pinapropose, yung bill na yon ay magbe-benefit kahit hindi pa pinapanganak yung mga tao na yon. Likewise, hindi din siya dapat discriminatory. Okay? That it only favors the men, that it only favors the women. It shouldn't be like that. Okay, or else it will be a violation of the equal protection of laws. Section 2, this simply talks about your the right to seizure and your warrant of arrest. Okay, ito lang yan. Simply search warrant it is an order in writing issued in the name of the people of the Philippines, signed by the judge. Okay? Hindi po pwede na yung mga nasa movies na makikita ninyo na, ay, naku, may kasalanan to. Judge, pirmahan mo na, ganon. Tapos may pirma agad si judge. No. Why? Because it is very important that these warrants are determined personally by the judge that there is a probable cause for such issuance. Hindi po pwede po, again, hindi po pwede yung mga nakikita natin sa movies, yung mga drama or sa mga movies na, ay, madali lang tayo makakakuha niyan, tropa naman natin yung judge, ganyan. No, that is not true. Okay? Hindi po yun po pwede, ha? Always and must always be determined personally by the judge. Okay? Now, The following are the requisites of the valid warrant. I will no longer again discuss this because these are all self-explanatory. Just take a picture of it. Ma-identify nyo na yan. Wala namang mahirap na term dyan. Okay? So far, are we still good? Do you have any questions? Did I confuse you with something na you want me to go back to? So para at least kahit papaano is ma-discuss ko siya sa inyo? None? Okay, let's proceed. Now, these are also the only things, kasi di ba sasabihin natin, meron po kaming search warrant or seizure warrant. Tapos biglang pagpasok nila, may nakitang drugs. Can that be taken away from you? No. Why? Because the only things that are subjected to be seized are the following. Kung ano lang yung mga nakalagay sa warrant na yon. Halimbawa, sinabi lang ano yun, yung illegal possession of firearms. Dapat firearms lang. Kung may makita man silang drugs, hindi nila pwedeng kunin yun. Okay? The property stolen or embezzled and other proceeds or fruits of the offense. For example, may ninakaw na gold o sa jewelry shop. Tapos natuntun kung saan siya dinala. Dapat yun lang yung kukunin mo yung mga jewelry na yon. Paano po pag nabenta na siya? The profits or the proceeds or the fruit of the offense shall likewise be taken. Kasama siya. The property used or intended to be used as the means of committing the offense. Yung mga sasakyan, motor, yung mga sasakyan na mga kinuha, kinidnap ka or may ninakawan ka, yung hinold up ka, kinuha yung motor mo, natuntun mo kung saan yung lugar ng taong gumawa na yon. You can you can get back your motorcycle or the car kasi part siya ng seizure. Paano again kung halimbawa sa loob ng sasakyan nandun pala yung barrel na ginamit or yung ice pick, let's say for example, na ginamit sa'yo para lang i-surrender mo yon. Can they seize it? No. Because again, it was not stated in the warrant. Again, lahat lang po that everything that has been indicated in the warrant, yun lamang po ang kanilang po pwedeng i-seize. Okay? Next, these are the requisites for a warrantless seizure. Warrantless arrest also. Ito, tinanong to, kailan lang siya po pwede na mahuli? In flagrante delicto, hot pursuit, and fugitive. In flagrante delicto, when a person has in fact just committed, is actually committing or attempting to commit the offense in the presence of an authority. May police, nakita mo na yung police, pinili mo pa rin mang hold up, kahit walang warrant of arrest, pwede kang hulihin. Okay? Hot pursuit. Ito ang kinaibahan ng hot pursuit within flagrante delicto is that in hot pursuit, the police officer must have his personal knowledge that there will be a crime to commit or to be committed. And there is a reasonable ground. Siguro papasok dito yung nagkataon nagmamanman yung isang police. Sabi natiktikan siya, nasabihan na, uy, ito, gagawa to ng crime. Diba? So, inobserve niya, personal knowledge, or reasonable grounds of suspicion. Hindi niya pinaniwalaan, pero dahil sa kutob niya, sabi niya, naku, baka totoo nga. So, minanmanan niya. Okay? Ayan, pwede yan. Hot pursuit yan. Pwede kang hulihin. And fugitive exists, obviously, from the term itself, that you have escaped from the penal establishment. Siyempre, pwede kang hulihin. Okay? Another valid warrantless arrest is the citizen's arrest. Okay? Do not forget that ha, kasi that part was asked. Sobrang highfalutin nung words, pero it was just simply the citizen's arrest. Citizen's arrest there must be a crime committed in the presence of an individual, and yung bang ano naman siya, parang obviously there is already a violation there. You're committing a crime. Tapos you still insist na parang hindi gagawin ko to. Okay? That is a citizen's arrest. They can arrest you provided that they will surrender you within the authorities. Pag nahuli ka nila, hindi ka na nila pwedeng i-detain na sa sarili nila or sa bahay nila. Sabihin, ay, hindi, sandali, i-detain muna kita, dito ka muna sa bahay. No, because that will result to illegal detention. Okay? Now, Section 3, the best example for this is yung Hello Garci tape. And then what else? Yung mga wiretapping. Hindi po siya po pwedeng gawin without the knowledge of another person. Yung halimbawa, the best example for this, may kaaway ka. Gusto mong kunin lahat ng information sa kanya para gamitin mo laban sa kanya. Tapos ni-record mo yung conversation nila. No, that is not allowed. Except if sinabi mo or you gave heads up na parang I will record this conversation para malaman natin kung sino nagsasabi ng totoo sa ating dalawa. That is the only time that it is allowed. Okay? The tapping of the communications, syempre, there will be an exemption to the general rule. And the following are the exemption to the general rule. Okay? Next, Section 4, ito yan, papasok dito yan, yung mga freedom of expression, freedom of press, okay? Freedom of speech, the right of people to a peaceful assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. Remember, yes, we have these rights. However, you have to take into consideration that this is not absolute. Palagi pa rin yung may limitations. Okay? Now, freedom of speech, these are only the speech that is protected by the state na parang which is used to advocate lang. Hindi yung you are inviting a provocation that could lead to a physical commotion, to war, or yung bang talagang magkakaroon na talaga ng gulo. Kaya limited and it's not absolute. Yes, you may express yourself. You may express whatever you want to do, but you have to remember that if it will result to a commotion, incitement already na directing na siya ng, that it would result to an eminent lawless action, you have to limit and you have to know that you have to stop already. Hindi na siya po pwede. Pero kung mag-advocate ka lang, gusto mo lang ipahayag yung iyong saloobin, pwede naman yan. Kaya nga 'di ba, bago magkaroon ng or before you will be allowed to conduct a rally, you will have to secure a permit. Okay? Kasi it is the duty of the government to protect yung ating mga, paano naman yung mga hindi naman involved dyan, tas nagkaroon ng physical commotion. Okay? Now, freedom of press, you have to remember, hindi dapat malicious, scandalous, and defamatory publications ang inyong gagawin. Okay? Yung mga reporters sa media ito, the freedom of press normally. Okay? Dapat hindi ka maglalabas ng information na na-leak sa'yo, yung mga insider natin. Diba, binigyan tayo ng information about this, tapos you grab that or you took that as in your opportunity na parang, uy, ganito yung yung Philippines as form of the defense against the West Philippine Sea, magsa-start tayo magpapadala tayo ng mga, ng mga missiles, ganon. So, bawal yun. Okay, limited pa rin siya. Yes, you have a freedom of press, you have a freedom of expression. However, always remember that this is limited. Section 5, ito naman yung freedom of religion. You have to remember that there is always a free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination or preference. Remember that the government cannot, shall not, and must not. Lahat na yun, superlative na siya. Hindi talaga siya po pwede mag-promote ng specific religion. Every religion must be treated as equal. Paano po yun? The best example is yung halimbawa, if there is sa Catholics, yung ating mga holidays. Tapos for the Muslims, we respect the Eid al-Fitr, diba? Yung Ramadan and end of Ramadan. Okay, that's the best example for this one, that the government is not prioritizing, the government is not promoting or favoring any religion. Every religion is equal. Okay, just take a picture of this for your reference. Now, Section 6, liberty of abode, liberty of abode and liberty to travel. Okay, ito lang yan. Okay, you have to remember that this right will only be restricted if you are considered as a flight risk and you are considered as a threat in the national security and public safety. Restrictions to right to travel, yung halimbawa, you have an ongoing case and you plan to travel abroad or travel to a place na wala tayong extradition, na hindi ka matatouch ng government. That is why you are considered as a threat to the national security. Kaya may restriction. Okay? Section 7, the ROI, the right of people to information. Remember that the basis of the creation of the office sa loob ng Malacanang, yung the right of information is Section 7. Lahat yan, di ba, naka-online yan, naka-publish yan. The documents, the papers pertaining to official acts, transactions, and decisions, as well as the government research data, everything is posted, I think, online, if I'm not mistaken, or if you are very much interested to it, just go to Malacanang, the Office of the Right to Information is there. Okay? The prohibition or the limitation under Section 7 ay yung ating defense for national security. Hindi po siya po pwedeng i-publish publicly. Because that is definitely common sense na kung bakit hindi. Okay? The Constitution expressly recognizes that the people are entitled to the information on matter public concern and thus expressly granted access to official records. However, the limitation arises when the information includes the defense strategies of the Philippines and closed-door meetings of the executive department. May limitation yan. Okay? Section 8. This one is the right of the people to be allowed to join unions in sa private sectors. Government employees, are we allowed? Since I am assuming that you already have passed the civil service, okay? Are we allowed to form unions, to form associations? Are we allowed? Yes, we are. However, the prohibition is that we are not allowed to conduct strike because there will be automatically a conflict of interest. Do we have any questions so far? Okay, let's proceed. Section 9. This is the just compensation or the taking away of private property. Okay. You have to remember that the purpose of taking away private property must always be for the use of public. Must always be for the use of public. An example of this, yung the widening of the road, those houses that were affected by the said widening, they were compensated. Okay? Hindi siya po pwedeng kukunin lang siya ng government for private use. No. It must always be for public use. Expropriation, this is the private property that is removed from its lawful owner through proceedings of the law. Meaning that you are paid based on the value, market value of the property upon the time of taking. Okay? Upon the time of taking lang siya po pwede. Yung computation niya is from the time of taking rather, okay? Eminent domain, again, that the private property taken away from the lawful owner must be for public use and that they must be compensated fairly. Okay? Next, Section 10, no contracts or no law shall be passed impairing the obligation of contracts that shall be passed. Meaning, if there is already an existing law, tapos it will impair that existing law, it shall not be approved by the Congress. That no contracts shall be passed that diminishes the efficiency of a contract between two parties. Section 11, ito na yung rights of the people na to a free access to courts and quasi-judicial bodies and adequate legal assistance, meaning yung PAO, the Public Attorney's Office, and shall not be denied to any person by reason of poverty. Free legal access to courts and quasi-judicial bodies and adequate legal assistance shall not be denied by reasons of poverty. Sorry, I copied it. Okay? So, hindi dahilan na mahirap lang kasi ako kaya pupunta ako kay Tulfo. Mahirap lang ako kaya pupunta ako face-to-face. No, okay? Remember that you have the right to go to courts, to go before the Public Attorney's Office, and it is their obligation, okay, to help you and assist you. Hindi nila pa rin sabihin, ay mahirap ka lang, hindi mo kaya yung aking legal fees. No, that is why the Public Attorney's Office was created. This provision of law gives the plaintiff or who has not enough income or property, yung gustong mag-file ng case, or resources for free access of law and quasi-judicial body, that the government is deemed to give legal assistance to satisfy the plaintiff's right to counsel. Ito na nga po yung sinasabi ko pa ulit-ulit, yung Public Attorney's Office. Okay? Section 15, the privilege of the right of writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended except in cases of invasion or rebellion when public safety requires it. Remember na naririnig ninyo to, if there is a proclamation of martial law, the privilege, the writ of habeas corpus is suspended. No. What is suspended in the writ of habeas corpus is the privilege. Ano pong ibig sabihin nun? Your right to due process na parang pwede kang hulihan as long as they see you as a threat in cases of invasion or rebellion when the public safety requires it. Section 15, ito yung pinakamainit na issue pagdating sa passage ng anti-terror law. Sabi nila na violate daw. But then again, if you're going to look into it, it is not the entire anti-terror law that violates, some provisions lang. That is why the Supreme Court declared or they have decided na parang some of it lang ang unconstitutional, not the entirety. Okay? Ito, you can just take a picture of this. I have already explained this. Okay, remember that the suspension of the privilege will only be allowed if there is an existence of rebellion or actual invasion and when the public safety requires it. Section 20, no person shall be imprisoned for debt or non-payment of poll tax. Kaya yung mga nangungutang sa atin, malalakas ang loob kasi they can not be imprisoned to that. Kaya minsan sila pa yung galit. Okay? Section 12, the remaining sections, ito na po ang rights of the accused. So far, I have not seen this sa mga civil service, but I will just show you this, just take a picture of it. Section 12, okay, this is the Miranda rights. Section 13, ito na yung you have to remember that since we already have suspended yung death penalty, all of the crimes all of those who were charged or convicted, all those who are convicted of death penalty, they were reduced to reclusion perpetua. Remember, reclusion perpetua and life imprisonment are two different things. Reclusion perpetua, there is a number of years that you have to consider to render your sentence. From the term itself naman, while life imprisonment, from the term itself, hanggang sa mamatay ka na. Okay? Because this is very confusing. Every time in the news, let's say, sasabihin nila na convict siya ng life imprisonment or reclusion perpetua. Those are two different things. Again, reclusion perpetua, 20 years up to 40 years and 1 day. 20 years and 1 day up to 40 years. Yun yung reclusion perpetua. Life imprisonment, habang buhay. Okay? But then again, since wala tayong death penalty, all those who are convicted of death penalty before, naging reclusion perpetua sila. Siyempre, parang life imprisonment na rin yun kasi they were serving their sentence, they were waiting for their judgment, tapos biglang nasuspend siya. Kaya parang nagmukha siyang life imprisonment, but it's not life imprisonment. So pwede kang ma-convict either life imprisonment or reclusion perpetua. Okay? Provided that the evidence of guilt is strong. Okay? Now, again, these are just for your reference. You can take a picture of this. Section 14, ito na po yung due process of law. Ito na yung kapag sinabihan ka na that you were charged of a specific crime, you have the right to meet the witness, the other party face to face. Okay? And you are presumed innocent until contrary is proved. And yun, innocent until proven guilty. Ayan. Everyone is innocent unless otherwise proven guilty. So here are the presumption of innocence that you have to take into consideration. And I'm no longer going through it. Ito ay importante. The right to be heard and the elements of right to be heard. So just take a picture of this one. Okay. Section 16. This one is somehow related to Section 11. However, this gives you an idea that speedy disposition of the cases na na-file sa court. Okay? Ayan po. You have to remember that Section 16 talks about justice delayed, justice denied. You have to remember, okay, na it is not a solution for us to go to these yung mga si Tulfo, si face to face, 'di ba? Para lang kasi feeling natin na mas mabilis yung process sa kanila. But mind you, it's not, because they will still go through the proper process, through the legal process pa rin yan. Mukha lang siyang na-end dyan sa inyong mga for entertainment purposes, but then the process really behind it, they will still go on to the legal process. They will still have to follow that. Section 17, the right to self-incrimination. No person shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. Remember that. That the constitutional right of a person to refuse to answer questions or otherwise give testimonies against himself that will incriminate him, hindi siya po pwede. Hindi mo po pwedeng sabihin na, sige, iko-contempt kita kasi hindi mo sinasabi sa akin. No, you have the right to against self-incrimination. Remember that always. This is very visible palagi in Senate hearings, diba? Yung pinipilit nilang magsalita ka. Kasi meron silang goal na marinig, na gusto nila para ma-prove nila na tama sila. Okay? But then again, you have to remember that you have your right against self-incrimination. Oops, sorry. Section 18, No person shall be detained solely by reason of his political beliefs and aspirations. This was the issue, kaya tayo nagkaroon nito ng Bill of Rights, naging emphasis ito right after the declaration of martial law, during the administration of the late former President Aquino. Okay? Involuntary servitude, meaning that you cannot be forced to do something para ma-compensate yung iyong sentence sa jail. Okay? Parang sasabihin, sige, ito na lang pong gagawin ko kaysa ikulong niyo ako. No, hindi po pwede. Especially, lalo na kapag yung government yung nagsabi, ito na lang ang gawin mo, pero mas harsh pa siya doon sa kesa nag-serve ka na lang ng sentence mo. Bawal yun. Okay? So, again, here are the exceptions in involuntary servitude. Ayan o. It is a condition when one who is compelled by force, coercion, or imprisonment, and it is against his will. Okay? Dapat maaalala ninyo to all the time, ha? Baka mamaya, dahil natatakot ka na lang or para lang matapos na, gagawin mo na siya, tapos there's force, coercion, bawal po yun, okay? Section 19, no excessive fines shall be imposed, neither cruel or simply your Section 19 is your anti-violence. Okay? Na kapag nahuli ka, di ba, there was a news before na yung mga nahuhuli, they were detaining them in a very small space. They are deprived of food, water, etc. That's not allowed. Okay? Mere fines and imprisonments are not violative. However, if it's inhuman already or inhumane and barbarous, shocking to the conscience penalty with regard to the imposition of fines, it is within the court's obligation to fix the amount. So punta na lang tayo sa court instead na hayaan natin kung sino yung mag-decide niyan. Because it will be a violation of our constitutional rights. Section 21, no double jeopardy. This was not asked. Ito po ay natanong. Ex post facto law or bill of attainder. An ex post facto law, these are law na parang halimbawa, you committed something on today. For example, bawal manampal. Sinampal mo si A. Tapos kinabukasan, nagbalabas ng batas na bawal kang manampal. Si A, hindi kanya pwedeng ireklamo. Okay? There is no retroactive application. It must always be favorable to the accused. Meaning, the best example for this one is the suspension of death penalty, wherein it's favorable to the accused na hindi na sila mag-face ng death penalty, but they will be facing reclusion perpetua. Diba? Now, bill of attainder, if you committed something, tapos bigla ka na lang hinuli, kinulong, without due process. Bawal siya. Except, there are exceptions to this, which I will no longer discuss kasi hindi naman siya natanong sa civil service. Okay? Now, let's go to citizenship. Hold on. Ma'am Jane, pwede pa po ba akong mag-proceed or ano po?
Yes, ma'am. Sige,
Okay.
ma'am. Tuloy natin.
Sige
Sayang
po.
At least, nandito na tayo sa gitna.
Okay po. Article 4, citizenship. Now, this is very controversial right now. Diba? In the case of Miss Alice, I'm no longer gonna say the name, but Miss Alice, okay? Now, these are the following. You have to remember, sino-sino ba ang Filipino citizen? This was asked last year in the civil service exam. So just take a picture of this. These are all self-explanatory already. But you have to remember who are the citizens of the Philippines. Hindi siya verbatim tinanong, pero at least you should have familiarized yourselves. Now, what is the difference between citizenship and nationality? Ito ulit-ulit siya 2022, 23, 21, 22, 23. Tinanong po ito. Okay? So citizenship is your political right. Meaning, if you are a citizen of a specific state, you can exercise your political rights. Nationality, this is your character, your status or condition with reference to the rights and duties of a person as a member of a state. Meaning, yung ating culture, yung ating mga traditions, yun yung magde-define ng iyong nationality. Yun lang yung pinagkaiba ng dalawa. Okay? Political rights, citizenship, legal relationship, nationality. Both includes allegiance. When you talk about allegiance, this is your loyalty to your state. Don't forget that, okay? Now, the following are the modes of acquiring citizenship. By birth, by naturalization, by marriage, and repatriation. I will just give emphasis on repatriation and naturalization first. You have to remember that when we talk about naturalization, this merely is a mode of acquiring citizenship strictly for foreigners. Foreigners who aspire to become a Filipino citizen. That is naturalization. Repatriation is a mode of reacquiring citizenship, meaning that prior to your acquiring foreign citizenship, you are a natural-born Filipino. Best example, in the case of Senator Grace Poe. Okay? Sabi nila, si Senator Grace Poe ay American citizen. Kaya hindi siya pwedeng mag-run for public office. However, for her to be able to run for public office, she must reacquire her Filipino citizenship. Now, what is the process that she needs to undergo? Definitely, it is not naturalization. Why? Because Senator Grace Poe was considered or was determined to be a natural-born Filipino, considering her issue of being stateless or fundling. Diba? The Supreme Court already have decided that we have to remove the discrimination kasi kawawa naman eh. They were already abandoned. For the kids who are already abandoned, who doesn't know their parents at the very moment they were born in the world, tapos sasabihin mo pa stateless siya, sasabihin mo pa fundling siya. Kawawa naman. And remember, the 1987 Constitution focuses on anti-discriminating. Anti-discrimination rather, okay? That is why the process that of Senator Grace Poe for her to reacquire her Filipino citizenship is repatriation. Again, naturalization, foreigner, repatriation, reacquiring of Filipino citizenship for those who are considered as a natural-born Filipinos. Now, marriage. You have to remember, kasi this is the common mistake of everyone. Diba? Most of the people na, let's say, Filipina and Filipino, I will use that para hindi tayo malito. The Filipina who marries a foreigner, most of the people will automatically think and consider that if they marry the foreigner, automatic, hindi na sila Filipino citizen. Wrong. Under the Constitution, Section 4 specifically, it mentions that the Filipina still remains a Filipino unless she will personally and voluntarily renounces her Filipino citizenship and acquire foreign citizenship. Again, Filipinas, kapag nagpakasal sa foreigner, hindi po siya automatic nagiging foreigner. No, that is wrong. That is a huge misconception. They still remain as a Filipino citizen. However, if they voluntarily renounce their Filipino citizenship, that is the only time that they are no longer considered as Filipino. Now, in cases of Filipino, yung mga lalaki naman na magpapakasal or napapakasalan ng isang foreigner, here in the Philippines, since we follow the patriarchal system, that foreigner, the wife, automatically becomes a Filipino citizen. Does it stop there? No. You have to remember that given the fact that the Filipino marries a foreigner, yung lalaki, pinakasalan ng isang foreigner na babae, the wife automatically becomes a Filipino citizen, yes, provided that she needs to undergo the process of naturalization. Again, Filipino, nagmarry ng foreigner, the wife automatically becomes a Filipino citizen provided that they have to undergo the process of naturalization. A Filipina, babae, nagpakasal sa lalaking foreigner, hindi po siya automatic mawawalan ng Filipino citizenship unless personally renounced. The term that you have to remember in the case of a Filipino who marries a foreigner and the wife automatically becomes a Filipino provided that she needs to undergo the process of naturalization is called derivative naturalization. Okay? Tatanong yan ha, so you have to remember that. Next, by birth, automatically and obviously from the term itself, the modes of acquiring Filipino citizenship as regards birth could either be determined by two. It could either be by jus sanguini or jus sanguini, the blood relationship from the parents to the child, and jus soli. When you say jus soli, this is by the place of birth. So for example, both of your parents are Filipino citizen. However, the child was born in another country. Maybe you have to consider likewise that the state wherein the child was born adopts jus soli. The best state that I could give is the US, the United States of America. They observe or they follow jus soli. So even regardless if the parents are Filipino citizen, as long as the child is born in the country, in the United States, the child automatically becomes an American citizen. Okay, so far, do you have any question as regards citizenship? Do you have any questions? Okay, so I'll take that as none. Now, let's go to naturalized citizen. As I have discussed earlier, naturalized citizens, this is strictly for the foreigners who wishes to renounce her foreign or his foreign citizenship and become a Filipino citizen. Now, let's talk about RA 9225, dual citizenship. Ito po ay dalawa po yung dapat natin tandaan dito. First, dual citizenship of Filipino parents who gave birth to another country. Yung pagiging dual citizen po ng mga batang yon na pinanganak sa ibang bansa, you have to apply it here para maging American citizen and Filipino citizen. That's the first thing that you have to remember. The second thing that you have to remember is that, for example, there are foreign couple na they gave birth here in the Philippines. Now, the child is automatically, since we follow jus sanguini, the child is American citizen. Let's say American citizen sila. Now, since the time span na nagstay yung mga foreigners dito, they wanted to become a Filipino citizen. Yun nga, so nanganak. Yung bata po ay pwede siyang maging automatic dual citizen provided that upon after birth, the parents will report it to their specific embassy. Yun po yung magiging automatic dual citizen. Okay? Do you have any questions? Anyway, now, can the dual citizen run for public office here in the Philippines? The answer is no. Why? Because of dual allegiance. Hindi po pwede na that you can be loyal into two states. That is why in the case again of Senator Grace po, she was asked to revoke or renounce her foreign citizenship. And I believe that she revoked her American citizenship. That is why she was allowed to run for public office. Again, dual citizens are not allowed to run for public office unless they revoke their foreign citizenship. Now, let's go to Article 5. Article 5 talks about suffrage. Suffrage is your right to, and it is your right and obligation to vote citizens in the election of certain national and local officers of the government and in the decision of public question submitted to the people. If you can remember, still remember Article 2, Section 2, Section 1 rather, wherein the Philippines is a democratic and a republic state. Okay? Ito po yung best other explanation for that. Okay? You have to remember that your right of suffrage is not just simply a right, but it is a privilege. Why is that so? Because there are still qualifications that you have to consider before you can exercise your right of suffrage. Kasi it is not necessarily that you met all of the qualifications, tapos pwede ka na mag-exercise ng right of suffrage. Kasi some could be disqualified by the law, some could be have failed to meet the 6-month residency period in the locality or the place of voting na gusto niyang magpa-register. So you have to remember the following qualifications. Okay? Now, sorry. Suffrage, again, it is a right and privilege of the electorate to vote for the officials and run affairs of the government, which includes election, plebiscite, referendum, initiative, and recall. Let's discuss each. Now, the proposition, you have to remember first the difference between proposition and petition. Proposition, this is the proposed amendments to the Constitution, and the petition is a written instrument containing the proposition and the required numbers of signatories to determine the validity and to be submitted to the Commission on Elections. This will be helpful later on. I'll explain where. Okay. First, election. Remember that the election is being conducted every 6 years and 3 years. And it is being held every second Monday of May. Hindi po siya every May 2, but every second Monday of May. Marami pong nagkakamali dito. That is why you have to take note of that. Okay? Now, election, it could be from national election, which is every 6 years, local election every 3 years. Now, let's talk about plebiscite. This was asked last year. So plebiscite, it is an election duty call for the people directly affected to whether approve or reject a law or a part thereof enacted by the Congress, or approve or reject a resolution or ordinance enacted by the local legislative unit. What do you have to remember here in plebiscite? Dapat, the people that will be a respondent for plebiscite must be directly affected by the said changes, whether they will approve it or not. Next, that it must be enacted by the Congress or enacted by the local legislative unit or the local LGUs. Yung mga the sanggunian. Okay. Plebiscite must be signed by the people directly affected by it. Whether they will approve it or not must be enacted by the Congress or by the local legislative unit. Why did I give emphasis to that? Because there is such thing called referendum and initiative. When you talk about referendum or initiative, this is a petition coming from the people themselves. Meaning, they cannot just freely exercise referendum or initiative unless the Congress passes or enacts a law or resolution. Okay, yun po yung pinagkaiba ng plebiscite sa referendum. Plebiscite must be originally enacted by the Congress or by the local legislative unit, while referendum or initiative must be originated by the people. Are we still clear? Now, recall. Remember, recall does not apply for the position of the president, because the process of removing the president is impeachment. Okay? Now, this refers to the method by which the public officer may be removed from an elective office before the expiration of his term by the vote of the people. This only applies to local government officials. Hindi po kasama si president, sila chief justice, or whatsoever. Okay? Section 2, these are all self-explanatory. But you also have to remember, under Section 2, dito po nagkaroon ng RA 9189 or the Overseas Absentee Voting Act. Bakit po may RA 9189? It is because you have to remember likewise that there are qualifications enumerated under Article 5. Ngayon, the qualifications, if you meet that, regardless if you are within the territory of the Philippines or if you are abroad, you can still freely exercise your rights because you are a citizen of the Philippines. Remember, citizenship is your political rights. So regardless, kung nasa ibang bansa ka, pwede mo pa rin i-exercise ang iyong right to vote. And that is RA 9189. Okay? Now, let's go to the fundamental powers of the state. The main thing that you have to remember here is this. Ayan. You can just take a picture of this. This is self-explanatory already. Tandaan niyo yan kasi this was asked consecutively. The police power, the power of eminent domain, and the power of taxation. The common misconception when we talk about police power is that this is the power of the police officers. Nakakahiya man sabihin, but then that's how people perceive it. But you have to remember that when we talk about police power, it is the power of the state to regulate liberty and property for the promotion of general welfare. Meaning, if there are already cases wherein nagkakagulo na during or in cases of may rally, the government, through the use of the police officers, definitely, and in the exercise of police power, kaya siya nagkakaroon ng misconception, they can regulate the commotion. What else are the example of the exercise of police power? Yung sa West Philippine Sea as well. For the promotion of general welfare, for the protection of the fishermen. Okay? Naglagay tayo ng ating armed forces. The Navy, that is an exercise of police power. The power of eminent domain, as I have discussed earlier. Okay? Yun po yung pag-take away ng private property for the public use, provided that they will be justly compensated. Power of taxation, you have to remember that yung mga tax with every single transaction that you are doing, bibili ng ganito, magpapadeliver ng Grab, bibili ka sa convenience store, bibili ka sa restaurant, ay magbabayad ka ng bill mo sa restaurant, you are paying your tax. Hindi lang siya yung fina-file mo sa BIR. Why? Because power of taxation is considered as the lifeblood of the government. The purpose of the the collection of tax is for the maintenance of the government. Ibig sabihin, yung mga utang natin, galing yung pinambabayad doon ay taxation. Ay tax, rather, sorry. Yung pinambabayad doon ay yung tax na binayaran natin. What else? Yung mga pagpapagawa ng daan for public use. Yung gagamitin na pera dito sa power of eminent domain, yung mga private properties na kinuha for public use. Money niyan, ng money natin lahat yan. For the employees of the government, the salaries, it is from the tax that you're paying. The salary of the president, it is from the tax that you're paying. That is why it is called the lifeblood of the government. Without it, if you if you refuse to pay your tax, definitely that's a huge problem. Kasi maraming maaaring maapektuhan. Are we clear? Now, there is also considered a limitation to this. Okay. Although the powers are inherent and indispensable, the fundamental powers of the state are not without restrictions. As our government is of limited powers, these powers may not be exercised arbitrarily to the prejudice of the Bill of Rights. The actions of government which would encroach the rights of the people, the court can interfere upon proper cases filed before the Supreme Court. Or simply, this talks about your principle or the doctrine of check and balance. Now, the dynamics among the branches of the government. First, the separation of powers. You have to remember that each branches of government has their own function. When it comes to the legislative department, this one is asked consecutively as well. When you talk about the legislative department, they simply talk about the role or the function of the legislative, which is for the proposing or the passing of bills. When we talk about executive department, they are the ones who implements the law. And when you talk about the judicial department, they are the ones who interpret the law. Okay? So, legislative, magpo-propose, si executive, mag-i-implement at magpapasa ng batas, si judicial, siya ang magbabalance or mag-check whether the said law that is being implemented is not violative of any of the rights under the Constitution. Okay? That is simply your separation of powers. Now, the doctrine or the principle of check and balances allows each department to resist encroachment upon its prerogatives, not necessarily given the fact that they have their own powers, dapat they will automatically encroach it. Ibig sabihin, mag-go beyond na sila. Okay? Now, the best example for the check and balance is already right in front of you, and that is self-explanatory already. Just take a picture of that because that is also important, okay? Now, let's go to the blending powers. Naitanong to 2 taon consecutive. Nagulat din ako while I was checking. Sabi ko, oh my God, this is blending powers. Now, you have to remember that blending power is a situation where there is a sharing of 2 or more departments in the performance of a given constitutional task. What is the best example of this for you to recall? When the legislative branch proposes for a specific bill to become a law, it shares its constitutional task with the executive branch. The executive branch has the option to either approve, disapprove, or veto the specific bill proposal. Yun yung isang blending power. Another example of a blending power is when the executive branch passes a law, it is now the judicial branch duty to determine or to interpret the said law. And again, that is an example of blending power or sharing of a constitutional task. It is somehow related to the doctrine of check and balances. The difference is that check and balance focuses on the they are trying to prevent encroachment of the powers. While in blending powers, they are sharing a constitutional task. That is the difference between the two. Okay? Now, the delegated power. Ito, natanong siya once. I am just not sure when this will be asked again. Delegated powers, this constitutes only the rights and duties to be performed by the delegate by the instrumentality of its own judgment and not through the intervening mind of another. Meaning, lahat ito, ang nagde-delegate po ay si legislative. Legislative po ang nagde-delegate nito. Kanino po? Petal. You have to remember this. To the people, how? Initiative and referendum. E, executive, for the tariff, for all of the diplomatic negotiations. T, that is somehow related for the tariff, for the tax. A, for the administrative bodies. Sino po ba yung administrative bodies? Ito po yung mga alter ego of the executive na dinedelegate na ni Congress. Halimbawa, kay education. Ikaw nang bahala dyan, education. Okay? Kay health. Ikaw nang bahala dyan. But then again, this is upon within the general supervision and provided that they are only doing their rights and duty, the delegated rights and delegated duty. But if they already have encroached the Legislative Act, for example, nagpasa bigla ng batas si administrative, bawal po yun. Okay? And lastly, L for the local government units. Now, they delegated how? That the local government units, they can pass some ordinances, yun po yun. Na hindi na kailangan gawin ni legislative yun para sa iyong local government unit. Okay? Legislative Department, Article 6. When you talk about Article 6, you have to remember that Legislative Department is vested in the Congress of the Philippines. And except to the people by the provision of initiative and referendum. Ibig sabihin, the Legislative Department is not only given to the Legislative Department yung Congress, hindi lang po sa kanila yan. Bakit? Kasama po ang mga people. Except to the people by the provisions of initiative and referendum. Okay? Remember, di ba, kanina under Article 5, initiative and referendum, it is the petition or a proposition originally coming from the people. Sorry. Now, let's talk about the qualifications. Ito po ay dapat alam ninyo siya by heart. Kasi tinanong din po ito consecutively in the exam, in the civil service exam. The qualifications, always remember that you are supposed to be a natural-born citizen. In the case that I have cited earlier, in the case of Senator Grace po, that she was either asked to renounce or revoke her foreign citizenship and underwent the process of repatriation to acquire the first qualification to become or to be considered as a natural-born citizen of the Philippines. Next, the age. For senators, 35 years old on the day of the election, and for the House of Representatives, at least 25 years old. They must be able to read and write. The qualification for educational attainment is never a question or never part of a qualification under the Constitution. So, hindi po tama na dapat magkaroon yung sinasabi nila during the last election na dapat isasama ang educational attainment as part of the qualifications. No, it is not allowed. However, it can be proposed, pero that will fall under an amendment in the Constitution. Mas matagal ang process. Okay? You have to remember again that they are only, the only qualification rather is for them to be able to read and write. Next, that they have to be a registered voter. Importante po yan because again, as a citizen of the Philippines under Article 5, it is your duty and your obligation. It is not just also your duty, but likewise your right. So hindi ka pwedeng bumoto ng isang aspiring candidate or aspiring public official na hindi sila mismo registered voters. Okay? Next, that they must be a resident of the Philippines for senators not less than 2 years preceding the election. Meaning, bago magkaroon ng election or bago dumating yung araw ng election, dapat naka 2 years na silang resident of the Philippines. For the members of the House of Representatives, that they have to be a registered voter of the legislative district that they intend to run or represent for at least 1 year before the election. Okay, tatandaan niyo po yung mga taon ha. Yan po yung isa sa mga tinanong. Gaano katagal dapat ang residency ng isang senator or ng isang House of Representatives. The composition or term of office. For the senators, obviously we have 24 senators. For the House of Representatives, it is not only 250 members. Dahil nakalagay po sa Constitution, unless otherwise stated, unless otherwise expressed by law, na it could be more than 250 members. Okay? The term of office of the senators is 6 years. For the members of the House of Representatives, for the members of the House of Representatives, 3 years. Okay? That the reason for this is to make the representative more responsive and sensitive to the needs of their constituents. So kung hindi na nakikita ng mga tao na effective po yung representative, hindi na po effective yung representative namin. So upon the lapse of 3 years term, of the 3-year term, you can change them already, unlike for the senators for 6 years. Okay? The assumption of office is every 30th of June, 12 o'clock noon. So, kapag halimbawa wala pang alas 12 ng tanghali ng June 30, hindi ka pa considered as senator. Hindi ka pa considered as a member of the House of Representatives. You are just considered as the winning candidate. Pero pag pumatak na po ang 12 o'clock of the 30th of June, then they are considered senators or representatives already. The restriction for rerunning for a public office, for the senators, they shall only serve for 2 consecutive terms. Okay? For the members of the House of Representatives, 1 immediate re-election lang. To give, to give way to that, representative to be more responsive and sensitive to the needs of their constituents. Okay? For the senators, 1 immediate re-election is allowed. Okay? Para ma-fulfill yung 2 consecutive terms. Oh, sorry. Next. Here are the list of the party list system that can be allowed or that is allowed to run. Just take a picture of this for your reference. You just have to take note that religious sectors are strictly prohibited following Article 2, Section 6. However, the members of such religious sectors, provided that they will not be promoting any religion or religious affiliations, are allowed to run in the party list system. Again, religious sectors themselves are strictly prohibited following Article 2, Section 6, but the members of these religious sectors are allowed to run in a party list system, provided that they will not be promoting any religious affiliation. Renouncement of office, this was not asked. Okay. Vacancies, ito, tatandaan niyo po na if there is a vacancy in the Congress, the conducting special election is not mandatory, provided that they are still reaching the quorum or the number that is needed in decision making. Okay. Now, the disciplinary actions of its members. I am so sure that you are aware of the Marites accusations of these two senators in the Senate. So, as regards to their own actions, it is only the members within themselves ang allowed na mag-discipline sa kanila. Any other office or any other branch of government are strictly prohibited to interfere with the disciplinary actions of the members of legislative department. The increase of salaries, it is strictly allowed. I mean, it is allowed actually. Allowed po na mag-increase ng salaries for the said compensation ang ating mga senators and representatives. However, it shall not take effect until the expiration of the full term, meaning upon the expiration of 12 years, kasi po, di ba, they are the senators for 2 consecutive terms. As long as they plan to run, the proposal of the increase of salaries will not be allowed to be implemented. It's not going to be implemented. Okay? So, ito, privilege from arrest. Just take note of this. Hindi naman ito lumabas. Parliamentary immunity. Ito po yung mga speech na binibigay po ng ating members of the Congress against another member of the Congress, provided that the speech shall be within the scope of their work. Yung speech nila ay patungkol sa trabaho ng kanilang kasamahan. And likewise, provided that it is within the session, the Congress is in session. Okay? Full disclosure of SALN, I already have discussed this earlier. The disqualification of holding another office, just take note of this kasi baka magamit niyo siya with your other subjects. Fiduciary position of members, ito po yung mga, ano ba to? Na-appoint or nabibigyan ng trabaho na in line with the position of the senators or the members of the House of Representatives. Halimbawa, judge siya or tapos na-elect siya as senators. Bawal na po niyang i-practice yung kanyang pagiging judge. In the case of the late Senator Miriam Defensor. Okay? Now, ito po tinanong, the kinds of session in Congress. So there are 3 kinds of sessions in Congress. The regular session, which is convening every year on the 4th Monday of July. What is likewise happening every 4th Monday of July? Hindi po siya July 4, 4th Monday of July. Regular session opens at the time of the delivery of the State of the Nation of Address of the Executive Department or the President himself. A regular session convenes every 4th Monday of July. Okay? Special session, this happens every time the President calls the Congress at the time wherein the Congress is in recess. Ang instances po nito is upon the proclamation of martial law. Okay, special session yon. As long as the Congress is in session. The joint session, ito po yung session na nangyayari na nagvo-vote ang both houses, the Congress okay, the House of Representatives and the Senate to approve or disapprove a specific specific constitutional amendments or the proclamation of martial law. Yan na po yun, joint session, voting separately and voting jointly. Okay? The officers of the Congress, I'm sure you're all familiar with this one. Legislative Journal, dito po nilalagay ang yes, ang nays, and ang yes and no, ang everything that is happening in the Congress. Daily, day-to-day journal po yan, the Legislative Journal. Okay? Ito po ay tinanong for consecutive years, 20, 21, 21, 22, 23. Just take note of this, numbers lang. Hindi ko na siya i-explain kasi ang tanong lang naman din doon is counting lang. So just take note of this po. Quorum, this is very important. Because if you failed or if the Congress fails to meet the quorum, all of the decisions are considered void. The two-thirds vote, the two-thirds, 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 two-thirds. Kailan siya magiging three-fourths? Kailan siya magiging two-thirds lang? Okay, tinanong po ito. So just take a picture of this one. Again, if the Congress fails to meet the quorum, everything that they have conducted, the session, the passage of bill, the approval of a bill, the approval of a fund, it is considered void. Okay? Electoral Tribunal. Remember, Electoral Tribunal and the Legislative Department, dalawa po yan. It is the House of Representatives and the Senate, House of Electoral Tribunal and the Senate Electoral Tribunal. HRET, the House of Representative Electoral Tribunal, covers the cases or contests against the officials or the candidates from Senate and House of Representatives. Senate Electoral Tribunal or the SET hold their jurisdiction likewise is the same. Ang pinagkaiba po nila, si House of Representatives kapag hindi pa nag-a-assume ng office, lahat ng contest, lahat ng election protest kay House of Representative Electoral Tribunal. Kapag ka nag-assume na po ng office kay Senate Electoral Tribunal. Yun po yung pinagkaiba ng dalawa. Tinanong po yun ha. What is the difference between the House of Representative Electoral Tribunal from the Senate Electoral Tribunal? It is upon the assumption of office. Kapag ang isang kandidato hindi pa nag-a-assume ng office, all of the election protest kay HRET, House of Representative Electoral Tribunal. Kapag yung candidate ay nag-assume na ng office, nanumpa na siya, lahat ng election protest kay Senate Electoral Tribunal. That's the thing that you have to remember here. The Commission on Appointment, the composition. Please take note of this. This was asked as well. There are 25 members. The Senate President as the ex officio chairman. There are 12 senators and likewise 12 members from the House of Representatives. Their role is to approve or not approve the appointments made by the President. Okay? The Book of Accounts, Section 20. Ito, hindi ito masyadong tinanong, but you can just take a picture of it for your notes. The question hour. The difference between Section 21 is that the Legislative Department is acting in aid of legislation for private individuals that they can just summon or what they call this, they can ask to compel their attendance. However, Section 22, this is for the Executive Department. Strictly for the Executive Department. Bakit po may question hour? Kasi po, they are trying to protect and not to violate the separation of powers. Okay? Kailangan may heads up ito kay President sa Executive Department. The question hour focuses on the President himself or herself and likewise to the alter egos of the President. Yung mga undersecretaries natin. Yan, pag nako-compel sila na mag-attend ng Senate hearing in aid of legislation, the Executive Department must be given heads up para malaman kung papayagan ba sila ni President, tapos yung mga questions na itatanong dapat i-send na yun sa kanila ahead of time para malaman kung ano lang yung sasagutin or hindi kasi sometimes it could already violate the separation of powers. The declaration of martial law, ito po yung process. You can just take a picture of it. Hindi naman siya masyadong tinanong. Basta you have to remember lang dito that the concurrence of 2/3 of both houses. Okay, so they are voting separately. 2/3 vote ang kailangan whether they will approve the declaration of martial law. 2/3 vote. Ito, Section 24, medyo tinanong to pahapyaw. You have to remember that the following bills shall originate exclusively in the House of Representatives. Appropriation Bill, Tariff Bill, Private Bill, and Bill of Local Application. Okay? Lahat ito dapat mag-originate exclusively in the House of Representatives. However, the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. Now, Section 25 in relation to Section 29, hindi naman ito masyadong tinanong. Let's just skip that. So the classification of appropriation bill, general appropriation, it is passed annually. And special appropriation law, it is passed, designed for a specific purpose. Yun lang po yung pinagkaiba nilang dalawa. Prohibition against rider. Okay, ito po. Remember this, ha? This is very important. The passage or the steps in the passage of bill. Ayan, yung Section 24, dapat mag-originate siya sa House of Representatives, but the rest of the bill proposal could either be coming from either of the House. Once that they already have a proposal, there will be 3 readings. Remember that the readings are conducted in different days. The first reading, the process of that is just simply the reading of the title and its author and the referral to the appropriate committee. Yun lang po yun. The committee we are referring here is that they are not supposed to be they're not supposed to be a member or an author of a specific bill. Okay? So that is the first reading. The second reading, ito yung medyo mabigat kasi dito napapasok yung debate, yung mga suggestions, yung mga opinions, yung mga hindi pag-agree, yung mga dapat ito, hindi dapat yan. That happens every second reading. Importante yung second reading kasi dito mangyayari yung lahat. Why? When after the second reading at inano na siya for third reading, any amendments, any suggestions, any violent reactions will no longer be entertained because this is just the finalization of what happened during the second reading. Kaya lahat ng mga members of the Congress, let's say nagsimula sa House of Representatives yung bill, lahat na during second reading, sinasabi na nila, sandali, hindi ako papayag dito, hindi dapat to ganyan. Nandito nangyayari lahat ng debate. Second reading. Why again? Because upon the third reading, upon the moment that it is scheduled for third reading, wala nang changes na pwedeng gawin. Okay? Now, let's say, during the second reading, hindi magkasundo yung both houses. Dito po papasok si Bicameral Conference Committee para ma-meet natin kung ano ba talaga yung dapat na mangyari. This is to settle, it is a committee organized to settle disagreements between the House of Representatives and the Senate in cases of any substantial differences in their respective conversion of the bill. That happens every second reading. Okay? Now, after that, let's say, mag-meet na sila, okay na lahat, wala nang problem. Na, na settle na. Ngayon, si Bicameral Conference Committee, ang decision niya yung mananaig. Kapag merong difference, substantial difference between the members. Kapag wala naman, the bill will now be submitted to the office of the president. So the passage now will be, the process now is either the president will sign, the president will leave it on table upon inaction within 30 days upon the receipt. It will be considered as a law. And if there is a veto on the part of the president that he wants to change, automatically, kapag may veto, it will be returned to the originating house. Tapos, again, remember this if there is a veto, the number of votes or the quorum needed to override the said veto of the president is 2/3 vote. Okay? Now, let's say approved the lahat. Remember that, ito tinanong po ito the law shall take effect after 15 days of publication in the official gazette or in the newspaper of general circulation. Ibig sabihin, not necessarily na kapag pinirmahan na siya ng presidente or the lapse of 30 days, automatic magiging batas na siya. No, there is still a period of 15 days that you have to wait and you have to comply with. That is the publication for 15 days in the official gazette or in the general circulation, general or national newspapers. That is accessible to all people. Why? Because this simply follows the doctrine or the principle or the idea of that ignorance of the law excuses no one. So, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin, ay, hindi ko po alam na may batas kasi na pinasa na ganyan. Huwag nyo na po akong hulihin, huwag nyo na po akong i-charge dyan. Hindi ko naman po alam eh. No. That is why publication is necessary in cases na may bagong batas na pinirmahan ang presidente. Are we clear so far? Okay. Ito po yung mga exempted na sisingilin for taxation. Tinanong po ito but not under the Constitution but under other topic. So the charitable institution, religious institutions, the non-stock, non-profit or educational institution, and the non-profit cemeteries. Tinanong po ito so hindi siya under the Constitution, under siya ng ibang topic, under tax. May part na kasi na gano'n ng civil service ngayon. Okay? Section 30, fiscal autonomy, that no laws shall be passed increasing the appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and provided in the Constitution without any advice or concurrence. So dapat Tatandaan ninyo that the Judiciary Department is enjoying fiscal autonomy, meaning hindi sila pwedeng i-control ng legislative or any branch of the government. Okay? Then Section 31, hindi po tayo po pwede na mag-grant tayo ng bigla-bigla na lang siya ang tatawagin nating queen, tatawagin nating princess, or whatsoever. No law granting any title of royalty or nobility shall be enacted. Okay, bawal po yun. Initiative and referendum, I already have discussed this earlier. Article 7, we're almost done. Almost done. I'm sorry. Okay. Section 1, executive power. Obviously, it is strictly and exclusively vested to the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Okay? The President is the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and therefore is immune from suit and free of any liability arising from the performance of his executive function. So, tatandaan ninyo that the executive or the President himself only enjoys executive power. The alter egos, they are not enjoying the same. The Vice President likewise, hindi din po. Only the President. So the qualifications for the President and the Vice President are the same. Remember this ha, you all, just a tip, dahil nga we are reviewing for civil service, pwede na sa isang page, isusulat natin lahat ng qualifications on the table, tabi-tabi na sila. Si senators, si President, si Vice President, si Member of the House, tsaka yung sa members ng ating constitutional commissions. Okay? So the qualifications for the President and the Vice President, first, you have to be a natural-born Filipino. You have to be a registered voter. Must be able to read and write. Okay. Dito, di ba, during the last election, parang sinabi nga again, dito pumasok yung educational attainment. Again, hindi siya part of the qualifications. They must only be able to read and write. Next, they must be 40 years of age at the day of the election and must have resided in the Philippines for 10 years before the election is held. You have to remember that 10 years residency period before the election, they must be 40 years of age at the day of the election. Okay. Must be a registered voter, must be able to read and write, and must be a natural-born Filipino. Same qualifications for the President and the Vice President. So the powers of the President, first is administrative power. The executive has the power to control and supervise all local government units. The appointment power, the designation by virtue of a vested power of a person to enjoy an estate and likewise it bores the power of removal. Ito pong mga powers of the President na lang ang i-discuss ko sa Article 7 kasi ito po yung mga most na tinatanong. Okay? Then military power, the President as the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, the Commander-in-Chief of the Philippines, and therefore has the power to appoint generals in the highest position in PNP, Philippine Army, Philippine Air Force, and Philippine Navy. The executive also has a defense secretary to oversee the entire military functions of the country. The next power of the President is the judicial power, wherein the President appoints the Chief Justice in the Supreme Court, and the justices likewise the justices in the Supreme Court as her Justice Secretary to oversee the entire system in the Philippines. Legislative power, the President can certify bills for the Congress to prioritize or call for a special session especially for the proclamation of martial law and to address national budget. Diplomatic power, the president can represent the Philippines in different summit of countries in the world. So si president ang ating pinapadala sa ibang bansa to negotiate, to interact with the other heads of the state. Okay? And also has the power to appoint the ambassadors to different countries to represent the Philippines. That's part of the diplomatic power. Sorry. Oops. The term of office of the president, ito self-explanatory, 6 years. However, you have to remember that the president is no longer qualified to run for re-election at the same office. The vice president, obviously, he can. So the presidential succession, this was asked also pala. Ito na lang tatandaan nyo ha. The vice president acts as the president on the following instances prior to the assumption of office. Okay, if there is a president, there is a failure to elect the president who fails to qualify. There is a temporary disability or incapacity of the president to discharge his powers and duties. And lastly, if the president has not been chosen, again, the vice president acts. Okay, Section 14. Okay. Section 14, remember that the appointments extended by the acting president shall remain effective unless revoked by the elected president within 90 days from his assumption or reassumption from office. Now, these are the instances wherein the vice president becomes the president. Remember, earlier, the vice president acts as the president if there is prior to the assumption of office. Now, if the president already have assumed its office, the vice president becomes the president under the following circumstances. First, if the president elected died or if there's death. Second, there is a permanent disability or incapacity of the president to discharge his powers and duties. And if the president resigned from office or was removed from office or was impeached. So the vice president becomes the president after assumption of office under the following circumstances: upon death, permanent disability, permanent incapacity to discharge his powers and duties, and either he resigned from office, removed from office, or impeached. So we know this already, the difference between term versus tenure. Term, this is a fixed or limited period. Tenure, this is the position, this is your protection. Let's say 6 years, that's your tenure. The term, that's their term. Then the tenure is within 6 years also. The term could either be, let's say, sa loob ng 6 na taon, 3 taon lang yung term na sinerve mo. Okay, it's limited, it's fixed, okay? Now, the powers of appointment: regular appointment, acting appointment, and ad interim appointment. Just take a picture of this because this is self-explanatory. However, when we talk about ad interim appointments, these are appointments made by the executive department or by the president during or while the Congress is in session. Okay, the midnight appointment. You have to remember that 2 months immediately before the next presidential elections and upon the end of his term, the president or the acting president are strictly prohibited to appoint except if if it will endanger public safety, if it will endanger a specific agency or a branch of government, midnight appointment only applies within the executive department. Okay? Hindi po siya kasama sa sa judiciary. Pwede mag-appoint si president, lalo na kapag chief executive or the chief justice, rather ang ating i-appoint. Kasi hindi po pwedeng tumayo ang isang branch ng government without its head. The alter ego principle, ito po yung doctrine of political agency. Ito na po yung mga sino to? Sila USEC, Undersecretary, tsaka sila ASEC. Yun po yung alter ego. What you have to remember here is that the acts of the president, the acts of the alter ego rather, yung mga ASEC, USEC, yung kanilang mga actions, pwedeng maging liable si president. Pero yung mga actions ni president, hindi naman dapat na maging liable ang ating mga ASEC and USEC. Okay? The alter ego principle, mainly this is yung parang to distribute na din yung mga obligations upon likewise the supervision pa rin ni President. Section 17, likewise, the full execution clause wherein one of the major power of the executive department is the implementation of or the faithful implementation of the laws. Okay? The military power, this was not asked already. Okay. Now, remember, okay, SONA always happens every 4th Monday of July. Likewise, the opening of the session in the Congress. Yun po yung benchmark. Yun yung parang dapat yung tandaan doon. Okay? Article 8, Judiciary Department. The judicial power is vested in Supreme Court. Okay? Yun na siya. Wala nang iba. That is the highest law. That is the highest court already. Judicial review is essential for the maintenance and enforcement of separation of power and balancing of powers among the great departments of the government through the definition and maintenance of boundaries of authority and control between them. Judicial review, ito po yung tatandaan lang natin dito that the power includes the duty of the court to settle controversies involving rights which are legally demandable and enforceable. And to determine whether there is a grave abuse of discretion of any branch or instrumentality of the government. Papasok po dito yung sa separation of powers, the duty of the judicial department is to review. And sa duty naman niya sa check and balances, dapat walang nag-encroach or walang nag-abuse ng power on the legislative or the executive department. Okay? So you have to remember this is the hierarchy of courts. Ito po yung mga courts natin dito sa Philippines. Also, wala po tayong jury. We do not observe those. Yung mga napapanood po natin na may mga jury, wala po tayong ganon. Okay? So the first level courts, the Metropolitan Trial Court, Municipal Trial Court in the cities, the Municipal Trial Courts, the Municipal Circuit Trial Courts, and in line with it is the Sharia Courts, Circuit Courts. Okay? Second level of courts, the Regional Trial Court, and in line with the Muslim courts, the Sharia District Courts. Tinanong po yun ha, ano yung difference ng kung meron bang courts ang mga Muslim? Yes, they do have. Okay. Now, the third level court is the Court of Appeals, Sandigan Bayan, and Court of Tax Appeals, and the Supreme Court being being the highest court. Okay. Na kapag nag-decision na si Supreme Court and bank, definitely final and executory na po siya. Section 3, in line with the fiscal autonomy under legislative department, the judiciary shall enjoy fiscal autonomy. Appropriation for the judiciary may not be reduced by the legislature below the amount appropriated for the previous year. So fiscal autonomy is enjoyed by the judiciary department. Ito, hindi na natin yan i-discuss. The appointments to the judiciary, one of the powers of the president earlier was the appointment or the judicial power. The president appoints the chief justice and the justices. Okay? Yun lang po yung ine-explain ng appointments to the judiciary. But in purposes of the civil service exam, hindi ko na siya i-discuss further kung paano. Basta tatandaan po natin that the chief justice is appointed by the president, likewise the 14 other justices. Okay, tatandaan niyo yung 14 other justices ha, kasi tinatanong siya consecutively. The different kinds of jurisdiction, general, limited, original, appellate, exclusive, concurrent, criminal, and civil. The composition, tinanong po ito, always being asked. Composition of the judicial department, there is only one chief justice and there are 14 associate justices. They follow seniority and they retire at the age of 70. Okay. The Constitutional Commission, ito na po, almost na tayo, malapit na talaga, I promise. The Constitutional Commission, this covers the three: the Commission on Civil Service, the Commission on Audit, and the Commission on Election. We have to remember that they are constitutionally created, meaning nakalagay na sila sa Constitution. So there was no law na pinasa para makreate sila because it is constitutionally created. Each commission confers certain powers and functions which cannot be reduced by statute and enjoys fiscal autonomy, meaning the three branches of the government, together with these three constitutional commissions, they stand equally. Equal footing po silang lahat. However, when it comes to the civil service, Commission on Election, and Commission on Audit, hindi po sila po pwedeng pakialaman ng three branches of the government. Hindi sila pwedeng pakialaman ng executive, legislative, or judiciary. Okay? The chairman and members are given fairly long term of office for 7 years. Kaya pa po ba? Malapit na, promise. Okay? So the commissions may appoint their own officials and employees in accordance with the civil service law. Each commission may promulgate its own procedural rules, provided that they do not diminish, increase, or modify substantive rights. That the chairman and members cannot be reappointed or appointed in any acting capacity. So all of their appointments are regular appointments. The chairman and members are removed from office through impeachment. So it's not only the president who is being removed through impeachment, but likewise the members of the constitutional commissions. Now, ito po ang qualifications ng Commission on Audit, Commission on Election, and Civil Service Commission. The composition is like this. When you talk about Commission on Audit, there is one chairman and 2 commissioners. Sa Commission on Election, there's one chairman and 6 commissioners. Sa Civil Service Commission, there is one chairman and 2 commissioners. Okay? The following are the qualifications. Again, papasok na naman po si natural-born citizen of the Philippines. That at the time of the appointment, they must be at least 35 years of age. When it comes to the Commission on Audit, the CPAs, or they must be CPA, Certified Public Accountants, for not less than 10 years of auditing experience, or at least a member of the Philippine Bar with at least 10 years of practice of law. So either CPA po sa Commission on Audit na may 10 years na siya with auditing experience, or member of bar, lawyer po siya, who has been practicing law for 10 years. Preferably, I think now they are requiring those who are in tax law para hindi mahirapan rather. Now, for the Commission on Election, they must be holder of a college degree. And then for the Civil Service Commission, with a proven capacity for public administration. For the Commission on Election, must not be a candidate in the immediately preceding election. And for the Civil Service Commission, must have not been candidates for any elective position in the election immediately preceding their appointment. Yung ito po yung kanilang composition and qualifications ng Constitutional Commission. Pahapyaw-hapyaw po itong tinatanong. Kaya if I were you, you can just take a picture of it para you have a copy of it as well. For the Commission on Election, majority, including the chairman, must be a member of the Philippine Bar who have been engaged in the practice of law for at least 10 years as well. So palaging 10 years po. Sa Commission on Audit, CPA for 10 years with an auditing experience or at least a member of law, practicing law for 10 years. For the Commission on Election, likewise, 10 years, engaged na din siya for 10 years in the practice of law. For the for the Civil Service Commission, wala namang requirement about being a lawyer. So ito po ang kanilang obligations, then duties. You can take a picture of it. Ito yung sa Commission on Election. Okay, so that ends my presentation po, ma'am. Hopefully, I was able to help you and give you some points that will be asked.
Actually, masyadong comprehensive yung discussion ma'am. So, alam ko maraming natutunan yung mga audience natin ngayon. So, sa ating mga kaisko at kaiska, so syempre, marami na namang na-inspire na maging political science and public administration students. Okay.
Ano si Ma'am Ay, ma'am. Teacher ko po nung high school.
Congrats, Ma'am Tin. Andito pala ang teacher, kaya pala.
Kaya po kinabahan ako bigla.
Okay, kaya alam mo pala biglang Okay, so medyo comprehensive. At ma'am, nakikita naman po ang mga videos nyo sa PUP Career Center. So anytime open yun, kahit mga old videos namin sa Career Center, talagang kahit 2020 pa siya, nabuback view pa. So, maraming salamat, Ma'am Tin. So, let me read your certificate po. Okay. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Assistant Professor John Christine O. Villarosa, College of Political Science and Public Administration, in grateful acknowledgement and her engagement and insightful academic contribution as online career service examination course reviewer, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise in the areas of specialization, Philippine Constitution, during the conduct of the online career service examination course or class held on July 13, 2024 via Zoom video conferencing platform and Facebook live stream. Signed, Engineer Florinda H. Uquinda, Director, Alumni Relation Career Development Office, Associate Professor Elmer M. Soriano, Dean, College of Political Science and Public Administration, Tomas Otestar, Vice President for Students Affairs and Services. So in behalf of the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, ma'am, maraming salamat, Ma'am Tin, sa pagbibigay mo ng isang comprehensive discussion about Philippine Constitution. So alam ko ngayon, kahit nakukonti lang, magiging edge na ito para yung mga reviewer natin, mga reviewees natin ngayon, ay makapasa at makakuha ng magandang score pagdating sa general information.
Thank you po, ma'am. Ay, ma'am, yung sa name ko po, wala pong H yung Christine.
Ay, okay ma'am, sorry naman.
Ayun
So,
po.
maraming salamat Ma'am Tin. So,
Po.
thank you po. Pwede na po kayong magpahinga. Kanina pa kayo nagle-lecture. So, andito na ang next lecturer namin. Tuloy-tuloy po kami ngayon. Thank you
Sige
Ma'am Tin. Ang
po.
susunod na teacher nyo naman.
Okay, thank you po. Bye, ma'am.
Thank you ma'am. Sige po. Okay. So, ang next reviewer natin guys will be discussing or enhance your verbal ability in Filipino. Last time, ang in-enhance natin, di ba, English, yung Ma'am. Ngayon naman, Filipino po. So, andito ngayon yung dalawang, tawag dito, dalubhuguro. Tama po ba, ma'am? Hindi ko masyadong yung Tagalog na. Professor na lang ng College of Arts and Letters mula sa Department ng Pilipinolohiya. So, andito po si Ginang Jenaline Lai at si Miss Jenaline Manzon. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, mga ma'ams.
Magandang hapon po.
Magandang hapon po. Ma'am, meron po tayong dalawang audience ngayon, ma'am, ha? Yung iba po ay nasa Zoom, yung iba naman po ay nasa Facebook Live natin sa PUP Career Center Facebook page. Okay. So, ma'am, you may take away the virtual floor na po at nauubos na rin yung boses ko. Pasensya na po, galing pa sa concert ng 3 araw last time. Maraming salamat, ma'am. You may take away the virtual floor na po. Guys, papalakpak naman po.
Yan. Maraming pong salamat, ma'am, para po sa pagbanggit. Muli magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ako po si Binibining Jeneline Almanza. Dalubguro po mula po rin sa Kagawaran ng Pilipinolohiya at kasama ko po ang hepe ng sentro sa pagsasalin, si Ma'am Jenaline Lai. Ayan po. Para kaming dalawa po yung magiging magtuturo po no ng verbal ability at mahati po ito sa dalawang bahagi. So sa unang bahagi po ng pagtalakay ay ako po at mamaya naman po ay susundan po ito ni Ma'am Lai. So walang po ay mag-share screen. Yan, nakikita naman po ano. So bilang paghahanda para po sa ating kahandaan ano, sa ating pagkatuto sa Filipino, ilan ito dun sa mga mahalagang lalamanin ano, nung mismong eksaminasyon na mahalagang ma-review din natin. So alam ko na marami sa atin ang pamilyar na sa mga ito, pero magandang balik-balikan din no, kung paano ba nagsisimula yung pagkabihasa natin sa Pilipino. So nabanggit ko naman kanina na mahahati yung ating pagtalakay sa dalawang bahagi. Ako dito sa mga nasabing mga paksa, no, tatalakayin po yung kasing kahulugan, magkasalungat, kawikaan, uri ng pangusap, paggamit ng panlapi at wastong gamit ng mga salita. So ito yung mga paksa na mako-cover ko para sa aking pagtalakay. No? Tapos mamaya naman si Ma'am Jenaline Lai para naman doon sa paggamit ng pagbasa ng teksto, yung mga bahagi ng pananalita at mga pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga pangyayari. So simulan na natin no yung ating pagtalakay. So sana baka pwede tayong mag-thumbs up, ayan, na bilang senyales no na tayo ay handa ng makinig. So kahit yung ating mga nasa Facebook Live, so pwede po kayong magbigay ng comment kung meron din po kayong mga katanungan doon sa paghamit. Ayan, so ready naman po. So alam kong buong araw na ko yung nakikinig, no, ilang meetings na, pero hopefully ay makatulong ito sa inyo. No? Mahalaga na tala din tayo ng mga mahalagang mga impormasyon na maibabahagi sa atin ngayong araw. So simulan natin no, yung pagtalakay, una para doon sa kasing kahulugan. So kasing kahulugan ay pamilyar sa atin para doon sa mga uri ng mga salita no, sa wikang Filipino na merong magkatulad o magkaparehas na kahulugan. At ibig sabihin, nag-share sila ng iisang kahulugan kahit na magkaibang salita yung mismong ginagamit. So ilan ito doon sa mga halimbawa na pwede natin makita no, na magkasing kahulugan. So may kita din ito sa mga diksyonaryo, ganyan, kung meron kayong mga hahanaping mga salita. Nilalakit din ito no, yung mga kasing kahulugan na salita kapag inilalagay yung entry sa isang diksyonaryo. So halimbawa, yung salitang gusto at nais no, ay magkasing kahulugan. No? Kung gagamitin natin sa isang pangungusap ay magiging ganito. So gusto na niya makuha sa Pasko ang regalong dati pa niyang ninanais. No? So alam naman natin yung gusto at nais ay merong kaugnayan pagdating dun sa pagkuha ng isang bagay. Ang pangalawang salita naman ay binulgar at isiniwalat. So meron din silang pagkakasing kahulugan no, sa isang pangusap, ganito siya pwedeng gamitin. Ibinulgar niya ang lihim ng kanyang asawa, isiniwalat niya ito sa kanyang pamilya. So nakakatulong din yung paggamit ng kasing kahulugan kung halimbawa sulat tayo ng isang pangusap para maiwasan natin yung paulit-ulit na paggamit. No? Halimbawa, puro gusto yung ginamit mo sa isang talata. No? So para hindi magasgas yung mismo salita, mainam kung magiging creative tayo doon sa paggamit ng mga salita sa isang pangusap na ginagawa natin. So ano pa? No, nandyan din yung pinalaya at pinakawalan. No, pinalaya na niya ang sarili sa mga hinanakit na kanyang nararamdaman. Pinakawalan niya ang lahat ng puot sa kanyang kasintahan. So samantala, yung pang-apat naman, angkop at akma. Dapat magsuot ang mga bata ng angkop sa kanilang edad at akma sa kanilang itsura. So kung meron tayong magkasing kahulugan, no, syempre meron din tayong magkasalungat. So ito yung mga salita sa wikang Filipino no, na kung magkaparehas kanina yung napakinggan natin, no, ngayon naman ay magkaiba. So ano yung mga halimbawa natin? So halimbawa, ano ba ang, pwede nyo itong i-chat sa ating chat box, no? Ano ba ang, ayan, naklik ko tuloy. Ayan, so ano ba ang kasalungat ng masikip? Pwede kayong sa chat box, no? So, syempre ang kasalungat nito ay maluwag. So ano naman ang yan. Sa isang pangusap, dati ay maluwag sa kanya ang damit, ngayon ay masikip na ito. So, ginagamit naman natin yung mga magkasalungat na salita sa isang pangusap kung halimbawa gusto natin ipakita yung contrasting idea ng dalawang salita. No? So, nakikita natin yung pagkukumpara. No? Halimbawa naman ay yan, masigla. Sige nga po, ano naman ang kasalungat ng masigla? So, pwede nyo po yan i-chat sa chat box, no? Para magising po tayo. Okay, si Ma'am Mary Jane Pambid, matamlay. Si Ma'am Kayla, matamlay. So, tama po, no? Ang masigla ay matamlay. Sa isang pangusap, noong umaga, sobrang tamlay niya. Pero nung nakita niya ang kanyang mataas na grado, ay sumigla siya. So, nakikita natin yung difference, no? Yung pagkakaiba din ng konteksto na ipinapakita ng dalawang salita. Yan. So, ngayon naman ay mahirap. Yan. Ano naman po ang kasing, ang kasalungat no, ng salitang mahirap? Sige po, chat lang po natin yan sa chat box. Yan. Ano naman po ang mahirap? Okay, tama. So, may nagbanggit dito si Ma'am Kayla Verdan. Dalawa, no, yung pwede niyang gawing kasalungat. Depende dun sa konteksto ng pinag-uusapan natin. So, kung ang konteksto ng pinag-uusapan natin ay yung paggawa ng isang bagay, no, pwedeng ang kasalungat ng mahirap ay madali. No, pero kung ang konteksto ng pinag-uusapan natin ay tungkol sa akumulasyon ng pag-aari, no, pwedeng ang kasalungat naman ng mahirap ay mayaman. So, makikita natin yung kasalungat nito depende doon sa paraan ng paggamit sa isang pangungusap. Kaya mahalaga na kapag nagbabasa din tayo, inaalam din natin paano ba ginamit yung mismong salita doon sa pangungusap para malaman natin ano ba yung mismong kasalungat. Yan. So, ito naman ay maalwan. No? So, hindi ito nabanggit ni Ma'am Kyla. Pero, yung maalwan din ay tawag dito ay kasalungat naman ng mahirap kasi ibig sabihin nakakaginhawa. No? Maginhawa yung buhay nila. No? So, may pagkakasing kahulugan naman ito pagdating sa mayaman. So, sa isang pangungusap, mahirap man ang buhay, pagdating ng araw, siguradong aalwan din ito. So, giginhawa, no, yung ibig sabihin ng salitang aalwan. So, tungo naman tayo doon sa kawikaan. So, natapos na natin yung magkasalungat, no, at yung magkasing kahulugan. So, sa English sa pag-aaral naman ng wikang Ingles, no, ang katumbas ng magkasing kahulugan ay synonyms, no, at ang magkasalungat naman ay antonyms. So, sa wikang Filipino, sing kahulugan, ito naman ay magkasalungat. So, tungo naman tayo doon sa ating ikalawang paksa. So, napakadali lang, no, yung ating mga unang dalawang paksa. So, nandito naman tayo sa kawikaan. So, ito naman yung mga talinhaga o bukang bibig. Talinhaga na bukang bibig o idioma na bahagi ng wikang Filipino. So, ginagamit natin yung kawikaan kung halimbawa sa paggamit natin ng isang wika dahil kilala naman yung mga Filipino, no, bilang napakamahiyain, no, doon sa pagbabahagi ng kanilang nararamdaman. Minsan galit na sila pero hindi pa nila masabi na galit sila. O kaya naman ay may gusto silang sabihin doon sa ibang tao pero hindi nila rin madiretso. Pinapadaan ito sa pamamagitan ng mga talinhaga o ng mga idioma para maitago yung kahulugan. So nakikita din natin sa mga talinhaga o sa mga idioma yung pagiging malikhain ng mga Pilipino. No? Kasi ibig sabihin, yung mga idioma na ginagamit natin, no, tayong mga Pilipino, ay nagmumula din dun sa mga bagay na nakikita natin sa ating paligid. Kaya kung papansinin natin yung ating mga idioma, ay hindi naman ibang-iba doon sa ating kultura. At makikilala pa nga natin yung ating kultura sa pamamagitan ng mga idioma na ginagamit natin sa araw-araw na pagdasalita. So yung mga matatalinhaga natin na pamamahayag, bahagi din ito, no, ng ating pakikipagkomunikasyon, bahagi din ito ng ating pagkakaroon o kakaroon ng pagkakaunawaan sa pagitan ng ibang tao. So halimbawa, kung masyado kayong di ba mapapansin natin kapag ang mga tao ay masyadong malayo sa atin o hindi natin masyadong kilala, no, sila ay stranger para sa atin, ibang tao, no, mapapansin natin na yung wikang ginagamit natin sa kanila ay napaka-mainhin, no, napaka-pigil, no, yung mga salita at pinapadaan natin ito dun sa mga matatalinhagang payag para hindi natin sila diretsang masaktan. No, ayaw kasi natin yung ganoong pamamaraan, parang ayaw natin na nakakasakit sa mga salita natin. So samantala, sa mga bahagi naman ng mga taong kakilala natin, matagal na natin kasama sa buhay, ganyan, na ginagamit din yung matalinhaga para ipakita naman kung sa ibang tao ay nakikita yung ayaw kasi natin masaktan, no, ayaw natin maging bulgar dun sa mga sinasabi natin. Dahil dun sa uri ng relasyon o uri ng ugnayan. Samantala, ginagamit naman natin yung talinhaga sa mga malapit sa ating buhay para ipakita yung tindi ng emosyon o yung tindi ng mensahe na gusto nating ipamahagi. Kaya kung makikita natin, di ba, kung sino pa yung mga malalapit sa atin, sila pa yung mga sobrang sinasabi lahat ng totoo tungkol sa atin. So walang sugar coating, kumbaga, no? At minsan nagiging nagagamit din yung talinhaga hindi lang para itago yung kahulugan, pero kung tutuusin ay gawin din o gamitin din ito para ma-maximize yung mismong kahulugan, no, sa abot ng kaya nitong maibanggit, no, o masabi. So yung maximum intensity ng mensahe na gustong ibigay ay nagagawa din ng talinhaga. So hindi lang siya ginagamit for sugar coating o para limitahan yung nararamdaman, no, pero ginagamit din para sobra-sobrang iparamdam naman yung gustong iparating na mismo mensahe. So, yung mga kawikaan din natin, nakikita natin yan, hindi lang sa pagdating sa komunikasyon, pero yung kawikaan din natin, yung mga talinhaga, mga idioma, nakikita din yan sa ating panitikan. No? So, sa ating mga bugtong, mga salawikain, sa ating mga sawikain, no, kahit sa mga nobela, sa mga tula, ganyan, meron din mga ginagamit ng mga idioma. No? So, nakikita yung pagiging malikhain ano ng tao no ng mga Pilipino doon sa kanilang kapaligiran. Kasi ginagamit natin din yung paligid para makabuo ng mga palaisipan. So ano yung mga halimbawa natin na kawikaan? Yan. Sige. So halimbawa, yung ating salita ay mababang loob. So pwede nyo bang sabihin sa chat box ano yung mababang loob? Yan. Ano ang ibig sabihin po kaya nito? So, halimbawa, baka pabasahin kayo ng mga pangusap, ng mga teksto, tapos merong mga idioma, kailangan alam natin kung ano yung mga kahulugan ng ito. Sige po, meron po ba? May nakakaalam po ba ng mababang loob? Yan, okay. So, ang mababang loob po ay okay, mapagkumbaba, no? Tama po 'yan. So, ano naman po ang lumang tugtugin? Ano naman po pag ginagamit natin 'yan lalo na kung mga matatanda no yung nagsasalita, lumang tugtugin na 'yan. Ano po kaya ibig sabihin nun? Yan. Susubukan lang po natin no, 'yan. Wala pong masamang subukan. So, meron po bang nakakaalam? Yan. Kung ano po yung lumang tugtugin. Yan. So, wag po kayo mahihiya, no? Yan. Okay, wala po. Yan. So, ibig sabihin po na lumang tugtugin ay nakasanayan na. So, mga bagay na parang paulit-ulit. So, ano naman po yung kumukulo ang dugo? So, ayan. Alam ko naman pong ito ay lagi na rin ginagamit, no? So pero meron pang mga idioma na talagang minsan mahirap malaman yung kahulugan no kasi sobrang hindi sobrang ano ba ang talas nung pananalinhaga. So kumukulo ang dugo, galit na galit, no? Bahagang buntot ibig sabihin ay duwag o takot. Nagkalsabalutan ay naglayas. So yan yung mga kahulugan no ng ating mga kawikaan o idioma. So mahalaga na makapag-research pa po tayo no sa wikang Filipino ng mga halimbawa ng mga kawikaan na pwede natin na mabasa, maging reference yan kapag inaalam natin yung mismo mga kahulugan. So marami na naman ng mga nagawa no ng mga listahan yan. Sige po. Yes po. Like may iring ko. Sige po. Naka-raise hand. Okay. Baka po napindot lang. Sige. Okay po. So, tungo naman na tayo. So, natapos na po tayo dun sa tatlong paksa natin. Magkasalungat, magkasingkahulugan, at kawikaan. So, nandito naman tayo sa uri ng pangungusap. So, mahalagang malaman din po natin kung ano yung mga uri ng pangungusap na ginagamit natin sa wikang Filipino. So, nabuo yung mga uri ng pangungusap batay doon sa paraan din natin ng pagsalita, pagpapahayag, syempre dahil bunga na rin ng mga impluwensya mula sa labas. So sa pagsulat natin, meron tayong ginagamit na dalawang uri, no? At ito na yung mismong batid natin, no? Halimbawa yung karaniwang ayos. So ito na yung nakasanayan natin na gamitin, no? Kung paano talaga magsalita yung mga Pilipino. So sa uri ng pangungusap na nasa karaniwang ayos, no, kung mapapansin natin, dito ay nauuna ang panaguri. Ang panaguri ay tumutukoy sa tungkol saan ang simuno o paksa. So kung ano yung pinatutungkulan o ano yung pinag-uusapan, ano, yun po yung panaguri. No? Samantala sa simuno, ito naman yung mismong paksang pinag-uusapan. So si panaguri, no, ay dinidescribe niya, no, o inilalarawan naman niya ang simuno. So sa karaniwang ayos, panaguri plus simuno, no, sa loob ng isang pangusap. So mapapansin natin yung panaguri na naka blue font dito ay kumakain ng almusal sa mesa. So para masagot natin kung ano ang simuno dito ay sino ang kumakain ng almusal sa mesa. So ibig sabihin ang paksang pinag-uusapan ay si Maria. No? So ganun natin natutukoy kung ano ang panaguri at ang simuno. So ano naman, sa isa pang halimbawa ay tunay ngang mahusay ang mga kawani ng ahensya dahil sa kanilang mabilis na pagtatrabaho. So dito naman ang mga paano magtrabaho, no, ang mga kawani ng ahensya. So sila ay alin? Tunay na mahusay at mabilis na pagtatrabaho. So mapapansin natin kahit na nakahiwalay yung tunay ngang mahusay at dahil sa kanila mabilis na pagtatrabaho, parehas pa rin ito na panaguri, no? Dahil tumutukoy ito o inilalarawan nito yung pinag-uusapan na paksa sa loob ng pangusap. At ito yung mga kawani ng ahensya. Pwede rin naman na sa kanilang mabilis na pagtatrabaho, tama ba? Sa kanilang mabilis na pagtatrabaho, mahusay ang mga kawani ng ahensya. So pwede rin na ganoon yung formulation ng pagsulat ng isang pangusap, no? Basta ang nangyayari, ang formula natin ay nauuna ang panaguri, sinusundan ito ng simuno. So panaguri plus simuno. So para ito doon sa karaniwang ayos. So kapag nagsasalita yung mga Pilipino, no, ay ganito na mismo magsulat, magsalita, no. Ito yung normal para sa atin. Ang hindi normal sa atin ay yung tinatawag natin na di karaniwang ayos. So, mapapansin natin na yung di karaniwang ayos ay nakaangkla naman pagdating sa wikang Ingles. Kasi kung mapapansin natin, ang pagbubuo naman ng pangusap sa di karaniwang ayos ay nauuna ang simuno sa panaguri sa loob ng isang pangusap. So, kung kanina kumakain ng almusal sa mesa si Maria, sa di karaniwang ayos ay si Maria ay kumakain ng almusal sa mesa. So, nauuna ang simuno kaysa sa panaguri. At kadalasan yung ating nagiging pananda para sa di karaniwang ayos ay ang salitang ay. No, ito yung pampadulas doon sa loob ng isang pangungusap. So hindi kasi maganda pakinggan kung si Maria kumakain ng almusal sa mesa. So halatang hindi ito yung ating karaniwan na para ng pagsasalita, no, kasi kailangan pa ng pandugtong para doon sa simuno at saka sa panaguri. Okay, ano naman, yung isa pang halimbawa natin kanina, di ba, na tunay ngang mahusay ang mga kawani ng ahensya dahil sa kanilang mabilis na pagtatrabaho. So, yung nakita natin kanina na ipit, no, sa gitna yung simuno, yung mga kawani ng ahensya. So, sa di karaniwang ayos, laging nauuna yung simuno, ang mga kawani ng ahensya, meron ulit na pandugtong ay tunay ngang mahusay dahil sa kanilang mabilis na pagtatrabaho. So, inilalarawan nung panaguri yung mismo simuno, sinasabi nito kung paano nga ba magtrabaho yung mga kawani ng ahensya. So, malinaw po ba tayo para doon sa magkasalungat, magkasing kahulugan, kawikaan, at saka uri ng pangusap? So, nakakasunod naman po. So, pwede naman tayo mag-heart react, no, para makita natin na yan, gising na gising pa po tayo. Okay, so, yung ating po mga nanonood sa Facebook Live, no, ayan. So, comment lang po kayo dyan kung meron kayong mga katanungan o bilang partisipasyon din sa ating ehersisyo. So kung okay na tayo doon sa 4 na paksa, no, nandito na tayo sa paggamit ng panlapi. So sa paggamit natin ng panlapi, no, meron tayo 5 uri ng panlapi na ginagamit sa wikang Filipino. So nakikita natin na yung panlapi, ito yung mga bahagi, no, ng mapapansin natin na bahagi ng isang salita na idinudugtong natin sa salitang ugat para makabuo ng panibagong salita. So, kung maaalala natin, 'di ba, yung salitang ugat ay ito yung ito yung basic na salita na ginagamit natin sa Filipino. So, ito yung dinudugtungan natin ng mga panlapi, no, nakikita natin na pag dinudugtungan natin ng mga panlapi sa unahan, sa gitna at sa panghulihan, nagbabago ito kung ito ay pang-uri, pandiwa, pangalan, ganyan. So nagbabago-bago no, kapag nilalagyan natin ng iba't ibang mga panlapi. So ano yung mga halimbawa natin? So pagdating sa unlapi, ano-ano ito? So yung unlapi, no, ito yung mga panlapi na inilalagay natin sa unahan ng salitang ugat. Kaya unlapi kasi unahan, no, na panlapi. No, ang mga madalas na ginagamit natin na unlapi ay ma, mag, na, pag, at saka pala. So, mapansin natin, halimbawa, kapag yung salita natin ay salitang ugat natin ay pasa, no, at nilagyan natin ng salitang mag, magpasa. No. Yung salitang ugat natin, no, na pasa lang ibig sabihin, kapag dinugtungan natin ng mag, ang pasa ay nagiging isang pandiwa. Samantala, yung salita natin na kain, no, salitang ugat, kapag dinugtungan naman natin ng unlapi na palakain o pala at nagiging palakain, yung salitang nabubuo natin na bago, no, ay nagiging isang pang-uri, no, palakain. Siyempre, kapag yan naman ay nilagyan natin ng pag na unlapi ang kain, pagkain. So kanina kung ito ay pang-uri, nagiging pangalan na, no, pagkain. Kaya titingnan natin kung ano ba yung idinudugtong na unlapi. Nagbabago din yung bahagi ng pananalita ng mismong salitang ugat. So yung salita naman na takot, no, kapag nilagyan naman ito ng unlapi na, no, ito ay nagiging isang pandiwa at pandiwang nagdaan na. So tandaan natin na kapag tayo ay gumagamit, no, ng mga unlapi, partikular na yung pang, no, ay nagbabago ito, no? Nagiging pan. Kailan nagiging pan ang pang? Kapag yung salitang ugat natin, no, ang unang titik niya ay DLRST. So halimbawa, yung laban, no, kapag dinugtungan natin ito ng unlapi na pang, so imbis na panglaban, no, para mas maging madulas, no, yung paraan natin ng pagbigkas, yung pang natin, no, nagmo-morph. So ito ay nagiging panlaban. Okay? So yan yung isang ruling natin kapag tayo ay gumagamit ng pang or pan. Ayan. Ay, sorry po. Tumalon. Yan. So, dito naman po tayo sa gitlapi. So, bago pala tayo sa gitlapi, ito yung binabanggit natin kanina, no? Na kapag gumagamit tayo ng mga unlapi o kahit gitlapi din at hulapi, nagbabago din yung mismong salita natin. No? So, halimbawa, yung ma, nabanggit natin kanina, pag nilalagyan ng ma sa unahan, nagiging pang-uri, no, yung salitang ugat, mabait, masipag, magiliw, marahuyo, mapait. Samantala, pag mag naman na unlapi yung nilalagay natin sa unahan na bahagi ng salitang ugat, maglaba, magsaing, maghugas, magwalis, magsampay, nagiging pandiwang imperpektibo o pandiwang pangkasalukuyan. So, ganun din yung na, pag at saka pala, nung nabanggit na natin kanina. So ito naman yung gitlapi, malinaw na ang inilalagay lang natin sa gitnang bahagi ay yung gitlapi na at gitlapi na in. So ito yung nilalagay natin sa gitnang bahagi ng isang salitang ugat. No, halimbawa, ang salita ulit natin ay kain. Nilalagyan natin ito ng gitlapi na kumain. No? So pag nilalagyan natin ng na no, ito ay nagiging mga pandiwa na nagdaan na. So, kumain, diba? Kahit kinain, no? Ganon din naman yung sagot, diba? So, kung ito ay nilagyan ng sumagot. Kung in naman, sinagot. Okay? So, mapapansin natin na yung salitang ugat na sagot, nagiging pandiwa kapag nilalagyan natin ng gitlapi. Okay? Ganyan din naman ang lakad, no? Kapag nilagyan din natin ng na gitlapi, lumakad, 'di ba? At nagiging pandiwang nagdaan din ito. So kung meron tayong unlapi, gitlapi, meron naman tayong hulapi. So yung hulapi naman natin, ito naman yung mga panlapi na inilalagay naman natin sa dulo, no, sa pinakahulihan ng salitang ugat. So yung mga madalas natin na ginagamit na mga hulapi ay yung mga sunod-sunod. So nandiyan yung an, han, in, saka hin. Pero tandaan din natin na nagbabago din yung kahulugan kapag ang ginamit natin ay an at saka hin. So halimbawa, yung salitang ugat na sabi, no? Kapag nilagyan natin ng hulapi na han, ay nagiging sabihan. Okay? Pero pag ang nilagay natin dyan ay hin, sabihin, iba na rin yung mismong kahulugan. So yung sabihan, to inform, samantala yung sabihin ay to state. So nagbabago, no, yung kahulugan ng mga salita kapag nilalagyan natin ng an at saka an, han, in. So ganun din kapag ibig, no, nilagyan natin ng in, ibigin, ibig sabihin ay to love, no, or to like, pwedeng ganun. So to love, no, pero kapag sinabi natin na ibigan, no, pwedeng ibig sabihin niya ay to like, no, naibigan mo ba ang binigay ko sa iyo, no? Samantala ay inibig ibigin mo ang iyong kapwa, katulad ng sinabi ng Diyos. So, magkaiba yung nagiging kahulugan, no, kapag an, han, in. So, ganun din yung sulat, nagiging sulatan. Iba din na sulatan ay to write, no, pero kapag naman ay sulatin, no, in naman yung nilagay natin, nagiging pangalan na siya na ibig sabihin ay pwedeng letter or report, no, yung kahulugan ng mismong salita. Okay. So, kung meron tayong nasa unahan na unlapi, nasa gitna, gitlapi, at nasa hulihan na hulapi, meron naman tayong magkabilaan. So, ang magkabilaan naman natin, unlapi at saka hulapi, parehas meron, no, ang mismong salitang ugat. So, nakikita natin, halimbawa, yung salitang alis, yan ay nilalagyan ng pa at saka ng in, paalisin. Ibig, magkabilaan nito na panlapi, may ka, sakaan, kaibigan. Awit, mag, sakaan, mag-awit. So at least nadi-differentiate natin yung na pagkakaiba-iba natin, ano ba yung mga gamit, no, ng mga hulapi o ng mga panlapi. So meron naman tayong laguhan kapag lahat na ng pwesto sa isang salitang ugat ay merong nilalagay na panlapi. So meron ng unahan, merong gitna, merong hulihan. So unlike dun sa magkabilaan, unahan at dulo lang yung meron. Pero ito, gitna na, meron na rin. Kaya halimbawa, yung sikap, yan, meron na siyang panlapi na pag, meron na rin itong panlapi na may panlapi na rin na an. No? So nagiging sikap pag sumikapan. So, panghuli naman yung wastong gamit ng mga salita. So, muli, ano-ano nga ba ulit yung mga panlapi? Yan, pwede natin i-chat sa chat box. Yan, ano nga po ulit ang mga panlapi natin? Yan, pwede natin bang i-type sa chat box? Ano-ano ba kaya ulit yung mga yun? Yan, ano yung panlapi na ginagamit sa unahan na bahagi? Yan. Okay, ito po ay unlapi, no? Kapag nasa gitna, gitlapi. Kapag nasa hulihan, hulapi. Kapag unahan at saka hulihang bahagi, parehas meron magkabilaan. At kapag naman merong gitna na, unahan, gitna at saka hulihan, ito na ay laguhan. So nakikita natin na ganoon yung positioning natin ng mga panlapi. So yung uling paksa naman po natin ay wastong gamit ng mga salita. So ito na yung halimbawa ng paano ba natin ginagamit yung din at rin, daw at saka raw. So mapapansin natin na yung pagpapalit ng di tungo sa R ay nagaganap sa mga pang-abay na din, rin, daw, raw. Nagagamit ang pagpapalit kapag, so ito yung mga kondisyon, no? Kapag kung kailan nagiging din ang, kailan naging rin ang din at kailan naging raw ang daw. So, halimbawa, kapag ang mga nakita natin na salita sa isang pangusap na binabasa natin ay nagtatapos sa patinig o vowels na a, e, i, o, u at malapatinig na w at saka y, ang gagamitin natin rin ay raw. So, halimbawa, meron tayong masaya, no? Papansin natin yung dulong bahagi nito ay a, kaya hindi natin pwedeng gamitin yung daw, no? Hindi pwedeng masaya daw. So, ito ay magiging masaya gin, no? Magiging rin yung gagamitin kasi yung dulong letra sa salita na pinagsundan natin ay vowels o patinig. So, ganun din naman kapag din at daw, yung pwede naman natin na gamitin kapag yung salita na susundan natin ay nagtatapos sa patinig o consonant. So, yan na yung baka, daga, halaman na para saka. So, ang gagamitin ay din at saka daw. So, ilan ito dun sa mga halimbawa, no? Kapag halimbawa, masaya, nagtatapos sa a. So, ang gagamitin natin ay R, no? Masaya rin, masaya raw. Na uupo. So, uupo raw. Nabili rin, okay raw, ikaw raw. Malungkot din, aalis daw, nilanggam daw, bawal daw, pinsan daw. So, pansinin natin yung mga ginamitan ng rin at saka raw, nagtatapos sa patinig. No? Yung a, o, i, yung malapatinig na ya, saka wa. Samantala, yung din at saka daw, puro nagtatapos naman sa patinig. So, yung baka, daga, halaman na para sa. Okay, so tandaan kapag ang sinusundang salita ay nagtatapos din, halimbawa sa ri, ra, raw, o ray, ang din o daw ay hindi nagiging rin o raw. So kung kanina, no, pag nakita natin kung patinig o patinig o katinig, pero paano kung yung salita natin ay din nagtatapos sa ri, nagtatapos sa ra. So pwede mo bang gamitin ay maaari rin? So hindi pwede, no? Dapat ito ay gagamitin mo na pa rin yung din. So, maaari din, kapara daw, araw, daw. No? Kasi nagtatapos siya sa alin? Sa ri, ra, raw, at saka ray. Okay, so, nakakasunod naman po, ano? So, ito naman yung tamang paggamit ng nang na mahaba at saka nang na maikli. So, yung gamit natin ng nang na mahaba, no, ay merong 5 gamit. So, nang bilang kasing kahulugan ng noong. So, nagiging, ginagamit natin yung nang kung sa paggamit natin sa isang pangungusap, pwede nating pamalit sa salitang noong. So, umaga, noong barilin si Rizal, pwede rin natin gamitin yung na. Umaga ng barilin si Rizal. Nang umagang iyon ay lumubha ang sakit ni Pedro, noong umagang iyon ay lumubha ang sakit ni Pedro. Pangalawa, nang bilang kasing kahulugan ng upang o para. So, sa isip ng mga Kastila, kailangang bitayin si Rizal upang matakot ang mga Pilipino. So, sa isip ng mga Kastila, kailangang bitayin si Rizal nang matakot ang mga Pilipino. So, dinala si Pedro sa ospital para magamot, dinala si Pedro sa ospital ng magamot. Okay, pangatlo naman ay kung may kita natin, ginagamit din natin ng namahaba kung katumbas ito ng pinagsamang na at saka ng nang. So, pero sa isip ng mga Pilipino, sobra ng lupit ng mga Kastila. Parang yung sobra na ang, di ba? Sobra na ang lupit ng mga Kastila. So, pwede namang sobra ng lupit ng mga Kastila. Yan. Sobra na ang hirap ang dinanas ni Pedro. So, pwede rin naman din na sobra ng hirap ang dinanas ni Pedro. Okay, ano yung pang-apat? No? So, kung ginagamit naman natin yung nang na mahaba, kung sinasabi natin yung paraan o sukat. So, sumasagot ito sa tanong na paano. So, ito naman ay binaril ng nakatalikod si Rizal. Paano binaril si Rizal nakatalikod? So, namayat ng todo si Pedro dahil sa sakit. Yan. So paano paano namayat si Pedro? 'Di ba? So namayat siya ng todo. No? Panglima naman ng bilang pag-angkop ng inuulit ng salita. So ito naman, nagiging pandugtong ito doon sa inuulit-ulit ng salita. So halimbawa, barilin man ng barilin si Rizal, hindi siya namamatay sa puso ng mga kababayan. Ginamot ng ginamot si Pedro para gumaling. So hindi natin gagamitin dyan yung nang na maikli. So kailan naman ginagamit yung nang na maikli? No, sa iba pang mga pagkakataon, bukod sa nabanggit na 5, ay kailangan gamitan ng na maikli. Pinabaril ng mga Kastila si Rizal, pinainom ng gamot si Pedro. So napapansin natin ginagamit yung nang bilang pantukoy. No, kung sino ba ang nagpabaril kay Rizal, ang mga Kastila. Ano ang pinainom kay Pedro? Gamot. So, ito pong 5 paksa no, na magkasalungat, magkasing kahulugan, yung ating kawikaan, mga panlapi, at wastong gamit ng mga salita ay dapat natin na ma-practice pa. No, at ginagamit din naman natin ito sa pang-araw-araw. So, nagiging formal na yung gamit kapag ito ay isinusulat. No? Kasi nga, syempre, nagsusulat na tayo kaysa doon sa pagbigkas. Pero syempre, kung tayo ay nagsasalita, no, nagiging tawag dito, flexible naman tayo pagdating doon sa paggamit ng mismo mga wika. So ito yung mga pwede nating pag-aralan no sa paggamit natin ng wikang Pilipino. So ito po yung mga paksang naka-assign sa akin no, at ang susunod naman po na magbabahagi ay si Ma'am Jenaline Lai, ang hepe po ng sentro sa Pag-aasaran. So muli po, maraming salamat. Kung meron po kayong mga tanong, pwede po kayong magmensahe mamaya sa chat yan or mag-raise hand yan para po ma-entertain po namin yung mga paglilinaw sa dulong bahagi pagkatapos po nung pagtala. So salamat po, ayan. Ma'am Lai.
Mabuhay Pilipinas, magandang hapon Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Kung naririnig ang tinig ng inyong teacher reviewer para sa hapong ito, ay mangyaring maglagay ng number 1 sa chat box. Ulitin ko ang pagbati mula sa ARCDO at ganun din sa amin sa College of Arts and Letters, Kagawaran ng Filipinologya. Magandang hapon Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, mabuhay Pilipinas. At kung naririnig ang tinig ng teacher reviewer ngayong hapong ito, hinihiling natin na ang 13 kasama nating sa Zoom, ganun din sa Facebook Live, ay maglagay ng number 1 sa ating chat box. At kung tayo ay handa na para sa huling bahagi sa araw na ito, ay mangyaring pindutin ang raise hand button. So hintayin natin na makita ng raise hand button para matiyak natin kasama natin, hindi lamang sa mga larawan, ang ating mga estudyante ngayong hapong ito. So ulitin ko, tayo ay magpindot, pindutin ang raise hand button kung tayo ay handang-handa na para sa huling bahagi. At salamat, ayan, sa mga tumutugon sa instruction ng ating teacher reviewer. At kung nakikita na ang share screen ng teacher reviewer, ay mangyaring pindutin ang thumbs up sign. So ulitin ko, kung nakikita na ang share screen ng teacher reviewer, ayan, ay mangyaring pindutin ang ating thumbs up sign. Ayan. Okay. So ngayon po ay tayo ay dadako na sa ikalawang bahagi ng paksa para sa araw na ito, huling bahagi, ang bahagi ng pananalita, pag-unawa sa tekstong binasa, pagsunod-sunod ng mga pangusap. Ngayon para sa unang paksa, yung bahagi ng pananalita, nahati po ito sa 8. Nariyan ang pangalan, panghalip, panguri, pandiwa, pang-abay, pangatnig, pang-angkop, at pang-ukol. At inaasahan natin ang partisipasyon ng ating mga nagre-review, no? Ganon din ang ating mga kasama sa Facebook. Ayan. So, unahin na natin ang pangalan. So, meron itong katumbas sa Ingles, no? Para mas maging familiar at hindi naman iba ito sa atin dahil naririnig na natin ito. Hindi lamang tayo masyadong familiar sa mga terminolohiya sa Filipino. So ano ba ang pangalan? Ito daw po ay bahagi ng pananalita na nagsasaad ng ngalan ng tao, bagay, pook o lugar, hayop, pangyayari, damdamin, kaisipan at ideya. At nahati ito sa dalawang uri. Nariyan ng pantangi, no? Yung sinasabi nating proper noun at ganun din naman ang pambalana o yung common noun, no? So, para sa pantangi nandiyan ang Japan, Maria, mga halimbawa ito, Mongol, Jollibee. Samantala sa pambalana ay nariyan ang bansa, artista, lapis at restaurant. Ngayon, dako tayo sa pagsubok, no? Subukan natin. Siyempre, para matiyak natin na naiintindihan ng ating mga kasama, no, na nagre-review, ang ating mga binabanggit ay subukan natin mangilang-ilang beses. So, narito ang subukan. Ayan. So, gamitin natin ang chat box. Narito ang dalawang item. No, bigyan natin kayo ng 60 segundo. Ayan, 60 seconds, hindi 60 minutes. 60 seconds para sagutin ang dalawang item na ito. Ayan. So, tignan natin ang ating sagot sa chat, no? So, sabi dito ay una, pupunta ako sa pangalang pantangi, no? Blank, no? Patlang, mamaya. Yan. So, dapat daw pangalang pantangi ang ilalagay natin. Ano kayang pangalang pantangi ang ilalagay ng mga kasama natin ngayon? So, tignan natin yan. Yung pangalawang item, nais niyang bumili ng, okay? Pangalang pambalana naman ang ilalagay natin sa patlang para sa dadaluhang fun run sa Sunday. Ayan. So, bigyan natin ng 60 seconds. Timer starts now. Okay, ayan. Ano kaya ang sagot ng ating mga kasama? Ayan. So, si Miss Jen, kung nandito pa siya, ayan, sila Ma'am Jane. Ayan, talagang ano, no? Yung mga kasama natin na pwedeng sumagot para sa item na ito, ulitin natin, pupunta ako sa, no, mamaya, saan kaya pwedeng magpunta? Dapat pangalang pantangi, no? Dapat proper noun ang ilalagay natin. Samantala, no, ano ang nais bilhin para makadalo sa fun run sa Sunday. So, tignan natin ano kaya ang sagot ng makasama natin dito, no, sa Zoom at ganun din sa Facebook, no. So, ano nga ba ang pwedeng puntahan mamaya at ano nga ba ang pwedeng bilhin kung magpa-participate ka sa fun run? Okay? So, pangalawa, yan, meron ng sumagot sa atin, no? Sabi ni Ma'am Jen, no, pupunta sa Mega Mall at para mag-fun run, kailangan syempre ng sapatos. Maraming salamat, Miss Jen, sa iyong sagot, no? So, syempre, inaasahan nating sasagot din ng ating makasamang nagre-review ngayong hapong ito. At sumunod na bahagi naman, ayan, okay, so ang tinatawag nating panghalip, no, o yung tinatawag na pronoun, no. So bahagi ito ng pananalita na pinapalit o hinahalili upang mabawasan ang pag-ulit sa mga pagbabanggit ng pangalan. So ano ang uri ng mga panghalip na meron tayo? So meron tayong panghalip na panao. Kung titignan sa panghalip na panao, meron itong mga klasifikasyon. So ano daw ang gagamitin mo kung ang tinutukoy mo ay isa, o isahan, o dalawahan, o di kaya maramihan. At paano naman kung ikaw yung nagsasalita o yung taong kausap mo o ang taong pinag-uusapan? Kaya naman, tignan natin no kung ano ang pwede nating ilagay sa mga item na ito, no. Subukan ulit natin. Ayan. Hey. So, ito naman ay kahit na hindi natin makabisado, no, intuition, ayan, sabi ni Ma'am Mary Jane ay sa simbahan siya pupunta mamaya at bibili siya ng ticket para sa fun run, no, maka-participate sa fun run. So, dito naman, no, tignan natin ang dapat natin ilagay dito. So, kailangan, tapos naka-open close parenthesis ang taong kausap, patlang ng bansa. Okay? Pangalawang item, sa, okay, open close parenthesis, taong nagsasalita, patlang ang West Philippine Sea. Ayan. Ano kaya ang pwede nating ilagay para mabuo ang diwa ng mga pangungusap na ito? So, bigyan muli natin ng 60 segundo ang ating makasama upang makatugon sa dalawang item na ito. Okay, ayan. So, makita natin ano nga ba ang mga panghalip panao na pwede nating ilagay, no, para mabuo ang diwa ng pangungusap na ito. Ayan. So, meron pa rin tayong mga kasama dito sa Zoom at kasama din natin sa Facebook Live, no, na pwede mag-participate para ma-practice natin ang mga ibinabahagi ngayon, no, sa Pilipino. Okay. So ano kaya ang pwedeng bubuo dito? Kailangan, ayan, kung taong kausap daw, ano ang dapat na ilagay dyan? Sige, so tignan natin ang kasagutan ng ating kasamang mga nagre-review, no, sa hapong ito. Ayan. So, pwedeng maglagay sa chat box ng inyong sagot. Halimbawa naman sa, ayan, no, taong nagsasalita, no, blank ang West Philippine Sea. Ano kaya ang pwede nating ilagay dyan? So, para sa mga, ano kaya ang pwede, no? So, habang inaantay natin ang mga sagot, no, maaari tayong dumako na, no, sa susunod na bahagi. Ayan, so meron ditong sabi, kailangan kung taong kausap, pwede daw ang ka. Ayan, kailangan ka ng bansa. Ayan, at syempre, sa, ayan, papamigay ba natin? Hindi natin papamigay. Syempre, hindi papamigay. Ayan, sabi dito, may naabid na nakikinig. Ayan, sa atin ang West Philippine Sea. Ayan. So sabi, no, ilan yan sa kasagutan, no? At next na bahagi naman ang tinatawag na panghalip na pamatlig. Ayan. Ano daw ba ang panghalip na pamatlig? So inihahalili daw ito sa pangalang nagtuturo ng lugar na kinalalagyan ng pangalan. So nakakategorya ito sa tatlo, no? Yung malapit sa nagsasalita, malapit sa kausap, at malayo sa nag-uusap. So tignan natin ang dalawang item muli na pwede nating sagutin, no, para ma-practice natin ang kaalaman, no, sa panghalip pamatlig. Ayan. So yung unang item, sabi dito, ang kailangan daw ilagay ay yung panghalip na malapit sa nagsasalita. Ayan. So patlang ka lang sa tabi ko, no? At pangalawang item, tanging. Ayan. So malayo daw sa nag-usap, tanging patlang lang matatagpuan ang yaman. So ano kaya ang pwedeng ilagay, no, doon sa mga napanghalip sa dalawang item na ito upang mabuo ang diwa? Sige nga po, tignan natin kung may makakasagot sa mga kasama nating nasa Zoom. Ganon din sa kasama natin, no, sa Facebook Live. Ayan, sa Career Center. Sige, ihintayin natin, bigyan natin ng 60 seconds, no? Kayang-kaya natin yan sagutin, no? Para ma-practice natin ang kaalaman sa ating inaaral ngayong hapong ito. Okay, ayan. Masigabong palakpakan para kay Miss Angelique. Ayan, pastoral na isa sa mga sumagot din sa atin, no, para sa item na ito. Sabi niya, dito. Ayan, ang sagot sa unang item. Dito ka lang sa tabi ko. Okay, o 'di ba? At yung pangalawang item, ano kaya naman ang bubuo sa pangungusap na ito, no? Tanging patlang lamang matatagpuan ang yaman. So dapat daw dyan ay malayo sa nag-uusap. So ano kaya ang pwedeng ilagay na panghalip dyan? No, sige nga po, tignan natin kung meron pa. Ayan, no, tayong mga kasama na maaring sumagot dito, no, sa ating Zoom. Ayan. Okay, tama, no? Ayan, tama. Tanging doon lang matatagpuan ang yaman. Okay, so dako na tayo doon sa next na paksa. Ayan, tingnan natin. Okay, ang panghalip na panaklaw. Ayan, sumasaklaw naman ito sa kaisahan at dami na o kalahatan ng kinatawang pangalan. No? So, nagsasaad daw ito ng kaisahan. So, makikita natin dyan yung mga halimbawa o nagsasaad ng dami o kalahatan. No? So, tignan nga natin ang item na dapat nating sagutin para ma-practice itong bahagi na ito. Ayan. Okay. So, nakalagay dito, no? Nagulat ang, yan, nagsasaad ng dami o kalahatan. Nagulat ang patlang sa kanyang sinabi. No? Ano kaya yung sinabi? Bakit kaya nagulat? Okay? Pangalawang item, may tungkulin ang patlang. No? Nagsasaad ng kaisahan. Ayan. May tungkulin ang patlang sa kahihinatnan ng bayan. Ayan. So ano kaya ang sagot sa dalawang item na ito na tumutukoy sa panghalip panaklaw upang mabuo ang diwa ng pangungusap? So subukan nating sagutin ang bahagi na yan para ma-practice natin ang kaalaman sa ating inaaral ngayong hapong ito. Sige nga po, tignan natin kung ano ang magiging sagot ng ating mga kasama. Okay, si Miss Angelique muli ang naglagay ng kanyang sagot para sa unang item. Nagulat ang lahat sa kanyang sinabi. So maraming salamat Miss Angelique sa iyong partisipasyon. Yan, ano kaya ang kanyang sinabi? Bakit nagulat ang lahat? At yung pangalawang item naman, ano ba ang pwede nating ilagay dito sa patlang na ito, no? Para mabuo ang diwa ng pangusap. No? May tungkulin ang patlang sa kahinatnan ng bayan. Ano kaya yan? No? Ano ba ang pwede nating ilagay bukod sa lahat. Ayan, no? May tungkulin ang, ayan. So, tignan natin. Ayan. So sabi niya may tungkulin ang bawat isa sa kahihinatnan ng bayan. Maraming salamat Miss Angelic sa iyong aktibong partisipasyon. Ayan. Ngayon dako naman tayo doon sa next na bahagi. Ano? Panghalip na pananong. Ayan. So panghalip na pananong. Ano daw ito? Inihahalili sa pangalan kung nagtatanong. Ayan. So merong pangtao, no? May klasifikasyon ng pangtao, meron din namang para sa bagay, hayop o lugar. So tignan natin kung ano ang dapat nating item na punan para ma-practice natin ang kaalaman sa panghalip na pananong. Ayan. Okay. So hindi natin tinatanong dito ano ang sagot nyo no sa tanong na 'yan, pero kailangan natin ilagay ang panghalip na pananong para mabuuin diwa no ng ating nakatalang katanungan diyan sa bahagi na 'yan. Okay? So pangtao daw no. Patlang ang bias mo sa Nations Girl Group. Okay? O, ito naman, pangalawang item, para sa bagay, hayop o lugar. No? Patlang ang favorite subject mo. No? So, ano kaya ang mga panghalip na pananong na pwedeng ilagay natin dyan sa bahagi na yan? Okay, ayan. So tama ang iniisip ng lahat. Ano ang pwedeng gamitin para sa katanungang ito? Patlang ang bias mo sa Nations Girl Group. So ano ang gagamitin nating panghalip na pananong dyan sa bahagi na yan? Siyempre, walang iba kundi ang sino. Ayan, sino ang bias mo sa Nations Girl Group. Samantala, para sa bagay, hayop, lugar, no? Siyempre, ang lilalagay naman natin dito ay ano, no, para mabuo ang katanungang ano ang favorite subject mo. So yan yung para sa ating panghalip. Ngayon dako naman tayo sa pang-uri. So ano naman daw ang pang-uri? Ito daw ay salitang naglalarawan o nagbibigay katangian sa isang pangalan o panghalip. At dahil kailangan natin ibigay ang pang-uri, ayan, uri ng pang-uri, meron tayong dalawa, yung panlarawan at pamilang, no? So tignan natin ang dalawang item na kailangan sagutan upang ma-practice natin, no, ang mga kaalamang ating binabahagi ngayong hapong ito. So ano ba ang dapat natin? Ayan. Okay. Sige. So ano ang bubuo no sa pang-uri na panlarawan na yan, no, para mabuo ang diwa, na-realize nilang panlarawan, patlang ang budget na kailangan para makapagbiyahe abroad, no? At yung pangalawang item, inaasahan ng pagpunta ng, ayan, panghalip na pamilang, patlang fans sa first concert. So, ano ba ang ilalagay natin no sa mga patlang na ito para mabuo ang diwa ng pang-usap na yan. So, tingnan natin sa ating mga kasama no dito sa Zoom, gayon din sa kasama natin sa Facebook Live. Okay, ayan. So ano daw ang halagang kailangan? Ayan. So sabi niya diyan mahal, no? Na-realize nilang mahal ang budget or malaki ang budget na kailangan para makapagbiyahe abroad. Maraming salamat sa pagsagot. Ayan, samantalang pangalawang item, inaasahan ang pagpunta ng, ako, ilan kaya? Ayan, no? Sige, ilan ang kailangan nating ilagay dito sa patlang para masabi nating ano yan, no? Pang-uring pamilya. So, ilang, maaring libo, no? Nasa ng pagpunta ng libong fans para sa kanilang first concert. Ayan. Okay? Next na bahagi naman, ayan, ang pandiwa, of course, alam na natin ito. Ang katumbas sa Ingles ay verb. At syempre, meron tayong aspekto ng pandiwa, no, na nagsasabi ng panahon kung kailan isinagawa ang kilos, no. So, para sa nagdaan o naganap na, tinatawag itong perpektibo, samantalang para sa kasalukuyang nagaganap, ito ay tinatawag na imperpektibo. At para sa magaganap pa lamang o sa hinaharap, tinatawag itong kontemplatibo. No? Ngayon, tignan natin ang ilang item para ma-practice natin ang kaalaman dun sa pandiwa, no? Panahon ng pandiwa. Ayan, okay? Sige. So, subukin natin sagutin ito sa loob ng 60 segundo. Okay, ayan. So, tingnan natin, no? Tayo ay relate sa ah, mga pangungusap na ito, no, nakakaugnay tayo, ayan, nakaka-relate tayo, no, sapagkat ilang araw na rin, no, ang ating isinasagawang review, no, ilang Saturdays na ang isinasagawang review. So sabi dito, ano bang pwede nating ilagay para ito ay maging perpektibo o malaman na ito ay pangnagdaan na. So sabi dito ay maaring ilagay ang nag-review, no, kami kanina ng mga kaklase ko. Para naman sa imperpektibo nagaganap sa kasalukuyan, pwedeng ilagay ang nagsusulat ako ngayon ng final paper. No, at para sa hinaharap pa lamang, kaya nasabing susunod na buwan, ay pwedeng ilagay ang mag-e-enroll ako sa susunod na buwan. So yan yung tatlong panahon, no, ng tinatawag nating pandiwa, no, yung perpektibo, imperpektibo at kontemplatibo. Samantala, ang sumunod naman ay yung pang-abay o yung tinatawag na adverb. Ayan. So ano ba ang adverb? So sabi dito, ito daw yung mga salita na nagbibigay turing sa pang-uri, pandiwa at kapwa pang-abay. Ayan. No, so meron tayong tatlo, yung pamaraan, panlunan at pamanahon. Siyempre, ang pamaraan ay naglalarawan sa pandiwa, kung paano isinagawa, no, ang pandiwa. Samantala, ang panlunan ay tumutukoy naman kung saan naganap, ginaganap o gaganapin ang kilos o yung tinatawag nating verb. At ang pamanahon naman ay tumutukoy sa kung kailan naganap, ginaganap o gaganapin ang isang pangyayari o kilos. So tignan natin ang ating kailangan sagutin. Ayan, no? Para dyan sa bahagi na yan. So, blank, no? Para sa pamamaraan o pamaraan, patlang ang takbo ng mga sasakyan sa syudad, no? At para sa panlunan, sa ibang patlang niya, piniling manatili, no? At para sa pamanahon, aantabayan na ng lahat ang mga mangyayari sa mga susunod na patlang. Okay? So, bigyan natin kayo ng 60 segundo para sagutin, subukan sagutin ang tatlong item na ito. Okay, ayan. So paano nga ba ilalarawan ang takbo ng mga sasakyan sa syudad? Ayan, may nagsa-side comment dito sa Okay, ayan. Depende daw po yan sa kung ano ang kondisyon, kung traffic ba o hindi. Pero syempre, dahil nasa syudad, ayan, expected na lahat, mabilis ang takbo ng mga sasakyan sa syudad. At yung pangalawa naman, sabi nga dyan, sa ibang, ayan, patlang niya piniling manatili, no? Syempre tungkol yan sa lugar, no? Pwede nga bansa o di kaya naman ay probinsya, no? O di kaya syudad, no? At samantala, para sa pamanahon, aantabayan na ng lahat ang mga mangyari sa mga susunod na pwedeng araw, pwedeng linggo, pwedeng buwan, pwedeng taon. Ayan, ang tinutukoy na kasagutan sa bahagi na yan. Okay? So, next naman ay ang pangatnig o yung tinatawag na conjunction. No? Mga kataga o lipon ng mga salita na nag-uugnay sa dalawang salita, parirala sa kapwa parirala at sugnay sa kapwa sugnay upang ipakita ang dalawa o higit pang kaisipan sa loob ng pangusap. So ayan, no, yan yung mga halimbawa ng pangatnig na maari nating gamitin. Syempre meron din itong mga katumbas sa English, no? Baka nga mas familiar pa yung iba sa English, pero naririnig din naman natin itong ginagamit, no, sa konversasyon at sa mga sulatin, no, nakikita natin ang mga pangatnig na ito. So ano ba ang item na ating sasagutin? Tignan natin para ma-practice. Yan. Ayan. Okay. So dalawang item. Sabi dito, mamili ka. Yan. Ang bayan, patlang, ang sarili. Ayan. Okay. Pangalawang item, walang ibang maaaring sisihin, patlang, ikaw naman ang gumawa ng desisyon. So, tignan natin, sagutin natin yan sa loob ng 60 seconds para ma-practice natin, no, yung conjunction, no? At hintayin natin ang kasagutan ng mga kasama, no? At maari syempre mag-participate din mga kasama natin sa Facebook Live. Okay, ayan. Salamat ninyo. Ayan, sa iyong pagsagot. Sabi niya, mamili ka ang bayan o ang sarili. Ayan, parang ano yata ito, no? Linya yata ito sa isang pelikula ba? Ayan, walang ibang maaring sisihin kung ikaw naman ang gumawa ng desisyon. Ayan, okay. So, meron pang ibang sagot. I think, pwede rin sa pangalawa yata ay sapagkat. Ayan, sabi nga, sapagkat ikaw naman ang gumawa ng desisyon. So maraming salamat sa kasama nating tumugon, no, sa pagsubok na ito. Next na bahagi naman ay ang pang-angkop o yung tinatawag na connector. Mga katagang idinudugtong sa pagitan ng dalawang salita upang maging kaaya-ayang pagbigkas ng mga ito. Ito ay natatagpuan sa pagitan ng pang-uri at pangalan. Ang mga pang-angkop ay ang mga katagang na, NZ at G, no? So para daw hindi maging barok, no? Kapag binabasa natin o nagsasalita tayo, gumagamit tayo ng na, no? Nagdudugtong tayo ng na or ng or G, no, sa mga pang-uri at pangalan. So tignan natin ano ba ang ating kailangan sagutin. Ayan. Sabi dito, hindi nararapat biruin ang puso, patlang, mamon. Aanhin ang bahay, patlang, bato kung ang nakatira ay kuwago. So ano kaya ang kailangan nating ilagay diyan, no, para mabuo, no, yung mga pahayag na yan. So, hintayin natin ang maari pang sumagot, no, para sa mga item na ito. Okay, ayan, maganda na sa pagsagot natin ay sinusubukan nating bigkasin, ayan. Para matitest natin kung angkop nga ba yung mga salitang ating nilalagay o kung nabubuo ang diwa doon sa pangusap na binubuo natin. Salamat muli ninyo sa iyong pag-participate. So sabi niyo saan, hindi nararapat biruin ang pusong, ayan, sa NG, no? Ng pusong mamon. At para dun sa pangalawa, aanhin ang bahay. Okay. Bahay, sabi niya, NG ulit. Pero syempre, sabi dito ni Cheryl, ayan, pwede ang na. Ayan, kasi sabi nga pag binasa, aanhin ang bahay na bato kung ang nakatira ay Quago. Ayan. So parang ito medyo familiar sa atin to mga ano na ito, no? Mga pahayag na yan, no? Those days. Ayan. Okay. So maraming salamat sa ating nag-participate. Ninyo okay lang yan, no? Natawa siya dun sa kanyang inilagay na NG. Okay. Okay lang yan. Okay, next naman ay ang pang-ukol, preposition, bahagi ng pananalitang nagugnay sa pangalan, panghalipan diwa at pang-abay na pinag-uukulan ng kilos, gawi, balak o layon. So ito yung mga halimbawa na yan. Okay? So yan yung mga halimbawa na yan. No? So tandaan lang natin, tignan natin, capture natin, no, kung kaya i-capture. Ayan. At ano ang item na kailangang punan? Ayan. Subukan. Okay. Ito parang relate tayo lahat dito, no? Kaya tayo nagsisikap sa araw-araw. Ayan. So, number 1, ayan, sa unang item, ang kanyang pagsisikap ay para patlang kanyang pamilya. Okay? At syempre, bilang napaka-hopeful, hindi lang para sa mga kabataan, lahat tayo ay hopeful. Sa inaharap, sabi dito, tinatanaw. Ayan. Patlang kabataan ang magandang kinabukasan. Sige nga, tignan natin ano ang sagot sa mga item na yan para mabuo ang diwa ng pangungusap. Okay, ayan. So, sumagot si Angelic. Salamat, Angelic. Ayan, sabi niya, ang kanyang pagsisikap ay para sa kanyang pamilya. At yung pangalawa, tinatanaw ng mga kabataan ang magandang kinabukasan. So, maraming salamat sa pagsagot. Ngayon, dako naman tayo doon sa next na dapat nating mabatid. Ayan. So sa hapong ito, kanina ay yung mga bahagi ng pananalita. At syempre, bahagi din naman na dapat nating ma-practice ang pag-unawa sa tekstong binasa. No? So, basahin ko lamang, no, para sa ating lahat, no, ang pang-agham na pangalan na ano to, Sora Cosinea L ay karaniwang tinatawag na halamang santan sa ating bayan. Ito ay isang sa mga kaaya-ayang halaman na pampalamuti. No, maraming klase ng santan. No, may puti, pula, dilaw at malaginto. Iba-iba rin ang laki. May mahaba pero makitid ang mga dahon, samantalang iba ay mas lapad, no, mapalad, malapad at maikli. May mabangong santan at mayroon ding walang amoy. Ang Sora Cosinea L ay galing sa India. No, mahalaga ito dahil sa maaring ipanggamot, ang solusyon mula sa pinakulong ugat ay maaring purga, no, pampurga, maaring ipainom sa nagduduwal at sa sinisinok. Nakatutulong ito sa pagkakaroon ng gana sa pagkain, mabuti rin ito sa di dinadatnan at nagtatae. Para sa makating lalamunan, maaring ipangmumog ito. Iyong binayong sariwang sanga, ito ay mainam na gamot at pantapal sa pilay, mga may sakit na bahagi ng katawan, eksema at sa mga galis, no? Mabisang gamot ang santan. Ayan, hango yan sa likha, 4 ni Nasa Monte at iba pa. Ayan. Okay, so tignan natin ang kailangan sagutin sa bahaging ito, no? So, ito. Ano ang Sora Coccinea L? So, sagutin natin, pili doon sa mga bahagi, no? Ng kasagutan, ayan, pangalan ng punong kahoy, pang-agham na pangalan ng santan, pang-agham na pangalan ng prutas, pang-agham na pangalan ng mga halamang namumulaklak. So, ano kaya ang sagot para sa bilang 1? So, pwede nating ilagay sa chat box. Pangalawa, alin sa mga sumusunod na pangusap ang wasto? So, ang lahat ng santan ay mabango. Ang santang pula ay galing ng China. Maraming klase ang santan, ngunit walang malaginto ang kulay. Maaring ipanggamot ang santan. No? Para sa pangatlong item, anong bahagi ng santan ang may pinakamaraming gamit bilang gamot? So, hintayin natin ang sagot ng ating mga kasama para dito sa bahagi na itong pag-unawa sa tekstong binasa. Okay, ayan. So, tignan natin ang unang bilang, ayan, pang-agham na pangalan ng santan. Para sa pangalawa, maaring ipanggamot ang santan. At ang pangatlo ay ang sanga. Okay, dako tayo sa sunod na bahagi. Ito naman ang pagsusunod-sunod ng mga pangusap. So, tignan muna natin, no, i-capture natin ito para sa mga kasama natin. Ayan, sabi dito ay para sa letter A, ayon sa batas na ito, pagbabayarin ang mga may-ari ng kumpanya at sasakyan na nakapipinsala sa kalidad ng hangin dahil sa mga usok na binubunga nito. Letter B, ang Clean Air Act ay isang batas na naglalayong mapanatiling malinis ang ating hangin. At letter C, sa ibang banda naman, ang mga kumpanyang magkakabit o maglalagay ng mga gamit laban sa polusyon sa kanilang lugar ay bibigyan ng tax break. At letter D, ano ang Clean Air Act? Ayan. Sige, so tignan natin ang katanungan. Okay. So, una, ano ang wastong ayos ng mga pangusap na makabubuo ng isang makabuluhang talata? Pangalawa, kung daragdagan ng ilang pangwakas na pangusap ang mga nasa itaas, alin sa mga sumusunod ang pinaka-angkop? Yan. At pangatlo, ano ang pinaka-angkop na pamagat sa nabuong talata? Yan. Okay. So, tignan natin, no? So, maaring balikan para sa mga kasama natin. Yan. Okay. Okay, ayan. So, yan. Sabi ni Miss Angelic, yung DAC. Ayan. Okay. So, basahin muli yan. No? So, DBAC. Tapos, para sa unang bilang, ang DBAC. Ang sumunod na bahagi naman ay maaring letter A. Ayan, ang Clean Air Act, ang tamang solusyon sa lahat ng polusyon. Maari din namang tumulong mapanatiling malinis ang hangin. At ang pangatlo ay ang Clean Air Act para sa pamagat ng nabuong talata. Ayan, dito nagtatapos yung tatlong ibinahagi natin, no? Ngayong hapon na ito sa ikalawang bahagi, ang bahagi ng pananalita, ang pag-unawa sa teksto at ang pagsusunod-sunod ng mga pangusap. Yun lamang at maraming salamat at pauna na ang pagbati. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat, ma'am. Sorry, nawawala yung boses ko. Okay. So, in behalf of the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, ma'am, maraming salamat. Ma'am Jeneline Lai at Jeneline Monzon. So, ma'am, to award the certificate po, let me read po muna yung kay ma'am Jeneline. Okay, this certificate of appreciation is presented to Professor Jeneline Monzon, College of Arts and Letters, in acknowledgement of her engagement and insightful academic contribution as online career service examination course reviewer, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise in the area of specialization, verbal ability, Filipino, during the conduct of the online career service examination course or class held on July 13, 2024 via Zoom video conferencing platform and and Facebook live stream. Signed, Engineer Florinda H. Oquindo, Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, as of Professor Elmer M. Soriano, Dean College of Political Science and Public Administration, Tomas Otestor, Vice President for Students Affairs and Services. So, in behalf of the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, maraming salamat, Ma'am Jen, para po sa inyong pagpapaunlak sa akin na at least kahit pa paano mabigyan ng konting recall ang ating mga estudyanteng nandito ngayon. So, maraming salamat, ma'am. At para naman po kay Ma'am Lai. Okay. This certificate of appreciation is awarded to Professor Jeneline Y. Lai, College of Arts and Letters, in grateful acknowledgement of her engagement and insightful academic contribution as online career service examination course reviewer, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise on insightful academic contribution as online career service examination course reviewer on the area of specialization, verbal ability Filipino, during the conduct of the online career civil service examination course and class held on July 13, 2024 via Zoom video conferencing platform and Facebook live stream. Signed, Engineer Florinda Oquindo, Director, Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, Associate Professor Elmer M. Soriano, Dean College of Political Science and Public Administration, and Tomas Otestor, Vice President for Students Affairs and Services. So, ma'am, in behalf of the College of Political Science and Public Administration and the Alumni Relation and Career Development Office, maraming salamat po sa inyong dalawa, ma'am, sa pagpapaunlak nyo. By the way, ma'am, tinitingnan ko po ang view sa ating, dito po sa ating live ngayon. Meron na tayong almost 1,000 plus na view. Opo, may play pala, sorry. Meron na po tayong nasa 1,000 plus na play. So, ibig sabihin, marami po tayong naka-tune in sa ating Facebook Live ngayon. And at the same time po, yung nasa Zoom po natin, maraming salamat sa ating mga nandito ngayon. At syempre, meron pa tayong dalawang Sabado na ire-recall uli natin yung mga napag-aralan nyo na dati. At naway makatulong yung mga lecture ng ating reviewer ngayon, lalo na sa Pilipino. Actually, ako na-review. Medyo, sa ngayon kasi, di ba ma'am, alam naman natin na ang mga estudyante is mas marami na silang English kesa yung Pilipino. So, mas at home na silang gumamit ng English kesa sa Pilipino. Ngayon, naririnig ko uli ang panlapi, salitang ugat, umlapi. Sabi ko, nakalimutan ko na yata yun. So, at least, nare-recall ko ngayon. Alam na lang natin siya pag binabasa, pero yung root, yung word, kung saan, kung anong tawag sa kanya, medyo biglang, ay, umlapi pala yon. So, maraming salamat, Ma'am Jeneline at Ma'am Jenaline. So, maraming salamat po. At ma'am, i-deliver ko po sa inyo after ng event. Siguro first week of August, yung mga certificate niyo po personally. Maraming salamat, Ma'am Jen, at maraming salamat, Ma'am Lai. Nasa inyo na po yung mga SO nyo na, ma'am. Na-receive nyo na po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Maraming salamat po at advance congrats po sa lahat ng nagre-review po para sa darating na exam.
Yes, ma'am. Maraming salamat at sana makapasa talaga sila. So, 'di ba? Kaya nga ma'am, tinagalan natin to para at least talagang recall siya. So again, ma'am, maraming salamat po at pasensya na sa aking boses dahil 3 araw na po kaming may career fest, academic, industry academic conference, saka recognitions award for collaborative engagement kaming inaayos at activity ng opisina. So sunod-sunod po siya ngayong week na to para sa akin. So again, maraming salamat po. So para po tapusin natin ang ating programa, ito na po ang ating PUP hymn. Ma'am, maraming salamat po again.
Ang